got bigger fish to fry, more important things to worry about. So we don't need to worry about this petty stuff because to me, it doesn't matter what you call yourself. If the paperwork matches, everything else is in order. If the paperwork don't match, you can call yourself any and everything you want to call yourself, but you're not entitled to anything. So that's my whole thing. Let's make sure that paperwork matches and we can go from there. So I'm gonna go ahead and get this thing started shortly here. Waiting for some of our people to filter in. Like I said, this is unusual Friday night spaces. Never held one before. Monday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's the Newstoter slot. And occasionally we'll kick some on a Sunday, and so often on a Saturday afternoon or something like that as well too. So, Perry, how you doing tonight, man? We're gonna be going in tonight on this Twitter space. So I definitely want to hear some of our people come up in here and speak tonight as well too, and just share their thoughts. Shout out to those that's coming on the YouTube stream as well too. Reps, I see you left a comment there. Yeah, we got bigger fish to fry, man. We got much bigger fish to fry. Got to kind of leave some of the distractions, some of the other stuff along, and just try to focus on what's important. He am I. He am I. How you doing tonight as well too? Had a great space last night, y'all. Very informative space, good space. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to have another good one tonight as well. To have some positive dialogue. Constructive criticism is welcome. So I mean, we're not trying to point fingers and and trash people and down people. Let's just go ahead and try to have a fairly educated type conversation tonight. Everybody's gonna have different points of views. Whatever somebody's lineage is, hey, allow that person to rep the lineage. I could care less. Like I say, my main goal is on black empowerment, and in that black empowerment, reparations falls in there. So that's what I'm looking for first and foremost. So, guys, we're gonna be getting this thing popping. We're just waiting for some of our people to come back in here. For those that's in the space, go ahead and share the space out as well too. Been a busy past 24 hours. Of course, you guys know last night we was talking about the Mexican kidnapping situation. We was also talking about the major nursing scandal that took place as well too. So tonight's gonna be a little bit different. You know, it's not going to be so much news centric as it normally is in the Newstoter Twitter spaces, but it is going to deal with cultural identity and just our heritage, lineage, the pursuit of reparations, and the actual infighting and the bickering and the beef, and just is it all worth it? The title says it alone. If you're in YouTube, what's going on, love, my folks? I see you over there as well too. If you're on YouTube, the title says, does it matter if you're FBA, Freedmen, ADOS, or Negro? In the Twitter space, it says FBA, Freedmen, Negro, ADOS. Does it really matter? So pretty much the same thing, just moving around a little bit. But does it really matter? Does it matter if you're FBA? Does it matter if you're Freedmen? Does it matter if you're Negro or you're ADOS? To me, it doesn't matter because, like I said, I can go back and I can pull the paperwork in my family on both sides, mother and father, and go right back to these actual slave cabins in the actual deep South there. So it doesn't matter. At one point in time, we were considered Negro. We were considered black. We were considered niggers. To me, FBA is just an identification for your lineage. What's going on, love, my folks? How you doing? But, freedmen is also is an identifier as well, too, about a status of people that got freed. So, to me, I don't really have an issue with it. I don't have an issue with it. I don't have an issue if somebody wants to say they're ADOS or somebody just wants to say they're descendants of slaves. Like I say, to me, it's all about the paperwork. What can you prove? What can you point to? Freedman, what's going on? I see you up in here as well, too. Numi, how you doing as well? K3, how you doing? Tech Hunt, I know some of our people may be having some technical issues as well, too. So we will bear with you guys as well, too. And I want to get everybody, I want to get our people all up in here. I want to get, opinions from the freedmen, from the Negroes, from ADOS. I want to get from the FBA. I want all our people, know what I'm saying? Just a voice in a respectful manner, of course. We don't need to go ahead and insult each other, name call and this and that, or act like, yo, what, don't stink. Shout out to you, DJ. I know you said when you get to the crib, we'll go ahead and bring you up as well, too. So it's just, man, it's our lineage. Are you a descendant of chattel slavery in this country? If you are, you're entitled to reparations. Point blank. Call yourself whatever you want to. I don't personally care. like I said, because at one time we were Negroes, we were slaves, we were niggas, we was everything that these white folks said we were. Once we became free, we were freedmen as well. Uh, if you, I don't have a problem with the term ADOS. I don't have a term with the I don't have a problem with FBA because I mean you could say if you're actually a descendant of chattel slavery, you're all of this. So let's go ahead and get to some constructive stuff, man. Let's go get to some constructive stuff. Let me read a comment real quick. FAA says I'm an African American. I use that name proudly. Hey, FAA, that's on YouTube. Shout out to you, FAA. If that's what you feel, if you're African American, if you're African American, if you say I'm an African American and you can go back and prove your lineage was from chattel slavery, hey, no problem. If you're a Black American, and we're all Black Americans, but I know some people don't like the term Black Americans. Hey, no issue with that too. Love my folks says it was fine until groups started conspiring to tell the federal government to change our name. You got people relabeling historic figures to hashtags. And so that's part of the problem too. I see my man, Brother McCool up here. Brother McCool, I definitely want to hear from you. Freedmen, Queen B as well too, sis. I know occasionally you'll come up. I want to hear from all our people. I want to hear from the men and the women tonight as well too. I want to hear everybody's opinion about this. I know this has just been like almost beaten to like damn roadkill, but you would think by now that it would kind of end it. It would have ceased. People would say, hey, we got more, we got more important things to worry about. But it seems like it's actually starting to rev up. Instead of actually dying down and going away, it seems like it's actually revving back up. Like, damn, y'all, how can you really reach out to other people out there and show them exactly what's going on when all they see is the infight? And if the people are actually on this app, they will see people going back and forth, fighting over the tiniest details. And I know some people say, well, it's not tiny details to us. I respect you. I respect your opinion on it. But I'm saying that there's a much larger issue that we need to worry about. And what we call ourselves, like I said, it doesn't mean anything if you don't have the paperwork to back it up. It doesn't matter at all. You can be a unicorn. Call yourself a unicorn. If you don't have that paperwork to actually show where you're from in this country, and I know another thing we were talking about was the actual, I've heard everything from the 1870 census to the 1900 census to show that you were actually a descendant of slaves in this country. I don't have an issue going back to the 1870 census. I feel like I would actually rather the 1870 census, to be honest, because 1870 census for a fact, if you were in this country in 1870 on the census, you're definitely a descendant of slaves. Or even if you weren't actually a descendant of slaves, say you were a Black person that had been freed in this country, you're still entitled, in my opinion, to reparations. If you were a Black person living in this country in 1870, you were definitely a descendant, or you had members of your family that was actually descendants of slaves in this country as well too. So let me just read some of the comments on there. Reps on YouTube says, say that news. We all come from chattel slavery and domestic slave trade in North America. I mean, word. I mean, really though. Love my folks says there are white people and others who can qualify as ADOS, Freedmen, and FBA. People have bred out. When I say this is going to be an interesting conversation tonight, this is going to be an interesting conversation tonight. Like, ooh, love my folks just said, wow, I got to read that again. Love my folks. You said there are white people.
I'm ready for the conversation.
Okay, hold on one second. Wait. Hey, the company, man, why your phone been so low lately, bro? Your phone been like major low lately. Like it's hard to hear you at times. Like, okay, now I hear you better. I hear you better now. Now you went back down. Now I heard you better for a second, and it's like your phone went back down.
Okay, can you hear me now?
You sound. You need to stay at that level right there, that volume level right there.
Okay, I think my microphone. That's what I need to do. I need to clean that motherfucker out. Hold on, I'm going.
Okay. Please, yeah, because you were sounding. We want to hear you loud and clear. We want our people on YouTube to hear you as well too.
My kids to my phone is sticking their spaghetti fingers all over my stuff. So forgive me.
Go ahead, company. You got it. If you want to say something, go ahead. Company, you there? Okay, I know he was just here. I don't know if he's cleaning the phone out or what, but we'll get back
Yeah,
to.
I'm cleaning my phone out right now.
Okay, Queen B or Brother McCoo, y'all came up here. Y'all want to say something right now? Or what? It doesn't matter which one wants to go first or speak or whatever. Anybody else in the chat as well too, man. Y'all come on up here and just say what you want to. Freedman, I know uh Freedman, I know you gonna say something tonight as well too. So I look forward to hearing what you got to say. Sister Queen B, go ahead and unmute your mic. How you doing tonight?
I'm good, Newstoter. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, well, thanks for giving me the mic, allowing me to speak, and to give my thoughts. So, when I started doing my genealogy, and I found on both parents' sides of the family, I was able to find actual documentation in the Freedmen's Bureau. And one of my grandparents, or great grandparents, that is, I found his information in the tax digest for the state of Georgia, and it had him listed as a freedman. Another grandfather, I found a sharecropping contract. So I found, I have to say, I found quite a few documents about my family, and they're listed as freedmen. So when I saw that, I just made that connection to the term freedman and became, again, more fond of the term. And when I began to think about it, I thought about, the debt that this country owes us, and, the contribution that my grandparents made to this nation. And I started to also think about how they're trying to really just erase that, get rid of it. And really, a lot of the Reconstruction history is not even being taught. A lot of people have not even heard of the term freedmen. And it made me more fond of the term because I thought, okay, if we're called freedmen, then boom, that reminds this country there's still a debt that you owe us. We are people, we're the people. And so I just
hey Queen B, you kind of breaking up a little bit.
Oh, okay, is that better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, so what did you hear the last
maybe
minute or so?
Go back to maybe the last minute. Because I know you said we were, because it kind of, you were talking clear and it just started kind of getting choppy and breaking up a little bit.
Okay, yeah. So after thinking about it, giving some thought to Freedmen, after I discovered documentation about my grandparents in the Freedmen's Bureau, I became more fond of it. And then I began to think about right now, current day or present day, how they're really trying to, just erase that history. They won't talk about Reconstruction. It's like they really want to forget that this country owes us a debt. So for me, I think using the term freedman will not allow them to forget it. It won't allow them to erase it because here's what we are called. So that's why I became more fond of the term freedman. And really, that would be my preference, to use the term freedman. Now, am I going to get upset if they give us another category? Because like you were saying, and I agree with you, it's about what I can prove at the end of the day. So if I have to, prove that I've been claiming that I'm Black / African American for the last 10, 15 years, I can prove it. Can I prove that my ancestors came out of slavery in 1870? Yes, I can prove it. So at the end of the day, I'm not going to be upset if we're called something else or classified as something else on the census. I'm not going to be upset about it because, again, it's what I can prove via my paperwork. But my preference is to go with Freedmen because, again, I simply think that will resurrect it. It will not let this nation forget what our ancestors' contributions are to this country and that they owe us a debt. We are those people. We are the descendants of freedmen. So that's my take on it. Those are my thoughts about it. So I'm more partial to going with that term. And I'll land. Thank you.
Thank you, Queen B. I'm glad we had a sister come up here first and actually speak tonight as well, too, because sometimes our sisters come out and sometimes they kind of like chill in the background. So I'm glad, Queen B, you were actually the first to actually set it off tonight as well, too. Let me read a comment real quick on YouTube. Love My Folks says, Freedmen isn't synonymous with brown skinned people. There's lots of pale whites with the last name Freedmen. So that's Love My Folks. That's Love My Folks comment right there. That's what Love My Folks feel. So I'm not going to dispute it. I'm not going to go against it because I know there's people in this space that will go against it as well. So like I said, that's not even my point. I'm not here trying to create any animosity. My thing is this right here. Is there any way possible that you can get people that identify as FBA, people that identify as Freedmen, Negro, ADOS to actually find some kind of common ground and actually work together? You know, is that even a possibility at this point in time? Or have we just become to the point that, you know, that social media has just gotten us to the point that, hey, we're in our separate camps and know that there can't be any kind of unison, there can't be any kind of common ground, there can't be any way that we can try to meet a middle ground and try to do some things for one another. So that's one thing I want to know right there. Is it possible for FBA, Freedmen, Negro, ADOS to come together and find a common ground? And that's one of the biggest things people feel with religion. People feel like black folks have, to the point that, hey, you have black people that say, I'm Christian, so I can't work with this person that's Muslim. I'm a Hebrew Israelite, so I can't work with this person because they're this and they're that. I can't work with this person because there's an atheist and all kind of stuff. So is there any way that we can separate personal feelings? Because like they say, this is actually business that we're talking about, y'all. This is business.
If you don't mind if I just jump back there really for a few seconds, but to me, I think our common ground is, aren't we all going to have to show paperwork?
That's what I'm thinking.
No matter, you know what I'm saying? When it comes to reparations, that is, which I believe is our end goal, all of our groups. So if we are, and again, I guess I don't want to say I'm in a group because again, I'm partial to Freedmen only because I'm identifying with that because I know I'm a descendant based off of what I found, but I'm not going to oppose or be upset or angry or lose friends or, over what we're being called. Because again, if the common goal is getting reparations, we're going to have to prove who we are. That paperwork is going to say anything. I mean, more than anything else. So I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay. And Love My Folks is over there in YouTube world, like really going in and stuff too with the comments. So I'm gonna go ahead and read the comments back over here in a second. But that's my thing. It boils down to the paperwork. That's how I feel. And I just don't want us to get to the point that hashtags are really taking over, a grassroots movement that everybody seemed to be behind at one time. And now there's more bickering and beefing and everything else going on. And, that's kind of taking the wayside. I mean, that's fallen to the wayside in terms of what the agenda actually needs to be. So, I mean, hey, that's just my personal opinion. Call yourself whatever you want to. If you can't prove anything, if you can't show any type of paperwork, if none of your family members was on any of these census, be it 1870 or 1900, and I prefer 1870 to be honest. But if they can't prove any of this right here, then you don't deserve to get any reparations in terms of lineage-based reparations for people in this country. You have to wait till another go round when they do reparations or something. But if you can't prove that whatsoever, and it shouldn't be hard to prove it. If you can't prove that not one person on either side of your family was here in this country, then you don't deserve it. That's my personal feeling. I'm gonna kick it to you, the company. Hopefully your volume is up on your phone, and then we're gonna go to Brother McCoo and the rest of you guys up in here as well. Tweet out the space as well for me. Go ahead and tweet this space out. We want to have a good dialogue. Like I said, this is a Friday night special. Newstoter don't normally do Friday nights, y'all. So y'all know Monday through Thursday, and we'll occasionally kick it on a Sunday night and sometimes on a Saturday afternoon. But this is a first to a Friday. We don't do the Friday night. So we up in the place. We hoping to create good dialogue. We're not trying to have a whole bunch of prison babble tonight going on either. So let's try to work to something constructive. Let's use if you got scholarship and you want to stand on scholarship as well too. I have no problem with that whatsoever. So let's go ahead, and I want to hear some intelligent speakers come up here and be respectful to the people up in the room as well too. Let's not get into the name calling and disrespect that sometimes these spaces have. Let's go to you, the company. Then we're gonna get to Brother McCoo and some of our other people that's up in the space as well. Y'all come up here when you get a chance. I see you down there original as a speaker. So what's up to you? I see my girl Aunt Lai up in here as well too. Aunt Lai, how you doing? I see Napoleon up in here. I see daughter Zion Trouble. I see live about it. I see a bunch of you guys up in here, like I say. So shout out to you, Miss D. I see you up in here as well too, Thaddeus. Shout out to everybody coming up in the space. Y'all go ahead and tweet it out. We want to go ahead and, like I say, we want to have an interesting yet an informative and educational, respectful type dialogue tonight. So, and if it gets to the point where people are disrespecting, we're going to go ahead and cut them short on the mic or whatever. We ain't coming here to just to be disrespecting people and whatnot. Shout out to you, Black Native. I saw you was in the space. Now you're on YouTube. So peace to you as well, sister. I love that profile pic as well too. So let me go ahead and kick it to you, company. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Okay, so these power reparations to everybody. Me personally, my lineage, I could trace it back to Freedmen's. I can trace it back to, Negroes, ADOS, whatever, all the above, right? So, like, for me in particular, it doesn't really matter, and I've never been against any group. Like, I would follow by Carnell or whoever that individual is, if she didn't block me, but I don't know what that's about, because if you're for Freedmen's and stuff like that, why are you blocking Freedmen's? Same thing with Naheem, he claims to be a Freedman, and he doesn't, he blocked me too. I don't know why, but it is what it is. This is just Twitter. It's nothing personal and stuff like that. People are going to be mad and straight this way and that way, and taking psychology class, I understand that people do things because it benefits them. That's just what people do. They just, if anything benefits any theology or something that backs up, that makes them feel good, they will back it up, whether it's right or wrong to other people. That's just human nature. So, I don't find offense if someone blocks you or doesn't like what you say and stuff like that, because people are only going to gravitate the things that agree to them and makes them feel good and, gets them along. Okay? So, that being said, I stand behind everybody that is for reparations. We have to stand behind each other when things happen, even in the current time. I'm not just talking about the past, I'm talking about like the current time, like even these people that did this heinous crime in Mexico. They gotta pay restitution. They have to pay for that. Whether they was, you see how fast that turned around? They was like, oh damn, we messed with these people while they're trying to get their reparations and stuff, and this happened. That yeah, they fucked up. They fucked up real big, and it's unfortunate that they had their some idiots on their side that perpetrated this and just they just wasn't knowing about what they were doing. That's unfortunate, but when you do stupid things when we're in the middle of something that's serious in this country, there could be detrimental consequences. People like my ancestors that are freedmen and stuff like that, not even just freedmen, but even on the other side of the family that was just descendants of slaves, like straight slaves that go back to George Washington and Thomas Jefferson's plantations. But these people did amazing, tremendous things. You know, they were engineers for like Boeing. They were Tuskegee Airmen. They were this, that, the other. You know, anything you could think about in American history, these people did. And you know, in my ideology, I don't think that there's nothing that we can't do. But you know, through all the sacrifices we put in this country, if you are, these people know who the fuck our families are. They know who we are, and they better listen. Like, you know, some of our families or people that we know, they know senators, they know governors, they know people directly that they can speak to and get shit done. Like, you know, we've gotten to a point where, you know, we're not letting it happen no more. If whatever power that you may will and stuff like that, use that to your advantage to get shit done that we need done. And the justice that we deserve and reparations. That's what we need to be focused on. The power that we have, how are we going to use it? See, my job is to be on social media because, you know, I have to listen to people. I have to know what people are saying, you know, not just here in California, but across the nation. And this is where I land. We got this. You know, stop the defeated mindset of what we can and can't do, and these people in the past, they wasn't listening to us, and, you know, what about when they did this, you know, are we supposed to trust that? We are here in the now. What are you going to do? You're going to run because of what happened in the past, or are you going to do something now that's going to benefit everybody with the power that you do have? And I learned.
All right, appreciate that, brother. I just want to ask real quick: when did all of this beefing about what you consider yourself to be? When did all of this start to really take place? Was it when you had ADOS when they started gaining some notoriety? I mean, when did it get to the point where people that now we have an issue? And I know people say, well, you have to label yourself this, you have to label yourself that. I mean, whatever happened to the what? When did all of this stuff really start to really pop off to the point on Twitter more so than any other one? But then you got YouTube as well too. When did this stuff really start to pop off that now you had such a big divide and people just at each other that you can't say I'm this, I'm that, I'm whatever without people just going in and tearing each other down? Like I'm just trying to understand that. Like how was that helpful anyway to the movement? You can have
I posted it before, and it's the same thing that Tupac said. You know, this whole war, you know, between, you know, black people internally, like this thing that we keep on doing repetitively, is that there's a constant battle of who wants to be ruler of the nigger kingdom. That's the way he put it. In the words of Tupac, that's not the way I would put it, but, you know, that's the way he worded it. I look up to him as somebody who is an idealist in what the black community should be and how we're supposed to represent ourselves. But, you know, I can see this, you know, internal battle that we have as that the way that he put it.
Real quick, company, let me say this right here. Hold on, company. Hold on real quick. Let me say this. You can have a person that's of an immigrant background, that's not of the actual chattel slavery lineage, that can come here and say that, hey, you know what? They can lie and say, I'm FBA, I'm Freedmen, I'm Negro, I'm ADOS, and all of that. But it won't mean anything if those people can't actually verify it. If they have no paperwork leading to their paper trail, it doesn't matter. You can get somebody that can claim this right now. And I'm sure you got people that's not even other actual lineage that's claiming this. But here's the thing. Claim it all you want, man. If you can't go back in your family tree and actually show, and you should be able to show exactly what damn plantation owned a relative or whatever. If you can't go back and say this person was in Georgia in 1832 or 1850 or something like that, 1860, it doesn't matter. And I'm sure, I'm telling you just as sure as I'm sitting here right now, you have some people that are not actually descendants of chattel slavery that's claiming all of these titles right now. Does it mean anything? No. You know why it doesn't mean anything? Because if that person can't prove that they're actually realistically a descendant of slaves in this country, They're not entitled to anything. So that's my thing right there. People can claim a hashtag, people can claim a title, people can claim a pronoun, people can claim whatever the hell they want to claim. But if you can't prove it, if you have no way of backing it up, you're not entitled to anything. You don't get anything. So that's the thing. That's the thing that's really frustrating to me. Why are we even arguing about this? Why are we arguing about this? Because at the end of the day, you're gonna have to be able to show some proof. No proof means
there are people that are scratching like rats to get in. They like that's something we can't avoid. You know, there's going to be people that are going to do everything they can by all means necessary to get a piece of that pie.
real talk. Company, I'm gonna get back to you too. I'm gonna move it around in the room, but I said we got my boy brother McCoo up here, and we got original, but that's just my thing right there. There are people right now claiming all of these hashtags, all of these titles, they claiming all of the lineage and everything else. And these people, some of these people, not gonna say a lot, but some of these people are not even descendants of slaves in this country. So we need to go ahead and think about that as well, to claim and say whatever you want to say. But if you have no proof to back it up, then you're not entitled to anything. So that in itself should be a way of diffusing some of the arguments that we have going on. If you can't prove it, you don't get anything. Straight up. Brother McCoo, how you doing tonight, man? Go ahead and unmute your mic.
What's going on, fam? Shout out to everybody in the room. Y'all know, I ain't gotta go through the list. I love all y'all in here. I'm gonna just say this. I think we need to stop being silly about serious shit, and we also need to do the reversal on that too. We need to stop being serious about silly shit and silly about serious shit. You know what I'm saying? I've done my lineage. I'm still doing my lineage. It's an ongoing thing. You know what I'm saying? On the census, a lot of my relatives identify as Negro. Only found maybe one or two that didn't identify as Freedmen. But just like the young lady said, Queen B said before, my family were part of some of two members. Two of my grandfathers were in the Freedmen Bank or the Freedmen Bureau. Now, I'm going to say this. Freedmen, Negro, they are all victims of racism, white supremacy. Newstoter is right. We shouldn't be arguing over this shit. Because at the end of the day, Freedmen got fucked over and FBA got fucked over. Okay? That means Negroes got fucked over, Freedmen's got fucked over. So we are all victims. Because if it wasn't true and the evidence shows, the evidence of that is that we all fight for repair. Something called reparations. So we definitely shouldn't be fighting over this bullshit because it's silly. Okay? Our ancestors identified as this. Okay? None of us had freedmen on our birth certificate. None of us. Okay? So what your ancestors identified as, what they're telling you is that, hey, descendant, I'm a victim. Stop arguing and get the fucking bag. Alright? We arguing, we want to fumble the bag. I don't know what it is about people that look like me, and it ain't all of us, but it's just some of us are addicted to fumbling. Okay? It ain't all of us, but some of us. We just so fucking addicted to fumbling the fucking bag. As soon as we got the bag in our hand, we just want to fumble and fuck it up. And we need to stop this shit. Stop being silly about serious shit. You know what I'm saying? Yo, some of my ancestors identified as a freedman, was known as a freedman. Some of them were identified as Negro, and I'm just finding the first one that was identified as a fucking slave. But you know what that's saying to me? That's saying to me that all of them are victims of racism, white supremacy. Let's stop being fucking foolish. Let's stop being bitches, and let's fight these white fucking supremacists. And stop arguing over silly fucking shit. Yeah, my ancestors identified as a freeman. I'm not digging them up and arguing about that shit. Yeah, some of my ancestors were identified as Negroes and slaves. I'm not digging them up and arguing about that shit. But what I fighting for is the wrong that was done to them. We can't forget our ancestors in this fucking fight. Because when you fight about something as simple as that, what they were labeled as, guess what you're not doing? You're not fighting the white supremacists at all. You're running around a fucking circle, playing a fucking game, and you're not fighting the white supremacists because that ain't a game. These motherfuckers can still harm us, all of us, in this space. They can run up in my spot right now where I'm working, getting this D1 money and fuck me up, and ain't none of y'all can do nothing about it. And that's a problem. We are victims. We need to start being serious with our words and stop sugarcoating this shit. Just because someone's Freedmen don't mean shit. They still got fucked over at the end of the day. They still in their graves turning over because they got fucked up and their descendants arguing about what they was labeled as. Instead of fighting for their fucking rights and fighting for what was done wrong to them. That's what the fuck we need to do. Stop and leave this bullshit alone. And I'm gonna tell you, as soon as I hear people, right, the only reason I got in here is it was a news kind of space, and I seen some of my I say some of my friends up in here that I know are about to fight. Other than that, I wouldn't have gave this shit no motherfucking mind. I would have just pressed delete on that shit and went back to listening to my news, listening to what's happening to these goddamn electrical grids. Look at what's happening around you. But we are arguing about some bullshit. You don't realize that when they turn on the lights, what the fuck you gonna do then? And I ain't talking about your light. I'm talking about your lights, your heat, your water. When they turning that shit on, what you gonna do? What you gonna argue about then? Let's come on, man. Let's get this shit together. Because at the end of the day, we are all victims. Victims of racism, white supremacy, and it don't sound nice. And I hope it hurts your feelings. I hope it gets you mad. I hope you one of them dudes out there saying, I ain't a victim. Because I'm going to say, show me, prove to me you ain't a fucking victim. We all victims in this motherfucker. We need to start fighting these white supremacists. I'm laying there. Sorry for cussing.
All right. Real quick, Brother McCoo, I was going to say, take a deep breath. Don't let it get to you. Go ahead and take a deep breath and relax, bro. Like I said, that's why I titled the room what it was. When I put FBA, Freedmen, Negro, ADOS, and hashtag, does it really matter? Because at the end of the day, like you say, everybody that was labeled or labels themselves as one of these four titles are all victims. Hold on, company. I'm gonna get to you because we got original. So don't come off. I don't want anybody coming off their mics tonight either. Stay muted until we get to you. Aunt Lai. Hey, Aunt Lai, I think your mic is open.
Oh shoot, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And company yeah, go ahead and mute your mic, Aunt Lai. Company, you've been speaking for a minute, so we got to get to other people too. We'll get back to you. But I'm talking right now to Brother McCoo. Brother McCoo.
Because her, mic was hot, so I didn't hear what you were saying.
Okay, appreciate that. Brother McCoo, that like I say, man, take it easy, relax, because I feel you. I see this stuff every day, and I'm like, well, hey, and you pretty much know we trying to cover the news and everything up in these spaces and stuff like that, but you constantly keep saying the same thing, and you constantly seeing your people just bickering and beefing and going at it. And I mean, just really, really going at it. You're like, yo, we wasting too much energy and time on this stuff, man. And we need to, there's more important things that we need to worry about than, what individual chooses, or even if a number of people choose to label themselves something. At the end of the day, like I said, it doesn't matter. Does it really matter to me? It doesn't matter to me. And I know people say, well, if we say this right here and we go up there and we try to look, the white folks know who you are. Let's stop this right here. The white folks know who you are. The white folks know exactly who you are. That you can label yourself, because let me tell you something. To them, the white folks, you're nothing but a nigga, okay? They know exactly what you are. Before they was calling you a Negro, they was calling you a nigga. Before they was calling you black, they was calling you a nigga. Before they was calling you a Freedman, they was calling you a nigga. Before they was calling you ADOS, they was calling you a nigga. Before they was calling you FBA, they was calling you a nigga. Okay? They know exactly who you are. So when you go up there with that paperwork, they know who the damn descendant of slaves in this country. No matter what you call yourself. Okay? It does not matter. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not worth our time and our energy to be at each other's throat over something like this. that's so minute. Whatever somebody wants to call themselves, they say they're indigenous to this land. Oh, well, peace to you, brother. I wish you nothing but the best. If the people say that they are more, peace to you, brother, sister. I wish you nothing the best. If they say that Hebrew Israelite, peace to you, brother. I wish you, sister, I wish you nothing but the best. They say they're African American, Black American, Negro American, Freedmen American, FBA American. I wish you all nothing but the best. Because at the end of the day, we do need a significant amount of us to be on code and to push our agenda forward. This ain't time, man. This ain't time for those for those of us that's old enough to remember the old Charlie Brown commercials, Charlie Brown cartoons. When Charlie Brown gets ready to kick the goddamn football, Lucy's pulling it away. This is not time for that right here. Except this is self-inflicted right here. I mean, we can sit up here and we can talk about COINTEL and all this stuff that was going on in the 60s and the 70s and whatever, but we don't have time for that. We have to go ahead and we have to focus on the bigger issue. The bigger issue at hand is it Black empowerment. Black empowerment is the only issue at hand. Black empowerment, and then Black empowerment falls reparations. That's what we need to worry about, man. That's what we need to focus on. If we can work together, let's go ahead and work together. If we can't work together, let's respectfully go ahead and move, kick it with our people that we can work with, form our coalitions with our own people, and go ahead and move. It's not that serious, like I said, man. It's not that serious to the point that you got people up here threatening other people and people talk about running people down and harming people. Because what? I don't have the same ideology that you have. Look, have whatever ideology you want to have. That's up to you. I thought like the biggest issue here was trying to get repair for the Black community. I thought that's what it's all about, trying to get repair, trying to move forward from all of the trauma that Black people have gone through in this country for hundreds of years. And not only just this country, but this landmass for hundreds of years. That's what it should be about, man. Like, I mean, and love my folks. I see you left a comment. You says, Newstoter, you're missing the point. These groups are publicly requesting that the government change our name on the census. This is the fight. How do you feel about that? I'm telling you right now how I feel about that. You know, I don't about people trying to change our name on the census. Exactly. Elaborate. Are you saying that every hashtag that I mentioned tonight is trying to get us to change our name on the census? Is what you're saying, love my folks? Because for one, they're not going to do that. They're not going to take every name and they're not going to change it and put it on the hashtag. They're not going to I just don't believe they're going to do that. And if they do that, if they do change it and put it on the hash, I mean, let's be for real. We have never controlled what these people in this country have called us. We've never had the power to say, hey, you know what, America, this is what we as a collective of Black Americans say, or Black people, or whatever we are, say we want to be called. And if we do, and if they do change it up, like I said, I can prove my paperwork. So I'm not the least bit scared here. I can prove my paperwork. I know I descend from. I know my bloodline. I know my heritage. So whatever, if they want to call me a goddamn magpie at the end of the day, I don't care. Because I can prove the paperwork from where I come from. And as long as I can prove that paperwork and they willing to go ahead and start to put legislation in place for reparations, I'm fine. I don't care. Because like I say, every name in the world, they've called Black people from the time Black people were enslaved in this country. Every name in the world. How many names have we gone through legally in this country for the past 200 years that they've called us? You went from Negro to colored, Black American, African American. What are we going to say here? The apostate runaway slave. If you don't like what I'm saying, bro, I mean, hey, that's just tough right there. Real talk. We get it. Apparently, we don't get it, and we'll go next when I say we'll go next, bro. And on that note, we'll go next. Original, you got it. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Peace, Black power, and lineage-based reparation. Well, you and Brother McCool basically, set the standard. I think it's more so with these people and their egos wanting to be the person out front to say that they were the ones who decided this and because they researched this and this, that, and whatever. And I mean, like you said, the whole damn situation is dumb and stupid and backwards. And you got these people out there, I don't care who they are. If you are out there arguing with someone about what we should call ourselves, you are a dumbass fool. Okay? And more than that, I'm going here with it. I think if they are out there arguing about what we're gonna call everybody who is out there arguing about what we're gonna call ourselves, I think you are a COINTELPRO agent and you're acting like William O'Neill and Dr. Perry. You're trying to disrupt what we're trying to do here. It's already been said. If you're gonna have to show some kind of paperwork and do some kind of research to show your lineage. And if you can't prove that, then like Newstoter said, you don't get anything. And I think these people, they just like to hear them. I think all of them who are involved in this stupidity, they just like to hear themselves talk. Because if they was really about, if they are serious about getting this check, it wouldn't matter what we called ourselves. And I know some of them are saying, well, if we call ourselves this, then other people can't wedge themselves in this, that, and whatever. But if we have to show paperwork to show that we are a descendant of someone that who lived through chattel slavery in this country, that right there is the litmus test. It doesn't get any better than that. And if you can't understand that, I don't care who you are, then you are dumb, stupid, ignorant, and backwards. And you're not as smart as you project yourself to be. I mean, this is just insane. I mean, I've been hearing this stuff for a minute, and your space, this is about the only space I go in. These other spaces where people, they're just off the chain. They don't have any kind of decorum. It's just a yelling fest. And if these people cannot understand this, then hopefully there is enough of us where we can begin to maybe we're already organizing, but I think these people, somebody needs to call these people under the carpet, because what they're doing now is we're in a dangerous territory right now, because you got all these people who claim to be so smart and that they've conducted all this research, but yet they cannot agree that we should call ourselves. And like you said, Newstoter, on my birth certificate, it says Negro. Yes, on my birth certificate, it says Negro. And so, but do I care what we call ourselves? Black, Negro, Freedmen, FBA, whatever? No, I don't. Because it doesn't matter. And our ancestors are looking at us and say, these dumb fools. How in the hell are you gonna sit up here and get this far, and then you arguing with one another as damn fools? Because if our people, see, the reason our people were enslaved for so long, I got this book.
Original, you breaking up, Original.
All right, what about now?
Okay, you good now. You good now.
Okay, I was getting this book. It's called American Negro Slave Revolt, and it's the 50th anniversary. So, and there was like a number of slave revolts, but the one thing that a lot of these revolts had, somebody always told what they was doing. And if you are arguing what black people are going to call themselves to get reparations, then you are one of those bootlicking Sambo COINTELPRO agents that's trying to disrupt what we are doing. And that's a damn shame. And I'm talking about, and if anybody is in this space or listening to YouTube and you are affiliated with any of these fools who are out there saying what we should call ourselves, please tell them that I said this, and I live in Atlanta. They can pull up any day. I really don't give a damn, because I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about either any of them doing anything to me. So like we said, we take it down off Hog Liver Road and you ain't coming back. And we ain't going to jail either. Okay? Because I ain't gonna go into stuff, but there's some stuff that go down on Hog Liver Road. But this is insane though, man. I'm telling you. I mean, and then it's like, has anyone had a discussion with any of the elders, like Professor James Smalls or somebody that may be able to reach out to some of these nutcases and let them know?
I believe, original, not to cut you off, but I believe if people had a conversation with Professor James Smalls, they would go ahead and they would probably be going depending on who it is, depending on the actual set, you'll have people saying that Professor James Smalls don't know what he's talking about. He's old, he's this, he's that. I don't know if that would be, I think he could reach some people, but I don't think Professor James Smalls could reach all of them, just to be honest.
Oh, yeah. And you're probably right. You are probably right. Because, like I said, these people, they're not rational. Nothing about them, nothing about what they're doing is rational. All they do, they're like little cliques. And if you don't believe what this clique says, then you're out of the group. You're wrong. Who did your research? What did I mean, man, this is the backwardest thing I've ever seen. And all these people, they claim to be.
Hey, real quick, original. Love my folks says James Smalls is a Freemason Pan-Africanist. So that's so sad. Like,
see, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, but see, here's the issue. Here's the issue with Professor James Smalls. You can call him a Freemason, a Pan-Africanist, but you know what? He's about doing right by black folks. Okay? That's what he is about. He's about, because what I've seen about him, I mean, I've even seen a video where he talked about how some of these Caribbean immigrants, they come to New York and they develop their own churches, how they were, separating from us or whatever. What I love about him, the brother tells the truth. And so show me the nutcase that you follow, or if you are the nutcase, show me exactly what you are doing that is that's better than the track record that Professor James Small has. Okay? Yeah, if the nutcase that you follow, or if you are that nutcase, I want you to please prove that to me. Because this is just ass backwards. But I would trust Professor James Small or Dr. Leonard Jeffries or LeGrand Clegg out of California, or there's quite a number of people around here that who have put that work in, and they understand this. A lot of these people, they got the, they did a little research, and that is think they're experts. Some of them, more than likely, haven't traveled outside of the country and conduct, or maybe even inside of this country, probably haven't even conducted direct field research to prove what they're saying is true. Now, if you're not out there in the soil, like what's his name, brother Tony Martin, he has the ASA project where he traveled to Kemet, and they're excavating this one tomb or something that they found things in. So if you're not doing any field research like that, and you're gonna sit up there and tell us what we should call ourselves, you need to shut the hell up, because you are below a damn fool. And I'm gonna land with that, Newstoter.
Real quick, let me give a shout out to Black Pressure, and let me give a shout out to my girl Rera as well too for their contribution on Cash App. Let me say this real quick, original. I don't have an issue. Like, it doesn't bother me if somebody wants to identify something. So I just want to put that out there. If that's what you feel, if you want to say that you're this or you're that, I don't have an issue. Go ahead and if you say that's your heritage, your lineage, more power to you. I respect that. I don't have an issue with it. If Black people can come together tomorrow and say, hey, you know what, as a collective, this is what we want to be called, and they can come up with any name, I'm gonna go with it. If they say, hey, this is what we want to be called, the moon, okay, then we'll be called the moon. I don't care. If that's what our people come as a collective and say we want to be called, fine. My thing is that, hey, let's not get to the point where if somebody else's opinion varies from you or whatever, y'all at each other's throat. we have a lot of intelligent people. I'm cool with people that's freedmen. I'm cool with people that's Negro. I'm cool with people that's FBA. I'm cool with people that's ADOS. I'm cool with people that's B1. I'm cool with people that's F1. You know, I consider all of them my people. You know, no, we may not always get along and we may not kick it or whatever, but I consider them my people. So I don't care what you call yourself. That's you have the right to call yourself whatever you want to call yourself. That's up to you. Just like people that consider themselves transgenders and stuff like that. We may not agree with it, but that person is a man and that person wants to call himself a female or whatever, and that person asks me respectfully to call him that. Okay, fine. I don't care. My thing is this right here is that we shouldn't get to the point that all of the positive the inroads that everybody's made, you got people holding reparation marches and everything else going on. Why do we want to see all this positive energy go down the tube over disagreements over something that is really frivolous at the end of the day? I know historically you can go back and pull the paperwork for a number of things. You can go back and pull the paperwork for Negro. You can go back and pull the paperwork for Freedmen. You can connect FBA and ADOS to the actual lineage. But, you know, if somebody else says, hey, you know, I don't want to rock with that, I don't want to be that, okay, fine. Respect that person's opinion. It's nothing, and I mean nothing to actually get at people's throat about. It's disrupting everything. We saw firsthand. Most of us wasn't there. Most of us wasn't born when the civil rights movement was taking place. But we saw our elders and stuff like that get suckered in. We saw COINTEL work. We saw the way things blew up when they had all of the momentum in the world. When they had the United States government ready to go ahead and get on bended knee and get ready and do the right thing. And then the government all of a sudden say, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and throw white women in the minority coalition and people of color and everything else into it and water it down. Let's make sure these Negroes never get to the level they need to descend to, because these Negroes are actually a threat to us. We've been kicking them. We've been stomping on them like the roaches they are, and these niggas won't die. Why won't they go away? They still here somehow after all of this. People don't realize that after slavery, a lot of white folks thought black folks was going to die off. They say, well, we don't do anything. They'll just die off and go away. And when they saw that didn't happen, that's when they had to start going ahead and put more racist laws into effect. When they said that these niggas won't just die off and they just won't fade away, like they are the most resilient bastards on the face of this earth, they had to go ahead and start inventing laws and stuff like that to go ahead and disrupt the progress that Black Americans was making. So my thing is this right here. Let's not play into these people's hands. We have brilliant people in every last one. People make fun of the hashtags. We have some brilliant people in these hashtags, okay? I've heard them speak before. I've heard some of their proposals. I heard some of their ideas. I've seen the historical references they've been able to pull out. Some of these people can just recite this stuff like on Malcolm X. If you remember West Indian Archie, who Malcolm was running numbers with before he came in the Nation of Islam, could just keep that stuff up in the top of his head and then recite it. We have people like that in this movement. My thing right here, everybody has a role to play.
Recite that shit off the top of his head just like that.
Hell yeah, Freedmen, Naheem, they all know that kind of stuff. Marcel knows that kind of stuff. There's FBA people that know that kind of stuff. There's ADOS people that know that kind of stuff. People they talk about Irie. Irie knows this. Irie knows his stuff. I know people don't like to hear the Negro stuff, but Irie knows his stuff. Okay, Irie can go back. That's what I'm saying, man. You have some brilliant people that's in this actual reparation and I don't even know if I want to say movement, but you have people that's in the reparation culture. Let's call it what it is, reparation culture that are brilliant people. We got to be able, that's one thing that we've lost, man. We got to be able to use our brilliant people and put them together, man. And you're going to have disagreements and stuff like that. It's nothing wrong with having disagreements, but let's not get to the point where it becomes detrimental to everything that everybody's working for. If this thing blows up in everybody's face like a powder keg, y'all will never forget it. Okay, love my folks. She said Irie is Caribbean Canadian. Okay. Oh man. Okay. I'm just using Irie as an example, saying that the brother is intelligent. He is an intelligent brother. I don't know the brother's background. To my knowledge, Irie's from New Jersey. I don't know his background, so to speak. The brother says he's a descendant of chattel slavery, so I have to go ahead and take his word for it. I don't know, but like I say, I don't have any issues with Irie. I don't have issues with a lot of people that's on this app. Some people I have issues with. Some people I can't stand. And I'm not talking about them people there, but I'm talking about the ones that are trying to actually put things in the right way and trying to actually progress Black folks in this country. You know, that's what my mindset, and that's what my goal. That's what I'm about. I'm in my space. My space is circulating the news. Okay, everybody has a space. Mine is doing the news. Okay, keeping Black people up to date on what's going on in not only this country but this world, whether it's politically, whether it's social justice, whether it's education, whether it's business. That's what Newstoter brings. Okay, the curator. Everybody has a role to play. Some people don't have a role to play, and they still looking to find it. And we hope that they find it. But there's people that can be valuable to the actual culture of reparations. So I mean, I just like to see everything progress, man, and we just stop shooting ourselves in the foot, because that's what we starting to do right here. We shooting ourselves in the foot, and I don't really think it's beneficial in the long run. We have to look at this thing the way Asians and whites do, having 100-year plans. You know, okay, a lot of our people, they look at the reparations in the short run, but this is a long run. This is a long run game here. A lot of people not going to be alive, may not even be alive to see reparations. You have to do this for the next generation and the generation after them. God forbid that you don't live to see this stuff actually come to fruition. You're doing it for your kids' generation, and you're doing it for their kids and everybody else. You may get to see it. Then again, you may not get to see it. Life is like that. Trust me, you never know. So we have to worry about that. Somebody's mic's not muted, I think. Somebody's mic's not muted. Make sure your mics are muted, guys, real quick. Let me give a shout out to my girl, Aunt Lai, too, for her contribution on Cash App. This is, like I say, y'all, I want to hear a bunch of different perspectives tonight. I really do. I want to hear people. I want to hear our sisters. We had Queen B, she spoke. We got Miss T up here, so I can't wait to hear what Miss T got to say. I can't wait to hear what Aunt Lai got to say. Company, I'm gonna let you go really, really quick so I can go ahead and get to the sisters, and then I got to go ahead and kick it to them. So you've been up here for a minute. Shout out to you, 400. Thank you for your contribution on Cash App too. We're gonna get to you, company. I'm gonna give you a minute, and then I got to get to Aunt Lai, Miss T. I want to see Black Pressure. I know you up here as well too. Don't Black Pressure, come on up here and speak, bro. Go ahead and say, go ahead and be the villain tonight. I don't care. Be the villain in the room. Come on up here and speak, man. The International, I see you up here as well too. Shout out to my girl, Goddess, FBA Goddess. She's up in the spot as well, too. Shout out to you, Goddess. I see you up in the room as well, too. So, yeah, shout out to Mr. Butterworth. Yeah, man, we just, like I say, we got some brilliant people here, man. And you know, if our brilliant people can't come together, then go ahead and create your think tank and worry about your think tank and see how you can go ahead and advance everything. If you can't work with those other people, then don't worry about tearing them down. Just focus on you. If they just ignore what they're doing and focus on you. And I know people say, well, we can't. If we ignore what they're doing, and they're gonna make the whole thing like it's just gonna explode and it's gonna be dead or whatever. So I'm interested to hear what our people got to say. The company, I'm gonna give you a minute, then I got to get to Aunt Lai and I'm gonna get to Miss T. Go ahead, company. No, you can come up, but I just want to go ahead and get to the new speakers, though.
Well, there's other people I got to share, you know, their information and do what I do for people and stuff like that. But I did want to speak on one point of what brother, I can't see the rest of his name, but brother, yeah, he's right down there with the elder gentleman in the picture. But you know. My ancestors, they were born with on their birth certificates and death certificates and whatnot that said Negro, African American, and even Black. You know, on the death certificates and on the birth certificates, it says straight up Black. Like it doesn't even identify race. But me, fortunately, you know, I guess I could say that my birth certificate doesn't say nothing on it. I began if when I died that they put African American on it. So let's be clear about that. So you know, me personally, and I always try to, you know, speak in a manner of things that I know. I try not to on things that I don't know. I'll ask question, throw an opinion of what I think about it, people can correct me. That's fine. But when it comes to the name and stuff like that, I mean, even though those are my ancestors and stuff like that, I'm not a Negro. I'm not an African American. I'm not a Freedman. My ancestors were, but unfortunately, or maybe it's fortunate. Who knows? It's in the eye of the beholder. But we are here and now to determine what happens in the future, and that's all I have to say.
All right, company. Thank you. And I respect you. I mean, you say whatever you say. You're not this. You're not that. Then, as a man, I respect your right to be to call to say you're not that. So, I don't have an issue with that. Am I going to go out and disrespect you because you say you're not this, you're not that, or whatever? No. I mean, that's your opinion. I mean, that's your opinion, but that's how you feel. So, you're entitled to feel how you want to feel as well, too. So, I just want to say that much right there. I want to go ahead, and I can't wait to hear what you got to say online. We got two sisters back to back as well, too. Love My Folks says, just don't try to rewrite my history with no trademark hashtag. I'm not trying to rewrite anybody's history. Like I say, our history is intertwined. Our people's blood is deep in the soil of this country. So I'm not, like I say, I'm not all on the hashtag thing or whatever. By lineage, I would be all of these things that's in the title tonight. If I'm just going to be true, by actual lineage, being a descendant of a chattel slavery, I would be every single solitary last one. I know a lot of people don't rock with ADOS. I never really was into the ADOS thing, but by lineage, I would be classified that. By lineage, my parents both have Negro on their birth certificate. By lineage, I would be a freedman. Political status and all that, be a freedman. By lineage, I would be classified as FBA. I don't have a problem if another black person says, hey, I don't want to have nothing. If black persons come up and say, I don't want to have nothing to do with none of that shit. Okay, that's your opinion. If you go talk to some black people on the street that's not on social media, not on Twitter, go talk to a 65-year-old black person and ask them about these hashtags, and they're gonna look at you like you just came out the crazy house. Like, what are you talking about? I don't know about anything you talking about. Hey, so what? Some black people tell you straight up, I'm African American. Some will tell you I'm Black American. You are what you are. If that's what you want to be, fine. Like I say, I personally don't care. I just would like to see, we have some people with some deep scholar roots up in these communities that I would like to actually, them share their expertise with us and try to move this thing forward. Sit on some of these panels, sit on some of these reparation task force and things of that nature and try to push the agenda forward. That's what I would like to see. I don't want them wasting their time worried about going back and forth and post with somebody that really don't even matter. Don't waste your energy and your breath on these people. Go ahead and continue to do what you keep doing. Share your great knowledge, your historical facts that you have, and go ahead and represent your people the way you've been representing them anyways. Don't waste your breath on something. If somebody's not rocking with you and y'all having issues or beef or whatever, don't even go back and forth. And I know I'm guilty of it. Somebody comes up in the comment and says something stupid, I'm quick to say something back to them too. Like, man, you can get your ass up out of my comments first and foremost. But then, like I said, we have people that are much more well-versed in the reparation field than I am. I'll be the first to say that, okay? We're all ignorant to something. I've learned a lot from people with all of these hashtags on here. I'm not ashamed to say that. I've learned a lot. So I'm not ashamed to say I don't pretend to know everything. Nobody on earth knows everything. I've learned a lot from people in here. I've learned stuff going and hearing some of our people speak in some of these spaces and stuff like that. Like, wow, like they're really dropping knowledge up in here. You got a lot of the Freedmen brothers. You got a lot of the FBA brothers and sisters and Negroes and ADOS dropping knowledge. So, I'm thankful for anything that I can learn from them. But like I say, if y'all having an issue going back and forth, man, go ahead and just separate yourself from that person and go ahead and push it forward, man. Aunt Lai, how you doing tonight? Go ahead and unmute your mic.
I'm good. Peace, Black Power, and reparations. I'm kind of scared because Be More Codified got me scared up in here because I didn't know it was that serious. I just was like, oh, okay. I think I'm a comedian. But he had me shaking in my boots. I was like, okay, I apologize. So I'm going to apologize for my jokes right now. I want to give a shout out to my uncle, Mr. Original, because he said it when he said it's some what do you call it, COINTELPRO, because what's important about this topic, I think a lot of people need to understand. I really don't think they do, and that's how we're not winning the debate. Because we are on our terms and we're talking with our emotions about what we feel we are, and that's good enough for you to be that. Like, I consider myself a billionaire and I got a big butt, and that's not my reality. But that's how I feel that I am in the situation. And like you said, I can feel however I want to feel, but everybody know I got a pancake. And with these titles and with these labels, they are descriptions of what a freedman is. FBA and ADOS are descriptions of freedmen. And it's good that people feel that way about themselves. But if you want to go, you got to go to case law. When my husband's about to yell at me, so I'm apologize if he come in yelling. When you look at, when you look the cases, when I say my rights was violated, you have to put case law in there. And every time my attorney got to come up with a case, she has to come up with a case in the books that's already been decided and put that in there, why my rights were violated or why this happens. And by the case law, what we are called is freedmen. And if everybody don't want to get on that page, that's fine. But when you're dealing with the law and you have the people that's going to the court, now this is the thing about the court. Because we have crazy people in the court right now, it can literally go anyway. But what they're going to do is they're going to laugh about it, and it causes more division. And that's why I think my uncle was right when he said it is the COINTELPRO, because it takes more away from the real argument. So now they got to decide what we're going to be called. They don't care what we're going to be called. It's more of a waste of time. And we hurt ourselves in the movement for reparations, for police reform, whenever it is that we want, when we don't use the correct terminology. Because when we on our playing field, we can't be in our emotions. We have to play the game. It's their game. It's their rules. They're empowered. We don't like them. We don't like white supremacists, but they make the rules. They make the power. They make how stuff go. So if we want to call ourselves all these other different names, that's fine by them, because those names don't mean anything to them. Like Newstoter just said, you go into a 60-year-old person and you talking about some hashtag, they're going to look at you like you crazy. The people that's making the rules, making the laws, don't know about this stuff. Mind you, that we're not dealing with the sharpest pencil in the box, so we're not dealing with intelligent people anyway. So when we come and use these terminologies that they don't know about, they're going to look at us like we crazy, and there's no standing for it in the court. So when we talk about, we're going to be called, we can call ourselves whatever we want. Again, I got a fatty. That's not the facts of the case, and that's what's important. So when you're talking legally about getting reparations and what you want for your people, you have to use their terminology. And the legal standing, the legal terminology is freedmen. And, Obama did something by taking Negro off of certain documentation, which actually hurt some of us, but freedmen don't. Even being a freedman party, like I do surveys. It's this company where you do surveys and you get $25 or you get, whatever. And on there it says, what's your political party? Now I'm freedman everything. Everything is, I might get it on my forehead as a tattoo. Freedman is, because that's the legal term. And again, I learned that on Twitter. That's the legal term. So you can call yourself an FBA. That is a description of a freedman. You can call yourself an AD. That is a description. And we got to, some people don't know these what adjectives, nouns, pronouns. They get confused. It's a lot. You get confused now because you got the birds and the bees and the birds. It's a lot of confusion out here. But with all that confusion, none of that matters, because it's what's the legal standing and what's legally. So you can call whatever you want to call, whoever you want to call, but a lot of that is done so that we can fight over things and the movement can be stalled, especially when you see it's rolling. My uncle said it, Mr. Original, he said it. That's what's being done. It's literally being done, and it kind of be done on purpose. Because when you get those arguments, we can never move forward because we don't even know what to call ourselves. And when we don't call ourselves the legal term freedmen, they win. Even with my casework, I'm going to start seeing my attorney if I can start putting myself in there as a freedman, because that is the reason why I was discriminated against when I'm filing this thing. It was because of who my ancestors was. And it needs to be clear. It needs to be marked out. And that's just the facts of the matter. However else I want to feel about the ADOS, and they be really, beefing. So to all of them, peace, love. I don't want no problems. I got too many problems on my own. I'll land my plane. But legally speaking, we have to be freedmen. We could call ourselves whatever we want to call ourselves. But when it comes to the legal status of it, that's what they care about. They don't care about what we want to talk about, and that's the difference of what the energy and the fighting for. It's like what you really like beefing. And I apologize. Be more qualified because you scared me. All right, I'll let my play.
All right. Thank you, Aunt Lai. Let me get to a comment real quick, DM. One person says, the only problem black people have is no unity. As you can see, we're dividing ourselves again over stupid stuff. It would always come back to unity, which was carefully constructed by the enemy. We don't unify. So that's what one person sent me in a DM to go ahead and say real quick. So I want to go ahead and just put that out real quick. Let me go ahead.
You should piggyback off of that. But go ahead.
Let me go ahead and get to I'm gonna get to Miss T, and I'm gonna get to no taxation as well too. So anybody else that wants to speak, y'all go ahead and raise your hand. And yeah, that's just what we're talking about tonight. Just about the things that's going on here, man. And it is really, like I said, we have a lot of brilliant people within our community, and we could just go ahead and harness that energy. I think we'd be better served. That's my personal opinion. Miss T, how you doing tonight?
I am well, Newstoter, and what's up, DJ? Hello, all the powerful Black people in this space. I see some strong brothers and sisters that I am happy to have met in this Twitter. That does some good. You know what, Newstoter, you said something that was key. If you don't qualify, this ain't for you. If you don't qualify, shut up. And I think what we see in a lot of these people is they're like, damn, I was in if they went this way. I could kind of finagle it even though I'm not really Black. But now that they're going this way, I feel like they're going to leave me out. But you won't be left out if this is for you. What's for you is for you. And it doesn't matter what we call ourselves. Because the OMB finna tell us who the fuck we are. It don't matter what I say I am. The OMB is about to rule in a couple of months now. I think we down to 2 or 3 months. They gonna let us know. And you had an opportunity to let your voice be heard. The OMB gave you the opportunity to say, how do you want to be classified? I did post in the comments about the Hispanics and how they have broken them down. And if you look at that, y'all, look at that. They're all still under Hispanic, but they're Cuban, Dominican, Mexican, Puerto Rican, South American, unknown Hispanic. The thing is, we're in America, and we're becoming more and more diluted by migration. So you can't be just Black or just white no more. And then I posted another post. I went to the doctor today for an x-ray, and they didn't even have Black or white on there, period. I don't know if Wellstar was a Jewish hospital, but it asked me, was I Ashkenazi Jew? Was I Jewish, non-Jewish, Hispanic, non-Hispanic? Black or white was not on there. The other option was unknown. That's also in the comments. So we just have to recognize that we live in a society where things are changing. And to be honest, I'm everything. I'm colored. My granddaddy was colored. His mama was mulatto. I'm Black on my birth certificate. My mama was Negro. I'm all of those things. But the legal status, as Aunt Lai said, that's going to tie us into what our inheritance is freedmen. So I'm all of those things. I'm not going to fight nobody. I'm sure not going to fight an avatar. And anybody that doesn't have their actual face on their on their profile picture. I just encourage you all to ignore them. They don't even have enough guts to show their own face and who they are and stand behind their belief or their point of view. So don't even waste your time arguing with them because they just full of shit. But as I said, and I'm going to land on this, Brother Muko, great job. You got me heated up earlier tonight. I love you so much. And I'm praying that you don't bust a good one day because you be in it. But the OMB is about to have the final say. And once they have that final say, that's the final say for the next 10 years. So any paperwork that we're doing for reparations or any of that, whatever California is doing, they may have to adjust who this reparations is going for according to whatever the OMB comes up with. And if you didn't make your voice heard with the OMB, you slipped up, you fumbled the bag, you lost your opportunity. Now just sit down and accept whatever they give you, like they gave us African American. And with that, I land my plane.
All right, Miss T, thank you. Real quick, up in the Jumbotron, guys, we had the actual Newstoter YouTube channel and newsletter. That's on the far right hand side. No, it's actually on the it's in the middle. We don't have much stuff up in there, but we have the newsletter and the YouTube channel. For everybody that's up in the actual Twitter space, please go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel, and when you get a chance, also subscribe to the newsletter as well too. Also, if you can support us on Cash App, that's $Newstoter, $Newstoter. Newstoter is the largest Black-owned, largest Black American-owned news media curation platform today in America. Once again, that is $Newstoter, $Newstoter. If you don't have a Cash App, we have the Venmo and PayPal up in the Jumbotron. For those that want to contribute on YouTube, that is up in the actual description. All of those links for the Cash App, Venmo, and PayPal as well too. So let's go ahead. We got the hands up. Thank you, Miss T. I appreciate you coming in. Lloyd, shout out to you, Lloyd. I see you up in the space as well too. Let me go ahead and kick it to No Taxation. How you doing tonight, No Taxation?
Oh, I can't even tell you how I'm doing. I've been trying to get over here to your spaces since the very beginning, and I've been held up because I got to work on the rally. And tomorrow is my birthday, so happy birthday to me. But
happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. The work still goes on, so I'm okay. I know.
Happy birthday, young lady.
Thank you. Hello to everybody in the room. Listen, this is an important conversation. It really is. It's an important conversation. And here's the thing. Unless the soil is disturbed, the plant won't grow. You can't grow nothing in soil that's not being disturbed. So we're growing. And so let's look at it that way as opposed to any other way. We've always had the infiltrators. That ain't no big thing. People, they keep their eyes on us. All that we know. But now here's what I want to say about this. I was born on the line of colored and Negro, and they called me Negro on my birth certificate. The 60s came, I was with the Black Power movement, and so I called myself Black. And so now here I am getting ready to change my name again. So this is the third time in the history of me on this earth that I'm going to get ready to have a new name, and I welcome it, whatever it is, because I'm going to check the box. That's what I'm going to do. Now, I never called myself African American. That's something I never did do. But I'm going to check whatever box is going to get me paid. Okay? And that's the way I look at it. But having said that, there's something I've been saying in Spaces for the past couple of years or whenever Spaces started. And I don't think people really understood what I meant. But now that the website is out, people can see that what I talk about is what I KNOW. It ain't nothing I heard. The last office I was in on the Hill talking about reparations, that made a difference, was during the Trump administration. And I was sitting with the senior advisor to Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Senator Warren. And he said to me, this is when I took Sandy Darity up there. He said to me, who do we pay This is what that tells me, that they know there's dissent on the name. So let's not pretend that they're not hearing this conversation. They are, okay? And I'm not talking about this spaces. I'm talking about the Twitter conversation. What has effectively happened, and they said originally said it, I wish I had heard it because I never told the truth. We're muddying the waters, and we're making it easier for them that hold the purse to say, well, we don't know who we should pay because you got all these different names. Now, when the OMB comes out and they make a decision, is it going to be on the form immediately? No, it's not. And it takes an act of Congress to change those forms. Okay, that's why you have to go through the OMB. Now, having said that, do we want the waters muddy? No, we don't. But the waters are already muddied, and that's what we're working with. Okay, I personally don't get into those type of arguments on what's the name because I feel like you all's generation should be saying that because, you know, as old folks say, we ain't got long left. You know, that's how we talking. And I mean, I am a woman of a particular age. And so it's not up to me to say what I think. It's only up to me to check the box that you all come up with. And that's how I feel about it. But please remember, the white man that was the senior advisor to Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and Senator Warren's office said, who do we pay? So the more we muddy the waters, the better it works for white supremacy. It doesn't work for us. And I think you all should keep that in mind. And those that can't, they can't. But those that can, rise above it and leave the mess behind. And I want to say to Brother Muko, we ain't never heard Brother Muko shout because he's not a shouter. And so if he is disturbed, that means something. Because when you get men of strength shouting, okay, then you must pay attention to that. You must pay attention to that. He don't have a history of going into spaces shouting. And he did this time because he's fed up. And I understand that. It's up to us that are in these spaces that are neutral-minded, that really feel as though it's a useless argument for some. Those that are working on it, it's not a useless argument. And we get that. But for those of us that are working and toiling in the fields that have nothing to do with name, that has everything to do with us, then we need to keep working and toiling in the fields and let those people that know about this, let them pursue it. And those that don't, that are arguing, pay them no mind. Don't give them any light, pay them dust. Because it really don't matter. In the grand scheme of things, it's really not going to matter. It's not going to matter. Because just as Sister Lyre said, they're going to put on the forms what's on the forms. That's what counts. The only thing that counts is what's on that form. That's it. And I've told y'all in spaces all the time, don't nothing move in this country without money and proper paperwork. So get your paperwork up. Get your paperwork up. That's what you got to do, because you may have to transition that into whatever the OMB says. So make sure your documents are in order, and that's all I want to say.
All right, thank you, sister. Let me say for some of our speakers that's up here, because we got all the speaker slots full. If you're not gonna actually original, I'm gonna go ahead and make you a co-host tonight. Is that cool with you, original? So we can just free up a slot as well too. See if original is there real quick. Original, you there? Okay, original actually disconnected. So, he look like he's coming back up. Let me see if I can. I'm gonna go ahead and make him actual co-host if I can. Original, I want to make you a co-host. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, that's cool.
All right, I'm going to send you the invite right now. I also want to get to, we got a couple new speakers, so I want to go ahead and get to these new speakers real quick. I see Lloyd, you up here, new speaker as well too. So I'm going to go international, Joshua, and then I'm going to get to Lloyd, and we'll get to some of our other speakers that was already up here as well too. So international, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Peace, everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
All right, so with the topic, we all know our people. We know how we are. We got people amongst us who are combative. They're going to argue about anything there is to argue about and be counterproductive. Even when you talk about sports team, you might be in a hometown, everybody likes a sports team, but you got the one person that's going to go against is going to cheer for somebody from a different city just because. I mean, we just like that as people. But when it comes to serious stuff like this with our reparations, you can bring up like the another analogy, the Game of Thrones. You got the White Walkers who represents the white supremacists that want to kill all of us. But the rest of us are these different groups fighting amongst each other, and that's been our history. Like we fight each other and then we get conquered. It happened to the Moors, happened to all of us, but it's just counterproductive. So, when it comes to the name, personally, I like Freedmen, and I like FBA. I like anything that cannot be remixed, and I understand the whole thing with the case law. I have experience with that. You do have to have the devil is the trick word tricks are his mastery. Everything that the words that we use when it comes to in court, they get you used to using certain words, and you don't even realize those words are not in your best interest. So I understand the whole logic with the thing. I think we should just keep it out of the court, because when it comes to everybody else, they don't have to go to court. They just get checks. You know what I'm saying? So with us, I think it's about trying to stop the muddy waters and the $5 FBAs, the $5 Freedmen's, or whatever you want to call it, is the classification thing. Because you're going to have a whole bunch of people who are not from the lineage trying to get in on it. You know what I'm saying? It was a white dude talking about how he was going to make a fake organization to like the Dawes Rose did, and classified a whole bunch of white people as Negro or African American, so they can get their money. They will do that. So I think we should be aware of that, and like with the words that we're going to use, we should be aware that these people will try their best. Even the people from the diaspora will try their best to try to get in on our claim. So we got to be careful about how we classify ourselves. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, we listening to you. Go ahead, you got it.
Oh, okay. I thought I dropped that. Okay, so so for example, you got some people who are white who can claim our lineage because they have ancestors or great grandparents or whatever who were us. So, but on their paperwork, they classify themselves as white to take advantage of privilege of being white. I personally think that if you're doing that, you disqualify yourself. You shouldn't get anything. If you getting privileges that's part of our oppression, you shouldn't get any reparations. That's what I think. So you got a whole bunch of people out here who are white, passing as white, put down on their paperwork that they're white. That can also, I don't, if anybody else want to speak on that, I think that's something that we should, talk about, because that'd be a problem, because I don't have a problem with you having a lineage and being able to get in on a claim, but that opens up the Pandora's box for people who aren't of the lineage to, kind of finesse and say that they're black passing as white, and have fake organizations putting these people in, and next thing you know, you got all these outsiders in on our claim. So back to the thing, we just should focus on, like the brother with the passion was saying, focusing on destroying white supremacy and not sitting around arguing about what to be called, but when it comes to our name, what we should be called, it should be come with a combing out all the bullshit and making sure people that shouldn't be in on the claim is in on the claim. And I'll land that.
All right, appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Let me go ahead real quick and get to we got Joshua, then we're gonna get to Lloyd. Like I said, we want to get to, some new speakers. We'll get to we got Joshua, Lloyd, then we'll get to you, Irie as well too. I see you up here as well too. So shout out to you. So let's go ahead, Joshua. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Was good, Newstoter was good, Dion was good, original. Um, much love. Shouts to y'all for having this space. Yeah, like just to go and speak to the title. Does it really matter? I would say I would answer that question is it does matter. I mean, I think the question that I asked, and it's kind of rhetorical, is all right. So if the bag gets diluted, if um, you know the resources that are supposed to be given to you get diluted because you include a larger group of people than intended originally, is that okay with you, right? Are you okay with helping everybody else just and taking the L as far as like what you were supposed to get out of it for the sake of ending racism or what have you, right? Because everybody loves to just say white people, and I kind of push back on that because we could break white people down into different groups as well. We can say British, we can say German, we can say Russian, we can say all of these different things, right? Um, so I think that it's important to understand, you know, what does it say on the paperwork? What is most consistent if we go back to 1776, or if we go back to 1865, or if we go back to these different periods of time? What is the most consistent, irrefutable thing that we consistently see on this paper, right? I'm probably the youngest person in this room right now. We keeping it 1,000, right? 26. Everybody wants to talk about this younger generation. Technically, depending on who you ask, I'm a Gen Xer or I'm a millennial, depending on who you ask. But everybody wants to dump on this younger generation, say we're soft or they're soft. Depending on how you look at it, I'm a different generation. All of these different things about the microwave generation, everything is easy, TikTok, blah, 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 blah. What I think everybody needs to really think about and address is when you tell people that they're being emotional, but then you go ahead and you say, I don't want to be called a Negro because it's too close to the word nigger. You're being emotional. All of these things that you speak about the younger generation, you wanting to disconnect from that word is you being emotional. It is literally what it is. So, I mean, I get the idea of wanting to create something else and be sovereign, but you can't throw stones at a glass house. Like, you can't live in a glass house and throw stones. Like, look, you're not on a solid foundation if you're making that argument. What have we seen happen beneficial from transitioning from the term Negro to Black? I need a real answer from somebody. If somebody could show me an organization or something seriously beneficial that's happened since that, then I'll shut the fuck up. I'll never speak on it again, and I'll just call myself Black. But I haven't seen shit. I seen BET. I seen rappers. I seen some things, but I ain't seen no real money come from it. I ain't seen no pride except for people getting killed. Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, all of the Black Panthers. What do we have to show for this shit except people who not here no more? Like I mean, look, the Freedmen thing, I never heard of it before 2020. So respect to anybody who wants to call himself that, but I've never heard nobody calling himself a Freeman before the year 2020 in my life ever. So I mean, look, all of this is us trying to give respect for our ancestors, and I definitely feel that. Like the example I give all the time is, let me put myself in the most business acclimated state that I could be. I have a formal incorporation, right? So let me look at it from an Anglo-Saxon standpoint. If this group of people here, right, I can see that their parents got done dirty and they took bad deals. I can see that their grandparents took bad deals. I can see that their grandparents, great grandparents, took bad deals in business, right? Why would I not come in and try and give them a low ball as far as an offer? So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about respect. You talk about money, and we can talk about all this other stuff all day long to blue in the face and get caught up in games and semantics. Stop the bullshit. The word that you're gonna see most often, if you born before the year 1960 or before 1970, is gonna be Negro. Stop being emotional. That's what the hell it says, and it says that consistently. So we can change that shit after the fact, but I just need you to understand you don't get to talk shit about the younger generation and do the same shit that they doing.
Well, real quick, bro, nobody was in here talking noise about the younger generation, so I'm not exactly.
Oh no, I'm not talking about you. I'm
Oh,
speaking in general. Like I said, we got a lot of elders here. We respect to all of the elders. I'm just saying, like you don't get to talk shit about the younger generation being soft and this, that, and the third. They're not hearing. They're not hearing what the hell you saying because they people they read in the books. Like if you have graduated from high school before within the next 2 or 3 years, all of these kids have seen the word Negro in these books in history class. When they was in elementary school, middle school, high school, they see it continuously. 3/5 of the vote is the Negro. It's in the Constitution. Blah 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 blah. You can't erase that. They see that shit. They know what the hell it means. So if you're talking about following the laws and the Constitution and all that stuff, it's still there. So and they could change whatever they want to change in Florida, and it might change it. But they know it. I know it. You know it. You're not gonna get through to the younger generation who's really the future. Like I'm at the end of it. These young kids, they the ones who this shit matters for. Like it's over for after you get past a certain point. It really don't matter for you no more. It's just you trying to get a bag and try to have respect for your elders. So they the ones who have to live with this shit. Feel me? So if we're gonna continue to like muddy the waters as international just said, we're gonna continue to muddy the waters. They're gonna dilute who built this country. I think Trump said it the other day. He's like African Americans built this country. Who is he talking about? He wasn't talking about Elon Musk, which when you say African American is very clear that could be anybody. That could be an Egyptian. That could be somebody from Algeria. That could be somebody from Morocco. When you say African American, that's very general.
I think
But
he was.
notice though,
I believe, and I can never speak for anybody, but I believe he was referring to actually black people from actual chattel slavery built the country. Now he.
I agree. I agree. What I'm saying though is is that you know that I know that. But if we continue to allow people to muddy the waters and get away from the terms that were actually used for those people who did not get paid for the work that they did, that they'll be able to go back in history 30 years from now and be like, maybe they were talking about Elon Musk people, right? Maybe they was talking about the people from the Caribbean who's black, right? Because they people came here in 1960, like Mr. Carmichael, right? That's not who he's talking about. Respect to him, respect to the work he did for the Black Power movement. But I still haven't gotten an answer from anybody yet, or anything shown that shows actual, like, very valuable things that have come from that. I've had a lot of emotional, like, social coolness and cultural rap stuff that comes from it, but I haven't seen no tangible assets, which ADOS always talks about tangibles. Ain't no tangibles came from that whole black movement. So I'm gonna land there. I just wanted to bring up the point and like hammer home the idea that the younger generation is the future, and we're gonna confuse the narrative if we don't actually address the fact that this paperwork and the constitutional foundation of this country, right, does not say Freedmen. It does not say ADOS. It does not say black. You know what it says.
But real quick, because I do have to get the other speakers. But isn't Negro still synonymous with black though?
It is, but here's the thing. Here's the problem with that.
Not to be too long winded because we got a bunch of hands up. So, but I mean,
okay, now I'm gonna quickly answer that.
Yeah, go ahead and real quick.
You're right, but on paperwork, on these documents, as far as the asset, which would be the person, it doesn't say black, right? So it's like we talking about a square can be a rectangle could be a square, but a square can't be a rectangle. It's the same argument. Like you're saying, what you're saying is true. It's still not changing the fact that somebody can be a Negro. We know what they're talking about, a black person. But there's no way you talk about a black person and that's guaranteeing that that's going to be a Negro person. That's the point.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you, Joshua. Let me go ahead and get to the other speakers too. So if you get a chance and you want to speak again, just go ahead and raise your hand. Real quick, no taxation and Miss T. Okay, no taxation. You raise your hand because I was going to try to clear some of our speakers out that's not speaking right now because we have people that's trying to come up. So for those that don't have their hands up right now, because we want to go ahead and open it up because we got quite a few people putting their hands up. If you're coming up to speak, then if you requested to speak, then we want you to go ahead and speak. If not, then we need to go ahead and drop you down because we got quite a few people up here that want to speak at this point in time real quick. So please go ahead. If you're not going to speak at this moment, just go ahead and drop it. And guys, right now we full in the speaker slot. So just to let you guys know, we're full right now in the speaker slot. Let me go ahead real quick and I'm going to go to Lloyd. I'm going to go to Irie. I'm going to go the company. I'm going to drop you down because you spoke a few times. So I'll bring you back up a little bit later on, but I'm going to drop you down.
Okay, can I just say what I got to say for a minute?
No, real quick, company. I'll bring you back up, but you spoke quite a bit. So let me go ahead and we'll bring you back up in a little bit. But let me go ahead and clear the speaker spot out and we'll bring you back up. So let me go ahead and we're going to go to Lloyd, Irie, Heavenly, because I want to get to some of the new speakers as well, too. Black Native, I don't think you spoke either, so I'll get you in here as well, too. So, Lloyd, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, everybody. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Hey, what's up now?
Okay, so many people have said stuff. Oh, everything's great. So many people have said stuff that my head is spinning because I want to address a lot of it. But I want to start with Josh first. Josh, you said you were 36 years old.
I said 26. You weren't listening. Thank you.
Let's do this. That was a mistake. It wasn't a jab. So we don't have to beef because I don't beef with anybody. Here's my point. I am 62. And what you haven't seen, there's a billion things I haven't seen. I've been here 30 years longer than you have. So if you live long enough, you'll see a lot. You've never been in a position where they would not let you into a restaurant. When you talk about what you haven't seen, I've been the victim of not being allowed in a restaurant. I've been the victim of being the kid that integrated an all-white school. That was done before you were born. That may have been done before your parents were born. So what I am saying to you is that you said, and these are your words, we have to learn to start thinking critically rather than emotionally. And American Freedmen is a critical thought. It is not emotion. Because what it says is either your ancestors were enslaved in this country or they weren't. It's not free, Freemen, Freeman. It's freed with a D. And that D is so important because it says either you were enslaved or you were not. One day they were telling you what to do, the next day they couldn't. Anything else can be convoluted. When we talk about FBA, well, somebody can say, what does that mean? And then all of a sudden we're off on a rant, I think this, that, or the other thing. Well, here's the thing with American freedmen. Were your ancestors enslaved here? No. Well, then you're not eligible for reparations. And I meant to start out by saying this. I will always be black. I was born black, gonna stay black. However, I understand the ethnic designator of freedmen speaks to mine and my ancestors' experience in this country. It has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with anything but experience. And so I will always be black, but I'm a black American freedman because not all blacks in this country were descendants of slaves. Not all black folks, families were working in cotton fields. And so we want to turn this into this thing about beating on my chest and all that about who we are and how and what I aligned to be. Here's the thing: if you truly embrace your history, if you truly embrace where you come from, if you are truly proud of that, you can't be anything else but American freedman. Because look at what it took to become an American freedman. Your DNA, American freedman's DNA has survived capture in Africa, the Middle Passage, slavery, Jim Crow, the redlining, prison industrial complex. Can't nobody else in this country say that but us. But we want to get some respect. We want to be validated. Almost cursed, not doing it tonight. I was validated the second I came out of my mother's hoo-ha. I really was. I really am. So if you're running from the term American freedman, you don't embrace it, then you don't embrace our true history. You don't. You want to be acceptable. You want white people to say you're as good as I am. If you don't already know that, you have a problem. If you don't already know you were born better than most white people, because I will point out after all those things I listed that we had to go through, I will point out that they couldn't get through the first winter without the help of the Indians. Isn't that the story they always put out? But we want to run from our heritage. No, I run to my heritage. It's what I lean on when I'm in trouble. And we need to stop this craziness and recognize there's between 90 and 180 $trillion on the table. Let me say that again. 90 and 180 $trillion with a T on the table, and we're sitting around gonna argue this, that, and the third. Gonna come up with something that when we go to Congress to make the argument, we have to explain to them what it is. Oh, well, FBA means whether, no, freedmen, they get it. They get it, and we get the money. Everything else, you give them an argument to take the money right off the table. So I'm begging people, like Josh said, stop thinking emotionally and begin thinking critically. Because there's 90 to 180 $trillion with a T on the table. That basically works out to somewhere between $120,000 to $180,000 every year for every American freedman that is eligible at the time it's enacted that means that everybody listening to this that's American freedmen would get between $100,000 and $180,000 every year for the rest of their lives. And that means that the wealth gap everybody talks about, use that big word, gone in a couple years. And it also means that when you die, that money goes to your heirs. It's in perpetuity. It goes to yours, and it's tax-free. So how about this? Let's focus on what we could do with $90 to $180 trillion and stop the dumbass arguments. Because anybody that's coming in and convoluting the waters, they're really not, they're operatives. I don't know why they're doing it, but I have to ask myself, why would you hold 36 million people, that is the estimated number of people that would be eligible? Why would you hold them hostage like this? What is your real motive? Because you can't argue with the logic. Freedmen, either you are or you are not. Either your family was enslaved or it was not. So I'm going to just ask people to, and in the street, you can be anything you want. You can be a purple pig, people, if that's what you want to be. But when it comes to our ethnic identity, we have to be American freedmen. Anything else takes everything that we've got out there off the table. I'll land there.
All right. I gotta clear some of the people out of here. No taxation and lie. I'm gonna bring you back up here, but some of the people that spoke, let me go ahead because we have a couple new people. The company, you've been up here for a minute, so that's why I say I'll go ahead and I'll bring you back up here. I'm gonna go ahead and I'll bring you back up here, company. So give us a second at this moment. You've been speaking for a minute, so we'll go ahead and we'll get back to you, company. No taxation and lie. I'll bring you guys back up here. I'm trying to get a couple new speakers out because we got a bunch of people requesting to come up here, and right now all the slots are filled. So let me go ahead. No taxation, lie. I'm going to remove you from speakers, but I'm going to bring you back up here. Just go to listeners for a second, and I'll get you back up here as soon as I can. So let me go ahead real quick and the company, like I say, I already told you I'll bring you back up here, man. But you've been up here for a minute, so let me go ahead. Anybody that's let me see real quick. Daughter of Zion, are you going to speak right now? If not, I can drop you back down, and we can bring you back up as well too. So everybody that's up in the speakers row, you got to have your hands up because we're gonna go ahead. Lloyd, I'm going to drop you down for a second. I'll bring you back up as well too. So we're trying to go ahead and get all the new speakers in here because we booked the capacity right now. So Joshua, I'm gonna bring you back up here as well too. So let me go ahead and get to I think it's Irie's turn now. So let Irie go.
Let's Sister Black Native go, please. We just heard Lloyd Long eulogy. Well, I want to hear Sister Black Native as a female, just to keep the sisters slow. I can go after her.
Okay, Irie, you kind of low a little bit tonight, but that's cool though.
Oh, I'm sorry. How I sound now, bro?
You still a little low, but let me go. I'll go to Black Native and then I'll come back to you.
How does sound? I'm good now?
That's way better. Yeah. Black Native.
Cool. Thank you.
Black Native, you got it. Go ahead.
What's up, Newstoter, DJ?
What's up now?
What's up? I'm on my bootleg phone. My good phone is charging. I just had a couple of questions. Now, the term freedmen, was that after slavery? Were they then termed freedmen, or was it during slavery that they were called freedmen? Because to me, white supremacy, the whole thing on white supremacy is time wasting. They're wasting our time. We're wasting our time. We're arguing over what we should be called. Now, I understand they're saying freedmen is status, like that's the only thing that they'll recognize in the courts. I understand that. But when we were in the mix of slavery, were they calling them freedmen or were they calling them Negroes? I just need to understand that.
They were actually.
So, hold on, let me finish. I didn't even finish. Please don't cut me off. So that's one thing. And so
like you said, this is just like we got trillions of dollars. Like Lloyd said, he said from what 80 to 100. He said what 90 to 180 trillion dollars on the table. And I believe these are operatives. They have to be. It's no other logic behind this. I don't understand how we cannot come together for money and a lot of money. We want this. This is what we've been wanting. This is what our ancestors deserve. And we're up here arguing. Now, I can see FBA, yeah, that's out the window. I can see ADOS, that's out the window. So I just need a clear understanding of the term Freedmen and when did that come into existence. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Good stuff, Sister Black Name. Good stuff. Let's see who up next. I think daughter Zion.
Okay, thanks. I don't know if I was next, but I've just been listening for a while.
I'm just randomly picking somebody.
Oh, okay.
You're the next contestant now, Carol. Come on down.
I don't have Freedmen in my profile. I'm just, it's the same thing I think the young man was saying that was 26. I mean, I know you guys are saying that it's legal. I mean, I don't know why wasn't never on anybody's birth certificate? I mean, why was it just Negro, Black? Why was Freedman never on a birth certificate? And then it's just confusing to me in the paperwork. So, I mean, you guys, I don't know, whoever's designating this and starting the free, they need to like put it in writing somewhere. Where's the law? Where's the legal designation? And then I just get so tired of the bullying because everybody's been up on this stage saying we have to go where Freedman has been angry, yelling, saying we're stupid if we don't call ourselves Freedmen. And that's all it's ever been for the last 2 or 3 years, ever since, the people left ADOS to become Freedmen. It's just been, that's all it's been. Online, on Twitter, in person, it's just that it's there. That it's just there all the time. And I don't know if it's just how you guys are coached.
Wait, real quick, because I just walked out for a second because I had the actual order of how I want to keep the room. To the co-host, let's let everybody that's up here that hasn't had a chance to speak yet, let them speak. No taxation and Miss T, we're going to bring you guys back, but we got a bunch of people up here, so we can go ahead and try to keep order. Everybody, I want you to go in the order that we actually have the actual speakers as well too. Miss T and no taxation, I'm going to bring you guys back up here as well too, but I want to kind of keep a little bit of order of the room, how we have everything ordered. I just walked away for a second, and I know Black Native was speaking, but I don't know exactly what happened to the order. I'm going to bring you back up here, no taxation as well too. But do not, at this point in time, until the actual speakers that's up here speaking, let them go ahead and speak. And then everybody else, because we have people that already spoke, we'll bring them back up here in a second. Let's go ahead. I had Black Native, and then I wanted to hear Irie go next too. So we're going to go ahead and try to keep the order of the room so we can bring speakers up. We're going to switch speakers in and out for people that do want to come back and talk as well too. So do not bring any other speakers up here. Let the ones that's up here speak. And then we'll go ahead and we'll start bringing other speakers up here. If they spoke before, I definitely want to go ahead and try to get the new speakers up in the room as well, too. So I'm not sure who was speaking. I just came back.
She was good. I was with my babies. I guess the little pause they said because I spoke with my hand up. So it was a good technicality. It wasn't nothing bad or nothing like that.
Okay, who was speaking? Because I'll go ahead and let them finish. Because
Sister Daughter Zion.
Okay, daughter Zion, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I just wasn't sure with the actual order of the room. So I want to go ahead and keep the speakers up here that's going, and then we'll go ahead and start because we got people that spoke before that want to come back up. We'll start switching y'all in and out and whatnot. But go ahead, daughter Zion.
Well, I kind of forgot my train of thought, but I mean, whatever.
All right, Irie, go ahead and speak.
Blessings to you, Brother Toner, Brother Shed. We can get right into it, man. It's been a while getting to this topic conversation. A lot has come, so I'll do some stuff in the Jumbotron.
Hey, Irie, real quick. I can't say Jersey in the building no more. Winrella up here, okay? So, to sell my jersey. I bet I gotta get updated on that later. So check it. So I threw up in the jumbotron this part, and I wanted to make sure it was clear. Newsweek said that we owed $151 million after they did a study for reparations each. So that's that part. Another part that I threw up in the jumbotron was something for the White House, the report of the White House conference to fulfill these rights. That right there was speaking about our rights that was given. People in attendance was General Thurgood Marshall, Dr. Martin Luther King, and another great notable American Negro scholars and leaders in their respective fields. You also can see our policy in that as well. One of the things I wanted to pull up, and I got this up here from Brother Newstoter when he said, "Isn't black synonymous with Negro?" And in this part, I've been learning about, and I shared, it's up in the jumbotron with the West Virginia University source link, and it says the use of the terms Negro and Black to include persons of Native American ancestry in Anglo-North America by Jack D. Forbes. And I'm only picking up this first paragraph here, which is the California State Supreme Court of 1854. And this was something that they stated. It said in 1854, the California State Supreme Court sought to bar all non-Caucasians from equal citizenship and civil rights. The court stated the word black may include all Negroes. So we're just going with words right now. We're not going to even encompass it with what we believe it to be, or Black American. We're just talking about how the government or the Supreme Court or the courts see these words and terms. So it says the word black may include all Negroes, but the term, see, black is a word, Negro is a term, but the term Negro does not include all black persons. So that right there was just to show you that, yeah, there may be a relation, but synonymously they cannot be in the eyes of the law. So that was just there for that right there. I threw up in there Special Field Order 15 with that entity known as #Freedmen, because I commonly pull this out when I'm speaking to Freedmen, because they speak of Special Field Order 15, but they never want to read it in its entirety. We did so earlier. I'm not going to really do so right now because to each his own. People can look at that. But if you're going that, you'll see who the lands were designated to, what offices were supposed to be specific for, and what's supposed to be, et cetera, et cetera. As well, I threw up in there something just from a conversation that we had earlier today in a room where they had a quote, where they had a shout out to Elder Val for bringing us this NBC News article, which came out yesterday at 4:19 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And this one says, Black Californians don't see the state's reparation task force as a guarantee of compensation. And this is very important that this spirit is wakened, and that article was to be able to be documented, not none of these spoof websites, like one of these little weirdo websites. This is a reputable news agency that is reporting and documenting this event from this point in time, this point in history. And I'm glad they got this person to do an interview with, because this person embodies exactly what reparations is supposed to be. So the editor chose a great story out of the lesson stories, I'm sure, that they came back with to go ahead and represent for their company. And this story is important because shout out to Brother Johnson for bringing this up as we've read this portion. And it reads this. And it'd be titled Only the American Negro, the American Negro Space, all of that. Yeah, you can read that. It's under that hashtag. But it's this right here that's important, which is the picture. It says in Los Angeles, the largest city in California, Black people make up only 8% of the population, while 35% of its homeless population is Black. This fact gives Michelle J. Smith, I don't know how I can do this, shout out to the sister American Negro, Michelle J. Smith, pause. So this fact gives Michelle J. Smith pause about the potential programs being laid out as part of reparations, because they may not reach the right population. So remember, you know how people say, okay, Black Negro, it's all the same. Black American is the descendants of slavery. But this is who is understandably a Black American is saying in this compensation, reparations compensation, it may not reach the right population. It's very important, because this person is not going under the auspice of American Negro and Negro American. This is a Black American who's an ancestor or who's a descendant of an American Negro, but not even coming to the knowledge of saying American. They're still saying Black American, but delineating that even in saying that they might not reach the right population due to that Black American. And they'll even say it right here. It says, the average Black person is thinking 40 acres and a mule. This is very important. The Special Field Order 15 is the lawful legislation piece of law that embodies what is known as 40 acres and a mule. Shout out to my ancestors for remembering 40 acres and a mule, because they couldn't possibly retain the information from Special Field Order 15 in total. But it was something that we had to remember. Remember, we just came off of plantation, and many of us couldn't even read for 185 years. It was illegal. So we're coming fresh off of a plantation and remembering this all the way up to this person taking a minute. So my great grandmother started in New Jersey between Martin Luther King and Whiteman in 1993 to this person in 2023, just yesterday night at 4:19 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, remembering the same ancestral blessing of I'm owed 40 acres and a mule. So when you speak to the American Negro, separate probably from the Black American, you're speaking to a person that is receptive of knowing that when you speak reparations, I'm owed 40 acres and a mule. So just that notion there alone, to put that in this document, is profound. But I'll go ahead and say this. Sid Smith, a beauty industry entrepreneur, a beauty industry entrepreneur based in LA. But there are so many other things that are wrapped into this thing. These are things that are supposed to be for the betterment of our daily existence. They talk about putting things back into the Black community while making sure we have these programs and centers. But hey, the Black community here, because of gentrification, I'm going to repeat that sentence again. But hey, the Black community here, we're in LA, because of gentrification, meaning flat blackness, is almost non-existent. It's nothing like it was. What she's saying is it's not as Negro as it was. And then she says this again. So you raise an eyebrow about who these programs are really going to help. That part is very crucial because we just read that today from an interview that just aired yesterday, and it's speaking about 40 acres and a mule, known as Special Field Order 15. I threw in there the Noah Webster's definition of Negro in America. America is an English-speaking country. Negro in Spanish is an adjective. This is very important for those who probably grew up around conjunction function. And I'm going to wrap it up and kind of land with this because I don't want to be long-winded, right? But I put in the Jumbotron to give you the overlay, so I'm not just speaking without you being able to read. Because remember, we're taking emotion out of this. When we think about an adjective and a verb, things are different. In Spanish-speaking countries, Negro as Black is denoted as Negro, and it's an adjective for a color. But when we come and speak about Negro people, especially in America, and you're speaking about Negro in an English-speaking country, you can see the Noah Webster's American Dictionary of the English Language. Negro is up there, and you can read it. And then American is up there as well. Then you can read that as well. So what I'm saying is this. Yes, language does matter. You're speaking about the descendants of American chattel slavery. Special Field Order 15 will tell you who those people were. And any history that you go down, no matter what, if it's your grandma's birth certificate, your grandpa's birth certificate, start there and then see what name they were called. And once you get there, whether you've been changed from that, just recognize that as an injury to you more than just a reclassification that you have to identify with and find solace in, because as the brother Young Joshua has stated, we've been Black for probably the past, 60, 70-something years, since 60s. And the monumental things that we haven't been able to achieve, but giving out everything else to everyone else's benefit is presidential. Everyone knows it. Everybody can see it. And I also thought there as well, Senator Harry Reid mentions that Obama is a light-skinned African-American Black Negro dialect. And that source is in the Jumbotron too. But I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I appreciate you brothers for hosting this space. It's way different from last time we was in here. This topic. Thank you very much.
No problem. Appreciate it. Joshua, I'm going to let you come back up here after the actual speakers. Everybody goes up here. Like I say, I'm letting the actual new speakers get a chance to go ahead. So once the new speakers go ahead, we'll go ahead and we'll bring you back up here after that. Let me go ahead and go to Talent. Talent, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Peace and love. Well, y'all trying to Shaq and Kobe right now. Peace and love to the room. Okay, so as it pertains to the conversation, what is our federal identification? I don't care about what you call it in your state, your town, what you call your friends, what you call your people. On a federal level, what is our universal identity? Prior to 1977, it was Negro, because even Black, colored, or mulatto denoted Negro blood. That's the one-drop rule, right? So we had always been Negro as a body of people. Here's the example. Anybody that knows the OMB started in 1970, but the BOB, which is the Bureau of Budget, started in 1920 and ended in 1970. between 1920 and 1970. We were a race, a ethnicity, a body of people who were called Negro. In that time frame, we had Negro leagues. In that time frame, United Negro College Fund. We could go to 1965. We had Martin Luther King. We had the Civil Rights Movement. We had the March on Washington, which was for Negroes. The biggest collective action that we have created as Negroes is the Civil Rights Act of 1964 as Negroes. On a federal level, that did what? That changed the entire country. That allowed integration, that changed everything, and we did that as a nation of Negroes. I mean, people could bring it back to Brown versus Board education in 1954, but we still talking about Negro people. But after 1977, since we're dealing with this whole OMB and everything that occurred with Directive 15, it took us from a nation or a body or a race of people, which is not a race of color. You know, American language is kind of different. You know, you got to look up these double meanings and see what means something in a court of law versus what means something in contract, corporate law. What does it mean in the Webster's, but also what does it mean in black law? We'll get to that Freedmen thing. But what I want to do is go here. In 1977, the OMB turned black into this, and you can go. 1970, black, a person having origins in any of the black racial groups of Africa. On my page, you will go to see that American Indian, Asian Pacific Islanders, and white have an origin to an original people, not to an ethnic, racial, not even to a racial group. And that's where we got black on federal record, 1977. So all this OMB is open that we're dealing with now is what happened then. That's when we legally, on a federal level, became black as a people. But it wasn't exclusive to the descendants of American chattel slavery because it denoted us to having a relationship with any black racial group of Africa. In 1997, after Jesse Jackson ran for office and put the African American, we need to get some culture, all that shit that they said, they just added, or African American. That's why Obama is an African American legally. Like, go to the website, go to government.gov. He is the 44th president and the first African American president. Social term, he's the first black president. Why? Because those things denote racial identifiers and not a specific people. Because if it was so, we wouldn't have an issue with HR 40, because HR 40 says African American on a federal level, but we know we can't gatekeep African American. We know we can't gatekeep black, but historically the term that we were able to delineate and continue to delineate was Negro. Hence why Negro has been taken off the federal record out of law. Why? Because we are Negro. That is what we are able to position ourselves on a federal level. Keyword, what is our national identity? What is it? Another one, what is the national identity of a freedman when we had free people of color? When we had people who were free in 1830? We talking about Carter G. Woodson, who was talking about the highest percentage of free people was in 1830, and those individuals who were not freedmen. New York City, I live here, 1827 is when they abolished slavery, so you were not a freedman in 1827. Prior to that, you were a free Negro that needed to be manumitted by court. Why? Because the law of the land is slavery. So the status to be free had to be approved by a court of law. Hence why in 1863, when Lincoln did Emancipation Proclamation, you didn't need to go to the court to get free, because free now became the law of the land. So to be a freedman is not a status, it's your natural right, because your ass is free. The only way you can be free and need a status is if slavery needs to be the main mission. Hence why when the Civil War happened, contraband was the word that was used for those who escaped, who were freedmen because they ran their ass from the South, from the Confederates to fight for the Union Army, but they could not be a free man because there's no fucking status to that. There had to be contraband, which is a new status during the time of war, hence almost like a prisoner of war status. We need to get directly connected to law and what words mean. In 1865 to 1872, saying that freedmen is a status is a fucking lie. Is it a social term that denoted the Negroes who were free? And I'm going to land here. Here is the definition of freedmen in Black's Law Dictionary, and I'm going to be done. And it denotes who?
Okay.
The common language of freedmen denotes respecting Negroes. In Black's Law Dictionary, freedmen, emancipated person who was formerly enslaved, but in the United States, it regards respecting Negroes. So there is no freedman without a fucking Negro. And if freedman is an ethnic identity, then that means what's the ethnic origin? 1865? When's the ethnic origin? Because the OMB that has been positioned, because I've been looking through them all the freedmen, their ethnic origin is 1865. I don't know how you can put together a claim for 1619 to 1864. I don't know how you can go to Senate Bill 548, which took the patent from the slaves and gave them to the slave owner, and it says Negro slaves. I don't know how you can.
Hey, talent, real quick, because we got to go ahead. And I'm gonna. This is it. Hey, speakers, we're gonna start limiting everybody to 2 minutes because there's a lot of hands and there's a lot of people.
You got me. Let me just land here.
Go ahead and land.
In order to have a full claim, you have to respect the Negro. And here's this: if anybody who is having an issue with Negro and saying that Negro is a race, but freedmen now is an ethnic identity, then why the fuck you so upset at people standing on Negro?
Okay. For all our speakers, y'all, because we got people that want to come up next and speak to, and we got some speakers that's really going to go for a minute. We're going to go ahead and keep everybody to 2 minutes. I know that's for some of y'all that's kind of hard because some of y'all it takes 2 minutes to really start warming up. But because we want to go ahead and get all the speakers up here, and then we want to bring our speakers back up here as well too. So we're going to give everybody 2 minutes to go ahead and speak so we can go ahead and get to the next speaker. And then we can, like I say, start bringing back up some of the other speakers. Once you speak, for right now, we're going to go ahead and we're going to drop you back down. And then when everybody is up here, we're not going to Prince, you're gonna be the last one of the new speakers we're gonna have up here for right now. And then once you speak, we're gonna start bringing back our other speakers. And if any new speakers come up here first, we're gonna go ahead and give them priority as well too. So we're gonna keep this to 2 minutes because everybody wants to say something, and I want to get our other speakers back up here as well too. Sorry we had to drop you guys, but it's been a lot of people requesting to speak. It was all filled up, so we're gonna go ahead and keep it to 2 minutes, and then we're gonna go ahead and drop the speaker as well too. Talent, I appreciate you coming in and speaking. I'm going to remove you from speaker, but you free to come back up once we get through with our other speakers. Let me go ahead and get to Dana. Dana, go ahead. How you doing tonight? Go ahead and unmute your mic, Dana.
Hey, it's an interesting, good discussion, honey, but I don't know why you putting new speakers on a 2 minute.
because everybody going like, hey, okay. I get a new speakers 3 minutes, but everybody going like 5, 7. Hey, everybody going like 7, 8 minutes a speaker, like goddamn, like I mean, like.
But listen, honestly, talent just confused me a little bit. I got confused like midway into it, but I don't have a problem with somebody call themselves, whether you want to be Negro or Freedmen, ADOS, FBA. ADOS, FBA, that was more of a new term that just came about. However, the 4 names you have listed in the title, they represent a lineage here in this country, especially when it comes to reparations. And that is the number one priority. Can you prove your lineage here? American descendant of slavery, right? That's straight to the point. But then we all know people after slavery, reparations is still owed to us, what was done to us after slavery, right? So a lot of that, it would fall under Freedmen. Black Authority, what was it, a couple of days ago on Monday Space, Black Authority authority came up here and very eloquently broke down the origin of the word freedman. That freedmen has been around for centuries. It's not just labeled for Black people. It was labeled back in Roman times during Greek civilization. They labeled people who were enslaved and legally let go as freedmen, a freed man. So that is more of a legal term, being formerly enslaved person who was released from slavery by legal means, which happened for us Black people here in America in 1865, when slavery ended. But if you had, and I said this before, if you come from a lineage where your families were able to escape, or you were in, someone brought up New York State, you probably are not registered as a freedman. Every single Black person who walked off or ran off a plantation is not registered. So if we're only looking for freedmen because that is a registered registry under the federal government, then that's not going to include people who have a lineage to this country. That is old reparation. It is a good portion of it, but it's not the complete picture. So I would say that's the only pushback. I would say just calling myself a freedman. Personally, I don't know if my family registered in the Freedmen Bureau, and I do have a lineage that goes back to slavery on my paternal side, and maybe and also on my maternal side as well, but I don't know if they're registered under freedmen. So again, but am I still owed reparations? Absolutely, but that is a legal term, and we're just claiming it as, only Black people will call freedmen, and that's not true. But either way, Negro, ADOS, FBA, freedmen, those terms do make us separate us from the new Black immigrants that are over here under this Pan-Africanism that's trying to get a piece of the pie here. No. So whatever you want to call yourself, just make sure that it predates our lineage to the foundation of this country that we built. So I think it's a good discussion. Nobody isn't arguing, and this is the topic. But, what's most importantly is tracing your family back to the foundation of this nation, being owed reparations, repair, restitution. So, yeah, and as long as we know how to separate our identity from everybody else, because when you look at Jewish people and their reparations, well, the Persians who were Jewish, they don't say, well, I'm Persian Jew, they're just Jewish. Did they receive some type of restitution and reparations when they fled over here from Iran? Yes, they did. But they got Jewish reparations. So I don't think we should get caught up in names. Only time we need to be caught up in names is when we need to make sure that we are separating ourselves from this Pan-Africanism, sharing a pot with other Black people throughout the diaspora. And I land.
All right, Dana, and I agree with you. Like I said, to me, whatever you want to call yourself, you're more than welcome to call yourself whatever you want to call yourself. At the same time, like we're saying, it goes back to your actual lineage. If you can prove that you're a descendant of child slavery, then you're entitled to reparations. So that's my whole thing. I mean, I'm not going to tell somebody what they can and cannot call themselves from a historical point, from a personal point, from a religious point, whatever you want to call yourself, fine. But like I said, you can call yourself whatever you want to, but if you can't prove that your roots trace back to chattel slavery in this country, you're not owed a dime. So, and like the title says,
I just want to intercept one quick thing, 30 seconds.
Real quick.
And if you trace your family back prior to 1865 and you were free, right? And you had land after 1865, and when they took back 40 acres and a mule, a lot of Black people still owned and operated land, particularly in Texas, and that land was forced away from them illegally by who we call exile now. So those people are still, that lineage, those families are still owed reparations. Is it a connection to slavery? No, it happened after slavery, but that still falls under reparations as well. So a lot of stuff happened after 1865 as well. So that's it.
All right, Dana. I'm going to drop you down for a second too. And once we get through with the speakers, like I say, everybody can come back up here and raise your hand, and we're going to bring y'all back up here to speak to. We just want to go ahead and get the new speakers in there, and then we'll bring our people. We'll bring you back up here as well too. So just want to go ahead. Let's go ahead and get to Let me get to Ayon. Ayon, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, good evening to the hosts and the co-hosts. In regards to the title of the room, and good evening to everybody in the room. FBA, Freedmen, Negro, ADOS, does it really matter? I would definitely say yes, it does, and it all depends on whether or not you're talking about federal versus state. Because I realize that mostly people are pushing these state reparations. So we're, from my standpoint, as well as Irene and Talent, we've always looked at this traditionally from a federal level. So it kind of makes this topic a bit complicated to speak to the average person, because everybody's so focused on a state-by-state reparations basis. Nonetheless, I did want to ask the person, the Lloyd Kelly, a question about the figure that he threw out there. Do you have an article or documentation in regards to that particular figure you threw out as far as the money?
He's dropped down to listener, but once we get you guys, once we get you and Prince and Rella up at the actual speaker spot, we'll bring him back up. But he's dropped down to listener right now, just so we can go ahead and clear things out.
Okay, yeah, that's all I have, and I'll drop down.
No. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Sister AI, you and Lloyd should connect. Y'all both got good information. But go ahead.
All right, let's go ahead real quick and get to we're gonna get to Rella's next, and then we're gonna get to Talent and the international. We're gonna get to you guys right now, but we trying to get rid of. We trying to not get rid. I don't want to say get rid of, but we trying to go ahead and get the actual speakers and stuff up here that haven't had a chance to speak. So we'll go ahead and we'll get you guys up here in a little bit. So let us go ahead and take care of them first, and then we'll come back and we'll get to y'all as well too. So go ahead, Rella. How you doing tonight?
Hey, Newstoter. Feeling a little bit better. Hey, DJ.
Hey, what's up now?
Birthday tomorrow. Yesterday. Did you have fun yesterday? Again, happy belated birthday. Just want to love on you again. Newstoter, you're always in my prayers. And I don't see Ray up here. I saw Original was up here, so shout out to the room, everybody. Hey, Brother Move, love you, love you. Of course, all the kings in the room, Black and Sister Dana with the business all day, every day. And of course, Auntie and No Taxation Reparations 2023. Please show up. And Prince, hello. I want to just say that I'm not on a fence about arguing with people, so let me just read FBA, Freedmen, Negro, ADOS. Does it really matter? Yes, it does matter, and it does matter if you are having a genealogical, archaeological, or a family tree type conversation with someone. We should have been very concerned, when Negro was actually challenged by a Asian woman to actually prepare a bill to have Oriental as well as Negro being thrown in there, to have it removed on a state level, as well as it now being challenged on a federal level, even though it is still on documents. It just, it could just make things a little harder. However, historical records all over the country, throughout the United States, shows that Negro was in the lexicon, has never been an issue out of the lexicon. Yes, you have groups who are trying to find a focal point, people who are in the business of historical history and records, who are trying to find a focal point in an era of time of when compensation was actually put up through a bill for the manumission, as Talent used the word, of freedmen. And so that was HR 613. HR 613 does include refugees, and I've said this before, refugees were not just white people. That is only one particular group of persons who were deemed refugees. There were free people of color. There were African Americans, Negroes who did own land, who could not pass their land down to their families that was stolen. And hence, they also were displaced by eminent domain, becoming what? Refugees. Under HR 613 until the bill was actually amended in 1872. Now, we all are very astute. That's one thing I love about us. We're very smart and intelligent. The thing that I think we're trying to get over ourselves is who don't like who's not rocking with who keeps trying to put all of us in the box about historical record and information. I think what we have to start doing right now is that we have to find a common ground. And the common ground is that we are descendants, and that we are descendants of Negro people, who the Negro people were emancipated, those who were enslaved, by any means. Some people bought their freedom. You had families who were buying their families out of slavery. People who were stolen and put back into slavery were being fought and sought in courts. There's so many records I've been going through. I want to say that they were called freedmen once they were set free. That is a legal terminology that was used in the courts. Talon did talk about the courts. So the reason why we keep leaning on the term freedmen, it is not to negate Black, mulatto, free people of color, Negro, and of course African American, which was first used in 1782, probably further back than that, and it's on record. You really have to start to say to yourself now, how are we really going to start to show up amongst each other when we have these conversations? Because it's really tiring. And honestly, I think to this point is that we have to evolve. We have to evolve. It's like a lizard shedding its skin. I think the OMB having its sessions to show that we want to be recognized in a particular way, it's important for us to actually make sure that we encompass all of our classifications under the umbrella of the free people, people who were freed. In the term that the United States government under British law uses freedmen. They don't use Negro. And they don't use Negro because if you actually go back to the UK or Europe, you will find that Negro, even in Europe, was a term that was talked about when Moors were actually enslaved after they went to war with the conquistadors before they came here. So I really, and I've heard of Negro lands. I read up on Negro land. I did. La Farmer took us to task in regards to Negro land, so that is a good history there. However, that is Negro land in a particular era in time that did not happen in 1865 or in the conception of the United States of America. So I want to make sure we are clear. We are talking about the inception of the United States of America and its process from the Revolutionary War, chattel slavery, Civil War, and emancipation. And we have to make sure that we're looking at all the different timelines. And I do agree. I do believe that we need constitutional lawyers. We do need attorneys to definitely look at the law in regards to how you're going to fight a lot of the terminologies and how we can show up. But as far as what we are willing to call ourselves in public and how we show up to the world.
Hey, Rella.
That is up to you.
Real
yes,
quick.
I'm out the land.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, yes, I'm out the land. That is up to you. That is totally up to you. You can be Black American, American freedman. You can be Negro American, American descendant, free, whatever you decide, yellow, purple, blue. To this point, If you can find it in your historical lineage as you're doing your genealogy for your family, that is where you should definitely start. And you should definitely be supporting the task force and the construction of reparations and a bureau for us, because we deserve it. We're the only groups that have not gotten it. Freedmen, indigenous Black freedmen Americans are actually doing the work, and they do not have these arguments at all. And I land there, and I appreciate the room, Newstoter. So thank you so much.
All right, Rilla. Yeah, you kind of long-winded there a little bit, but
I was trying to figure out a way to get it all out, so I apologize.
Oh shit, Rilla finished.
But I appreciate that, Rilla. I'm gonna drop you down, and if you want to come back up, we got Prince, and then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna start bringing some of the other speakers up here. Ray, I see you up here as well too. You normally co-host, and let me go ahead, Ray. Let me go ahead and send you the co-host invite too, so that also can free up the space. But yeah, Rilla, I'm gonna drop you down. But if you want to come back up here, just raise your hand, or just request to come back up, and we'll get you. Prince, how you doing? Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, thank you, Newstoter. What up, Ray? DJ, happy belated birthday. So on the title,
thank you.
Of course. FBA and ADOS are trademarks. Again, you're welcome to self-identify however you want, but when it comes to actual legislation, when it comes to government documents, it is important that we make it clear who we are. We're American freedmen. And let me just define freedmen in actual legislation, not in a book or anything like that, but what actually the government recognizes. On March 3rd, 1865, you had the signing of the Freedmen's Bureau Act and the Freedmen Bank Act on the same day. And if you read the Freedmen's Bureau Act, it uses freedmen self-referentially. It doesn't use Negro, slave, African, Black, doesn't use any of those terms. It's just freedmen. And then if you read through the Freedmen Bank Act, it defines freedmen as persons heretofore held in slavery in the United States or their descendants. Again, no use of Black, Negro, African, none of that. We all know what it means, and people like Frederick Douglass, who were emancipated prior to 1865, people like Garrison Frazier as well, they are called freedmen, and Frederick Douglass even ran the Freedmen Bank. So how could you run the bank and have your money there if you're not a freedman? It doesn't make sense. So people keep saying, oh, well, if you're free before 1865, you're not free. That makes no sense. So, again, Garrison Frazier, who met with Sherman and Stanton and was elected by the 19 of the 20 there to represent them. He was one of about, out of the 20 there was about like 16 that were emancipated prior to 1865. In the meeting notes, they're called freedmen. It says relating to the concerns of the freedmen. And if you go to, again, 4 days later, you get Special Field Order 15. And most people forget that the actual 40 acres is mentioned in the Freedmen's Bureau Act as well. Special Field Order 15, unfortunately, people say, oh, it only applied to a certain amount of people. Well, the Freedmen's Bureau Act applied to all freedmen. And then when you get into the modern day, there's still freedmen today. We are American freedmen still, and there's Creek freedmen, there's Chickasaw freedmen, Choctaw freedmen, Seminole freedmen, Cherokee freedmen, etc. So, I mean, this idea that freedmen has gone away is ridiculous. Also, we all know Negro is a racial term, and you can self-identify again as Negro, but it's a racial term that we can't really use in legislation for obvious reasons. Marcus Garvey, who created the UNIA, was called the Universal Negro Association, right? So even in the early 20s, you had Negro being used as a racial classification by someone who is from Jamaica. So, I mean, this idea that Negro has been exclusively for us, I think is a misnomer. And yeah, I'll just land right there.
All right, thank you, Prince. To the co-hosts in the space, let's go ahead, because I was going to go ahead after Prince and start bringing up some of our old speakers. We're going to go ahead and let these new speakers speak here too, but let's go ahead and let's try to clear out the new speakers, because once we clear, after Prince, we was going to start bringing up the actual we was going to actually start bringing up some of the actual new speakers, some of the old speakers as well too. So let's go ahead, because I'm trying to go ahead and get the new speakers in quick as possible so everybody can get their time to come back up here and talk as well too. So let's go ahead. I'm not even sure. Art, were you next? Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, his daughter is Zion. If you want to come back up too, because I wasn't sure how you was working the room, so that I just picked anybody to speak. But go ahead though.
Yeah, let's go ahead first and get these new speakers. That we're gonna get Art and OG them, and let's go ahead and get them up here before we start letting the other old speakers come back up here, so that way we can have a little bit of order of how we doing stuff as well too. Art, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Yeah, as far as if we're gonna go back and denote a group, I was gonna keep this quick. Black stuff, oldest terminology is old English term. Negroes a Spanish term from the 1550s. Americans from 1570, and Freedmen started in its earliest in the 1600s. So if we was to go by dates, Black would be the oldest. If we were about to go from heritage, I posted in the Jumbotron laws, and the reason why this is relevant is because Negro is a term that they assigned, and it says the term Negro is confined to slave Africans, the ancient Berbers. And when you go look up the Berbers, they self-named themselves. So if you want to keep your heritage to what the people actually called themselves and not some European term, it's the Imaginary. I posted in the Jumbotron there. So it depends on how you want to do it. Do you want to go to the oldest? Do you want to keep your heritage of your ancestors and what they called themselves, and that would be the Imaginary? Or do you want to use your legal term, which would be, some could argue Freedmen, some could argue Negro. You know what I'm saying? Because I've seen both as legal terms. So it is what it is. Which, you know what I mean? There's your options right there. You know, because and Negro did have a legal status. There's people who keep saying that wasn't some form of legal status. I've shown that several times, so I don't know why that's a thing. But and it's also a term that was used and denoted there. So I think all these terms, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, people can laugh all they want. These are Eurocentric words made by Eurocentric people. That's like shouldn't even be argued. Like, you know what I mean? Like these. So if you want to be called the English words versus what your actual people call themselves, knock yourself out. But the whole thing is trying. If we're going to keep a heritage, let's go all the way with what our people actually call themselves, right? And that's my own thing. Then arguing over these Eurocentric words, I find it to be kind of boring, but I'll end with that.
All right, thank you, Art. Appreciate that. Let's go ahead and get to OG. OG, go ahead and unmute your mic.
All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it. Peace and reparations. Power to everyone. Shout out to everyone in the room. There's not a lot I need to say either at this point, whether it's 2 minutes or what. Everybody's spoken very well thus far. And it's like Sister Rella said, everybody's knowledgeable, and she's proven herself to be just that. And I commend her for it. I think what everybody's trying to get at is what we have to do as far as introducing some of these monikers, like in some form of a preamble. I think if we have a preamble that's going to be succinct, and to the point, that would include, the culpable monikers. Okay, then we probably could make some headway. I don't think we're going to be able to get into this history of what's called, who's called, why it's called. I don't think we'll be able to get into that history like that, in an actual actual request, actual, request for reparations and all. So I just kind of want to remind everybody, maybe just think about some type of all-inclusive preamble for the, terms that do fit. And I land.
All right, appreciate that. OG, I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down the speaker as well too. Naheem, I see your question. I'm gonna get to you in a second as well. All right, Andre, go ahead. The 2 minutes or less. Go ahead and unmute your mic.
Appreciate you, Newstoter. Thank you for the room. I appreciate what you guys are doing, community building and all that. Very important. Something that we should all be thinking about as we see the political system in this fail to deliver, representatives that are actually for the people. The cabinet of Joe Biden is filled with lots of people who are just enriching the rich. And so, in terms of the topic, Freedmen and Negro, I'm aware of the history of this country. Somebody brought up the Berbers. It's interesting because the Sahrawi people, I studied the Middle East, they just got their nationhood. So they're recognized as a nation after fighting long and hard with civil wars and such. And they're, Moorish people, a mixture up there in North Africa by Morocco. But long story short is this country, we got here because of, in large part, because of the transatlantic slave trade. So the trade at the time was a capitalist trade market system where they were selling people on the market. But after slavery was outlawed, capitalism went through a new stage of development where they didn't keep people in bondage per se, but in a contract, when you're tied to a wage, as 99% of people in this country are, only 1% of the total population call themselves employers, who actually get their income from capital gains, right? Most of us get our money from wages. That's our income. And when we are subject to that, it becomes very hard to organize when, our means of existence are hanging out by a thread, when the unemployment in this country keeps going up and the inflation makes it so that we can't afford the living that we had 5 years ago and 5 years before that, because wages have been stagnant since the 70s. So if we haven't noticed it, it's because the system makes little tweaks to postpone the inevitable, which is that this capitalist system needs cheap people to work. And the more money they get requires the more cheapening of the people. So that's why wages in the United States have gone down. That's why the jobs moved to China. That's why a lot of Mexicans and immigrants come in. It's because the capitalist class, the investors, the people with capital, the real ones that matter, in a meaningful way. We know who they are because they're flying off in space, popping bottles with our money, and they get tax subsidies from this government. It's a big hustle, and they're trying to. Andre,
what does that have to do? What does that have to do with the title of the room?
I knew that was coming in.
Because it never has anything to do with the title of the room.
No problem. I'm going to tie it in right now. So,
well, no. We don't have another 10 minutes to wait for you to tie it in, man.
I'm going to answer you right now.
I'm going to give you 50 seconds. Go ahead.
Absolutely. So the point of the room, talking about how we classify ourselves, I'm giving examples of people that were fighting colonization. We were victims of settler colonialism, and the capitalist system was what drove, incentivized, right? Their interests were shaped on gaining profit private profit. This system is spiraled out of control, and people are talking about World War III as billions of dollars get sent that could be used to restore our communities being sent to Ukraine. And a lot of Americans are upset with it. And Black Americans have a history of standing up against war, being anti-war protesters, you know, when it counted in Vietnam. And they tied their national struggle, you know, with race, with the material conditions that were making their lives so terrible. It was the power structure and the system, the economic system that was depriving them of their means of development so that they can do better for themselves. So we have to connect our identity with the material conditions in the United States, which is, you know, people are being deprived of what they need so that the rich people, a small circle of elite people can benefit. So that's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Tie our struggle.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I knew it was going to get back to capitalism, but thank you, Andre. I appreciate that. I pretty much knew that's where it was going to go at. Thank you. All right. It never fails. It never fails with this dude here. Go ahead. Start getting our other speakers. Y'all come on up here again. We got Naheem coming up here. Tell him, you guys go ahead and request to come on up here. And we're going to try to go ahead and keep it in order as much as we can, y'all. So let me go ahead. Naheem, I'm going to go ahead and let you speak. But real quick, before I get to Naheem, y'all, make sure y'all go ahead and subscribe to the Newstoter YouTube channel. It's up in the Jumbotron, but the Jumbotron has been flooded with all kind of information up in there, so I can't even tell you where the actual YouTube channel is at up in there as well. So, but if you got a YouTube account, make sure you subscribe to Newstoter, guys. Make sure you go ahead and
just pin it one more time, so it's the last thing that people see.
yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll do that. But just go ahead and subscribe to Newstoter. Also support us on Cash App. That's $Newstoter, $Newstoter. Newstoter is the largest Black-owned news curation, largest Black American-owned media news curation platform today in America. So make sure you guys, if you can, support us on Cash App. Once again, that's $Newstoter. Let me see about the order of this thing right here, because I started. I got Naheem, brother Maku. I'm gonna have you go next right here because you was trying to come up for a second. We'll get to Joshua. You was up here. Hold on. We got you, Talent. We got the company. I got to go ahead and put Rella up here, even though I know. Let me go ahead and get Irie up here as well, too. So this is how we're going to roll for right now, y'all. The order might be a little bit wrong, but, hey, there's a lot of people up in here as well, too. So let me go ahead and kick it to Naheem. Naheem, how you doing tonight?
Peace. What's going on, Newstoter? What's good with you? What's going on to the co-host?
We just chilling, man. We just trying to get this conversation going, seeing if we get our people maybe on the same track. But it seemed like we definitely on different tracks of the railroad. So go ahead and drop some knowledge for the room.
All right. So to stay on topic,
It's time now. Let's go, baby. This is all you've been waiting for. I couldn't wait to get up there with you for a long time.
Oh God. Anyway,
In this corner we have, I told y'all, finish him.
I thought, you ever seen the Game of Thrones? Whenever that chick with the platinum blonde hair said Dracarys, and the people got burnt to a crisp. I thought we burnt these guys to a crisp already, but I guess it's the internet. They get to keep coming back.
Now nobody come off the mic, though. But nobody come off the mic. Let's get it.
All right. Anyway, and if I'm grifting, please send me some Cash App money because the grift ain't working for me. So I'm just saying. Anyway, why does it matter, right? It matters because we're fighting for something right now. And these names that we have, if anybody is following the Supreme Court cases, if anybody has read Chapter 3 of Michelle Alexander's The New Jim Crow, if anybody has read any of Eric Foner's work, like The Second Founding, if anybody has read the book, the original meaning of the 14th Amendment. You know, actual scholarship as opposed to coming with their own, I don't know, interpretations, definitions, et cetera, then you would understand why this matters. Freedman is a political status. And that term freedman could be applied to anybody if they were freed in the United States during the time of emancipation. This name in English as freedman is new only in the sense that the English language is kind of new as opposed to the rest of the languages. But in ancient Rome, the word was libertinus, right? In Scandinavia, the word was lesingi. You know, you had different names for freedmen in different countries all across this planet. What happened was, because our people were the only ones enslaved, thus the only ones freed from slavery, the term freedman stuck to us, and we get the name American freedmen in the historical records because this is how the people chose to reference us, and this is how we chose to reference ourselves. Black, Negro, colored, these were Negro particularly. Slave brands, they meant that you were not men. So the name freedman or freedman became so important because it highlighted the fact that not only were we freed, we were men. Charles Sumner, who cited the American Freedmen's Inquiry Commission, said in his works that we don't need a Freedmen's Bureau because these people are Negroes, La Farmer. We need a Freedmen's Bureau because these are men who have been for generations despoiled. So freedmen as a status is separate from the racial classification. People who have already said you can identify the way you want to identify. You want to win or you want to bring us to victory. And we are the people that's trying to bring us to victory. Our scholarship is sound. It can't be defeated because the precedent is already there. And people are just fighting for the sake. So it does matter. You can't just say you're ADOS because ADOS means American Descendants of Slavery. Slavery was an institution. It didn't just it included the financial systems that backed the bourgeoisie slave planter class, the other institutions that profited off of this peculiar institution, etc., etc. So, if we're going to say what name is more fitting for our people that fought for their own freedom in this country, it would absolutely be American freedmen. And Abraham Lincoln basically said the same exact thing. I don't know why this is a debate, but you know, some people, they're trying to build their own thing and their own followings, etc., etc. We're not. We're just trying to get victories for the 40 plus million of our people in this country, and that's all we're concerned. Peace.
All right, Naheem, appreciate that. Let's go ahead and get to
Is it possible to ask him a question since he's just the person that spoke before I go?
Let me go ahead. Wait. Hold on, Talent. Let me go ahead and get to because then you can go ahead and let me go ahead because you got all y'all been waiting for a minute. So
I'm okay with waiting. Well, he was building a little bit, so I'm good with Talent asking this question before I go. I'm completely okay with it.
no, let me go. Wait, real quick. Let me go ahead and stay on because we got Brother McCoo who's been waiting for a long time. Then we'll get to you, Joshua. Then we'll get to you, Talent. So Naheem can stay up here, and then we'll go ahead and you can ask him that once it's your go. But let's go ahead and I want to kick it to the people and try to keep some order in this as well too. So let me go ahead and get to Brother McCoo. Brother McCoo, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, thanks, Newstoter. I was trying to comment way back earlier, but I'll say this. I'll keep it real short. What I said earlier, I was definitely not angry and I wasn't busting a blood vessel, but I was just trying to stress how seriously silly the arguing is, and everyone has presented very, very, I'll say, legible information. But again, white supremacy is always that, they are definitely striving, and one of their survival techniques is keeping us confused. I do hear a lot of confusion on here, even in the information that everyone is reading from their scholarly information and their,
Hey, Brother McCoo, not to cut you off real quick. Rivera, if you're going to speak, go ahead and raise your hand, because right now, anybody that's requesting to speak, they got to go ahead and they got to put their hand up so we can know. We got somebody requesting try to come up in here, Dana too, so if you're going to speak, okay. Yeah, everybody don't ask to come up and speak right now. If you're not going to speak at this moment, we want only people that's going to actually speak, because we're going to even some of our speakers that we're going to have to do it again, because people are going to be requesting to come up. I may have to start back dropping people down after they speak again, just to make room for other people. So if you request to speak, go ahead and raise your hand up. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Brother McCoo. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just saying, even with all the information that we're reading, we have to understand where this information came from. It comes from the white supremacists, okay? So even when we are studying and learning new information, because some stuff Freedmen say, I didn't know. You know what I'm saying? Some shit Naheem say, I didn't know. Other shit that Art say, some shit that I didn't know. We're all ignorant to stuff. And all ignorance means is that we don't know. You know what I'm saying? So if you come across a person that don't know, humble yourself a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because at one point in time, your ass didn't know. You know what I'm saying? So when you try to come up and you're presenting or you're sharing information, because that's what we're doing. We're sharing information. Because even me, a person that's privy to certain information that I didn't know before, I didn't know it before. So I was in the same ignorant boat as everybody else. When you get out of that boat, don't try to act like you're something better than what you were before you were ignorant. You're still the same person. Only difference is you know now. And you're still learning from the white supremacist rules. They made these rules. All of the edicts you're reading from, all of the information that you're reading from, and it says this was a Freedman, that was a Freedman. Guess who made them goddamn rules? The white supremacists. They're still in control. So I'm not debating any information that's presented. I love it. I even honor it. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we have to understand that the white supremacist is the one that gave you this information. A lot of us need to learn what white supremacy is and how it works. We need to learn that, because if you don't, you will be confused about everything else you think you know. And that's what we see in this space. And in a lot of other spaces, not just this one. You know what I'm saying? I land there. Thanks, Newstoter, for letting me speak.
All right. Real quick, Dana, are you going to speak too while you're up here, or?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot to raise my hand. Yes.
Okay. All right, Brother McCoo, I'm going to bring you down just for a second in case somebody wants to come up here as well too. So let me go ahead and get to Joshua. Joshua, go ahead and unmute your mic.
What's up? What's up? I appreciate that from Brother McCoo, Naheem, everybody who spoke. My thing is this: Jersey in the building. First and foremost, DJ didn't want to give me that, but it's all good.
Hey, Rella in the building. I can't say it no more, man. Damn.
I got you.
You gotta stop trying to throw that off on me, okay? Every time I come up here, y'all New Yorkers and Jersey men and y'all accents is and trying to Jersey in the building. No, Inglewood in the building. How about that? How about that? LA in the building.
From Jersey. See, California is right.
Most of my point, right?
No, I love ya.
Brooklyn and Newark are separated by less than 20 miles, right? 20 miles. England and Germany are separated by a strait that's 20 miles long, right? So all of this talk about English, Spanish, all of that shit was the same at one point. So we got to stop playing the intellectual mind games with each other like they not the same people. Feel me? So Jacob Hegel, or George Hegel, who is the father of, not the father, but he's a teacher, a literal teacher of Karl Marx, is where we get the term Hegelian dialect. He's a German, right? When you translate slave to English, it's lord and bondsman, right? So all of these games, I hear semantic games, but what are we trying to get out of it? We're trying to get to that bag. We're trying to get to that check. What's gonna get us to it? Negro. Let's stop playing the game. We could change it to Freedmen after. What does the paperwork say? Stop the cap. I mean, look, I hear you. We could play this big measuring game about this and that if you want to.
No slow-mo, no slow-mo.
Huh?
No slow-mo. That means no homo.
No homo, no homo. Now I'm saying, my point is like, right, we could do that, but I'm gonna smoke a lot of y'all if we keep it in 1,000 if we really want to do that. But I'm not gonna go there. What I'm saying is, right, the point that we're trying to achieve and we're trying to get is we're trying to get to that check, right? So when we look at Hegel and you look and you read the phrenology of spirit, which is what gave birth to a lot of this bullshit that they talk, he talks about the relationship between master and what's the word he uses? He uses the word master often, right? Lord and bondsman. Like all of this shit is just word games that they playing. So understanding that is important. So you're talking about Freedmen, and this denotes some politicals that look, bruh, I hear you on all of that, but you didn't get. We're not even on our own too right now. You're not standing in a position to have exactly what you talked about, self-sufficiency, right? That's what we want at the end of the day, right? Generational wealth. That is what we're trying to achieve. So you're trying to prop yourself up like you up. Who are you trying to impress? You trying to impress the white man? Like that's what it sounds like. Are you in some sort of fraternal order? Are you in a Freemasonry lodge? Are you in a Greek fraternity? That's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're trying to appease a group of people who do not give a fuck about you or your ancestors. So we have to ask ourselves this question, right? Do we want to prop ourselves up so that we can be presentable for these people, or do we want to collect the resources that we need to be able to be self-sufficient? Because you cannot do both. He makes it very clear. It's a long-winded, like, Hegelian dialect book. That's where they got the term from. If you read that shit, look, it's on Audible. I have Audible credits, and I'm willing to share anybody who DMs me access to my Audible account so you can listen to that shit. It's literally 18 hours long of this nigga just talking out his ass, just saying words that sound like he's smart. This is the playbook of what the hell they hit us with. It's in German translated to English. So when you translate words like black or Negro from German to English, which are the same people, New York, New Jersey, 20 miles long. That's how long that strait is. Stop hitting me with that shit. In Spanish, it's the same people. They do not fuck with you. Why don't you get that? Y'all older than me. Y'all should understand that. You should be telling me. I'm trying to remember homeboy's name, the elder Lloyd. Hey, Elder Lloyd, you didn't answer my question. And I employed any and everybody who can't answer my question. So please do that before I come out this room. Look, what have we gotten from transitioning our term and our name to black? You said, I was born black, I'm always be black. Okay, I respect that. What has that shit gotten you? Because I know white people have gotten a lot from that. So I'm not laying there. I'm not wrong with it. I just had to get off my shit, that off my chest. Because we can play the intellectual games and shit all day long, but it's not going to get us nowhere. So thank y'all as well.
All right, peace. Appreciate that. Let me go ahead real quick, and I'm gonna go ahead and you can request to come back up, but I'm gonna move you down for a second too as well, or you disconnecting actually. So Lloyd requesting to come up here. Hold on one second. Andre, I can't do it, bro. I'm sorry. I can't. I just can't do it, man. Every time you come up in the space, we try, but somehow I don't know, bro. I just don't know. Talent, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Oh, it's on me.
Yeah.
So my question, before I go, I wanted to have a question. So if freedmen is our political status, why is it necessary for SB 189 to happen in California before they just gave us reparations? And two, if freedmen is our political status, why aren't there just a federal push by the organizations you represent for federal reparations, since we are already freedmen?
Well, first and foremost, you would have to ask the people in California about SB 189. They would give you a better answer than I ever would. I'm not from California. There is a federal push. We're pushing at the OMB right now. And I just want to speak to two things real quick if I can, because it goes to your question. You know, I hear a lot of people talk about coal. We did a template for the OMB, and we gave 3 recommendations. And none of our recommendations do we shit on any other group, whether it be ADOS, whether it be FBA, et cetera, et cetera. MENA, Middle Eastern and North Africans, that's the group. That's how they want to be identified in the census. They too are in this fight for the OMB to be classified separate from the white category. I've scrolled through hundreds and hundreds of comments. I've not seen one person go at the MENA category, but I've seen dozens and dozens of people who identify as FBA, Black Americans, meaning Indians or indigenous natives, etc., and the Negro going at Freedmen. Nobody else is doing this. At some point, we have to look in the mirror and ask ourselves a question: What are we really doing? And if there is a code, then what is it? Because we are, those of us that's pushing for American freedmen ethnicity, we're not dissing anybody in the OMB. We're not saying no one should be called Black or no one should be called ADOS. We're just making our point. And to Joshua, real quick, Hegel also came up with, and this kind of segues into what I just was saying. Hegel also came up with what's called the Hegelian dialectic: thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. Our thesis is what we think perhaps may be true. You may have your side, and I may have my side. The antithesis is based on the things that are not necessarily right and exact. I always say that 2 wise men never agree to disagree. 2 wise men, on the other hand, will agree to agree, because they will lay out all of the facts on the table. And 2 wise men will agree to what's right and exact by doing their own due diligence. And in that, you have a synthesis. You have one side that has their truth with the falsehoods stripped away. You have the other side that has their truths with the falsehood stripped away. And we come together to form a synthesis based strictly on the truth. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation, because I don't know if the brother is familiar with Hegel's dialectic, because he mentioned it. So I answered Talon's question, and I responded to, the little slights from Brother Joshua. Peace.
All right.
Can I say something?
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Rella. Chandler, did that answer your question?
Not really, because he still represented that he has to do some type of work with the OMB to get the political status recognized in order for it to be recognized. But I'm thinking, if it's a political status as we've been told, that it should already be recognized. So
let me say, Brother Talent, it is recognized. What we're pushing for is to have American freedmen as an ethnic identifier. I'm not sure if you heard that part, but I just wanted to be clear. It's been recognized, and it's still recognized. It's still recognized with Cherokee freedmen, Chickasaw freedmen, etc. We've just been given amnesia about that particular status. But they know, because the Supreme Court right now are deliberating in the case of affirmative action with Harvard and UNC about, was the term freedman a racial term or a race conscious term? So, and we know this because we're up on this thing, on these things, and we urge you all to look at them.
Copy. In the general histories of the Caribbean islands, it talks about Jamaican freedmen, Antiguan freedmen. Freedmen, again, has been a term used even by the British colonies, so we get it. Now, as it pertains to freedmen being a legal status, political status, and now desire to be an ethnic identity, we see what is happening. Delineation is the conversation. So now freedmen is being used as the desired term to delineate us, as we are talking about reparations, when reparations, quote unquote, is supposed to go back to your paperwork. So the recommendations have not come out from the California State Task Force, and I'm sure when the recommendations do come out for the California State Task Force, it's not going to say you need to be an American freedman, or you're going to need documents to say American freedman, or you need to identify as an American freedman, because we are still talking about over 40 million, 46.7 million people across the country if we're doing this state by state thing. So this is the fight in California. When we get to another state, it's going to be the same conversation about how you're supposed to delineate and or identify in order to secure these reparations, since these conversations seem to be synonymous at this point in time. So as it pertains to American freedmen, an origin of 1865, and moving forward, I look at the historical lexicon, Booker T, Frederick Douglass, I jump to Carter G. Woodson, and anything in between, and freedmen, including up to Martin Luther King, was not a term, was not something that was carried over, was not anything that those individuals between 1900 and 1964 desired to utilize, even as it pertains to Callie House, who got the document that was talking about the freedmen, the pension for the freedmen at that time frame. We understand that it was socially used. We understand no different than there's an office of New Americans. That don't make those people American. That makes them people who they are trying to advocate for services. So to say that because it's called that term, that means that those people are now that, is like saying, oh, because they called you freedmen, then that means that you are politically a freedman. Politics has to kind of have some sort of, what system is it? You just do executive, what branch of government? And then to clarify something that one of the ladies, I think Dana said earlier, the Emancipation Proclamation is not a law. We didn't become quote unquote citizens until we got the 13th Amendment. So we were free. We were free. But in terms of being freed men, I don't know if we existed or not. I don't know, but we did not exist with any type of body politic that would give us something at that moment in time.
Hey, real quick, I'm gonna let you guys both land it. Yeah, and then I'm gonna let you respond, Naheem, and then we're gonna move to the next speaker. But go ahead, Naheem, and then we're gonna go to the next speaker.
There's so much confusion in what you said, Brother Talent, and this is why we try to have open lines of communication, right, outside of disrespecting each other. Because if we had done that, then not only yourself but everybody would have been able to see what we have been presenting as, some would consider the premier scholars in this particular field.
Well, the only confusion would be because we've heard political status, legal status, and ethnic identity with the only.
Hey, Talent, real quick. Hey, Talent, real quick. Let Naheem go ahead, because we got a bunch of hands still up. So I got to go ahead and get around the room too. So let Naheem go ahead and get his point real quick. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to move to the next speakers.
indeed. I'm gonna be brief. I'm not gonna be long. If again, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna mute out. I'll drop down. Matter of fact, and I said this so many times. Let's just say there were 20 Chinese families that were held as chattel slaves in the United States by a bunch of European American families, quote unquote white folks. And 1865 came, and they were emancipated alongside the quote unquote Negro, black, colored, etc. These people would have also had the status of American freedmen. Chinese American freedmen. This is not hard to understand. And I don't understand why someone could see or make it, I should say, hard to understand, how someone could make it so confusing. I got on the stage earlier and I said that freedmen is an ancient term. We just say it this way in English. I spoke of the Roman term, and I spoke of what was the other term? The Scandinavian term of freedmen, right? Because it's a status. The fact remains that the people who've been labeled Negro in this country were the only ones freed by the 13th Amendment, the only ones freed by the Emancipation Proclamation, the only ones freed by state acts of emancipation, right? We go back to New York, 1827. These people had the status, our ancestors had the status of freedmen. To not understand why or say you don't understand why we're pushing it as an ethnic identifier when you clearly see that another group of quote unquote Negroes got that status a year after we did. Cherokee freedmen, Chickasaw freedmen, Choctaw freedmen, etc., who still carry the name Freedmen One, who use those names, Chickasaw freedmen, Cherokee freedmen, Choctaw freedmen, etc., as ethnic identifiers. 2 and 3 is the third point. And I'll end with this. Brother Eric from the Freedmen Party made a great point that I've been repeating ever since. Reconstruction for the American freedmen only lasted about 12 years. 12 years. During that time, you had the Daughters of the Confederacy rewriting all of the history books. They removed the term freedmen. Meanwhile, those freedmen of the 5 slaveholding tribes, their reconstruction lasted until 1979, 113 years, when they were kicked out of those tribes. So of course they were going to retain the name of freedmen, which they do until this day. This is not hard, family. You can research all of this stuff for yourselves. We've done our research. I just came up here to provide some clarity for those that want clarity, as opposed to those who are intentionally trying to cause confusion. With that, I land, say peace. I'll drop back down to the audience.
All right, thank you, Naheem. Hey, Naheem.
Actually, I would like for him to stay up because I have a question for him.
Well, we got it, because if we keep Naheem up, then the actual flow of the conversation is not going to go, and then we got everybody waiting to actually speak as well too. So, Talent, I'm gonna drop you down as well too, and then I'll bring
just 15 seconds and I'm done.
Hey, bro, I'll get back to you because you've already gone for a minute, and you and Naheem, you had your own little spill, and then you and Naheem went for a minute. So let me go ahead because we got people waiting, and I'll bring you back up.
Booker T. Washington, 2000 museums in the South with Julian Roosevelt.
Real quick, talent, real quick. Don't go in because I'm gonna bring you back up, but let me go ahead and get around the room because we got a bunch of hands up. Company, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Okay, I mean, that's a lot to stay on topic, but I'm gonna try my best. Okay, so FBA, that's out of the picture. ADOS, that's out of the picture. The only reason why,
I mean, I recognize myself as a Negro. I know my Negro heritage. I do not denounce that, but in the lexicon, since you guys like to use vocabulary and big words and stuff like that, it's synonymous with black. And so I don't see that as a feasible thing to use in legislation just because of uh, its etymology and what the word really means. We know Negro means black, and you can't use that. I think that's why Barack Obama struck that down for the most part. But this bureau that we're trying to establish, you can argue about what the name of the bureau is. You can't argue about lineage, and that's the good thing that I'm proud of the California Reparations Task Force is because they established that they wasn't going to worry about all the names and stuff like that. That's what the 9-0 vote was about. Um, we're not going to worry about the name. It's going to be lineage based. So if you understand what that means, you got to come with the paperwork. You got to prove it. So, that eliminates all the confusion. So we can stop arguing about Freedmen, stop arguing about FBA, ADOS, Negro. I don't know why people are still arguing about this, but, you can argue about what the name of the bureau is going to be, but you can't argue about the legislation and, all this, we should call ourselves names based upon this and that and the other. It's a dumb man's argument. It's going around in circles. It's not getting us nowhere. We need to worry about the legislation of this bureau, what it's going to be, what services are we going to provide for our people, and I think I said everything that I had to say, but I'll end with that for now.
All right. Thank you, company. I appreciate that. We're going to go ahead and go to Rella. Rella, go ahead and unmute your mic.
Hey, so I just I don't know. I hope we get over this. It's a lot of big egos and a lot of big blowing of the chest and everybody reading points of etymology, I guess, and it still is going to come down to constitutional law. It's going to come down to legality. If you're not in a lecture somewhere at someone's university, your astute prime scholarship is that of, God, I hate to say it, the Israelites. It's that of maybe a church pastor. If you can't teach other people without degrading another group of people, like calling folks pretendians, and they have lineage of, they have indigenous lineage. Yeah, that's a turnoff. I think that's what started this whole argument. And I was there from the beginning. A lot of us were. That's kind of what got Yvette and Antonio Moore kind of like ousted, because they wanted to become the epitome of the knowing also oracle. I think of, the knowledge. And I believe that if you get to a point where your head is too big, you can't be the student to be the leader. No one wants to follow you. I will not deny that again, and I always say this, BTP, I think when they had Grimm and the other guys on, Josh and Ali, and they did talk about a lot of the information just as well as what Farmer can and anyone else can cite information. Again, I'm going to go back to saying everyone can read. Everyone can read. How you comprehend and come to the table and have the conversation, that's our issue. And I don't know why everybody keeps having these problems. So you make up all these different names, Curator Tribe, FBA, ADOS. Even Yvette and Antonio Moore did not want to humble themselves long enough to realize when you use the term American descendants of slave, you now have to go further in the delineation, or the scholarship of history to now figure out, well, who were those people? What was happening to those people? What bills were passed? What laws? What were they going through? Who was freeing their families, buying their families? Who was being sold where? What families? What colonies? Do you understand? So again, we can throw all of the legendary legends at the wall. We can come in here and bring all of the books that we want. It's going to come down to how is constitutional law, legal law, state law now so far constructed that it literally keeps you out of your reparations. Negro was challenged. Does not mean that we're not Negro, or your parents' birth certificate didn't have Negro, or the health department, decided to start taking racial classifications off of birth certificates, as they said they didn't want to offend anybody anymore, but yet it was an offensive thing throughout history, as records show. So again, we can pull all this information up, but what do you want to do? Talent is asking Naheem about stuff that's on the California task force, when Camilla, who was the chair, was just in the room the other day and is doing a wonderful job. And she did mention American Freedmen, as she should. And she's also mentioned Negro before. And she's also mentioned African American before. What is wrong with actually putting things in their proper place so that we can get what we need? Y'all in here swinging dicks around as if that's going to help us, and it's not.
No slow-mo.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't have a dick. I have a pussy, so my pussy is tight, and I'm going to swing that shit around. I'm going to say this.
Damn. What are we talking about here now?
No, I'm gonna say it just like this, because it seems like nobody seems to understand anything other than when you talk raggedy to you, and then you want to hear it and listen. If you want reparations, you have to embrace everything that makes up us as an American people. You want to talk about us capturing Negro? No one in here has said that they're getting rid of Negro, or they have disowned the term Negro. Half of y'all didn't even know the other several classifications, other than when we start having these conversations. Several groups have splintered off because people want to run down the street and do their own thing. That's not helpful. And if you say you don't care, then you were never for everybody in the beginning. You were only for self-gratification. And you were only for people who wanted to be like you. When I hear people say, oh, you can't stand next to me, you can't be next to me, but you coming back in the motherfucking spaces on Twitter where everybody uses social media and be like, we need to champion some things. When I have my interview for the OMB, which is scheduled in June, I'm going to mention all the motherfucking above. You know why? Because I do my homework. And because I do have relationships with people that I do cherish and respect, even when I'm wrong, I know how to admit that. And I know how to say, you know what? The way I started out, it was wrong because I did not bring you into the conversation. I talked at you. But some people don't know how to do that. That's the reason why we're having these discussions. That's why they're all over the place. And everybody keeps telling my son, it's so confusing. The shit is not confusing. You want to be confused. You want to stay confused because it's the only way that you can retreat from information instead of acknowledging that. Instead of saying, okay, you said something. All right, let's iron that out. Let's figure out what time and era when that took place. How could that help us today? But you don't want to do that. People going on blocking sprees and shit. You got to block 10 motherfuckers because they don't even know how to respect you. And they supposed to be the same people talking about some Black Lives Matter, Black is love, Black is this, and we should be doing X, Y, and Z. This is how we're going to end up? I'm just wondering, because this seems like a broken record from what I read. This is not new. This is not new. This happened before. That's why the Talented 10th came about. And it should have been everyone was the Talented 10th, not just those who felt like they were the prime scholarship. When your ass ain't even in the right spaces to be talking to people who are PhD experts, who literally know history from the back of their hand, and you have that dialogue with them in front of public. See, some of y'all don't want stones thrown at you. You want to be stroked, and you want to be vibrated and put in front of people and let them put you up on a pedestal. I don't want to be on nobody's pedestal if my people can't come. I don't want to be in a crowd somewhere if my people can't come. If I can't deliver information to you and we come to an understanding and move together like ants do, I won't go. I mean, that means I will die alone. That means you never got the information. That is not helpful to us at all. At all. So, I believe that those of us who are very astute with our words, there's nothing wrong with you. Those of you who cuss and, have your own way of communicating, there's nothing wrong with you either. But somewhere you're going to have to meet in the goddamn middle. You're going to have to cuss and be intelligent at the same time. You're going to have to cuss and understand when to read the room and figure out, okay, well, how do I let people know I want to be included in this information? How do I need to let people know I need to be brought along because I'm willing to fight too? I got swords and weapons that I want to slay some people too with. And I want to stand next to you because yes, you can. So again, it's so much. My brain be on like 20 because I'm listening to everybody and so much information being thrown around, and we can put it where it needs to go. But in today's time, with each state who has a constitution that they write up, that people are going to have to go and fight for stuff. You have to work with today using yesterday's information, not as weapons against yourselves. That is my message. That's my information. Maybe that's some shit that y'all don't know.
All right.
Okay, and I like.
All right, Rella. Thank you once again. I don't know about the kitty cat reference and everything, but nonetheless.
Man, I couldn't say I had a dick because then the men that's in here talking about, well, she masculine and shit. I don't want to hear that Kevin Samuels bullshit. Shut up, DJ.
Okay.
Oh, I put a number 14. Don't play hating, son.
All right, let me go ahead. I'm going to remove you real quick. Rella, when you want to come back up, go ahead. We're going to go ahead and get through these speakers real quick again. So let's go ahead and get to and we're going to go ahead because I know everybody kind of long-winded. Talent, I see you requesting to come up. We're going to get through the speakers, and then we'll bring you back up as well. I'm going to get to I'm going to get to Irie. Then I'm going to get to, matter of fact, I'm going to get to the new speakers. We got and we got Black Majority State. Let me go ahead and get to those two new speakers, and then we'll go ahead and we'll get to Irie and the rest of everybody who's already spoke before. So go ahead and unmute your mic.
Peace, power, and reparations, family. I hope everybody's having a good evening. Listen, I didn't come on Twitter for all this infighting. I'm particularly tired of it, to be perfectly honest. It's out of control, and I'm tired of you Negroes embarrassing me. Identify however the fuck you like. Like, serious. It's nobody's business how you identify. And how dare you Negroes attempt to have someone fired from their job because you're unhappy about the way they identify. That is some treasonous behavior, and you need to be held accountable. How dare you do that to that system? You know who you are, and you need to be held accountable. You need to be brought to the court and held accountable for that. That shit is foul as hell. You are dead ass wrong. disgrace, charged as treason, and your ass needs to be dragged up and down the street. It's disgusting.
Real quick, who are we?
Identify how you want.
Real quick, who we talking about? I am. Who are we talking about? Who you say somebody call somebody their job or something?
Somebody called somebody's job and attempted to have them fired. They doxed the hell out of them that they got to their employer, and tried to have them fired because they're mad because the way this person identifies themselves as. You don't identify yourself as me, so I got you. That shit is foul. How dare you? Y'all are going too far with this shit. This shit is too. You're going too far. It's a violation. You're going too far. Get out your feelings and get in your bag and help us get our grandchildren and our great grandchildren their old money. That should be the focus. Focus on that. Get out your goddamn feelings, people. We out here, we're being attacked on all sides, and people out here struggling. They just cut food stamps, all types of stuff. I see homeless people all the time. Our people are homeless out here, and you trying to add to that? The audacity of you. You need your ass beat. And when this person gives me permission to let loose of who this person is, I promise you I will. And I will roll up. I promise you I will. And I'll pull up any fucking where. Because you need your ass beat for that shit. Excuse me, Newstoter. I had to let that loose because it's been bothering me all day, and it's not right. It's disgusting. You out here making us look bad, and I'm tired of you Negroes embarrassing me. And I'm gonna land.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. If somebody went ahead and went to that point where they trying to get somebody fired from their job because of a disagreement on Twitter, and this person, can't take care of themselves, their family, can't take care of their bills. Yeah,
that would be me, Newstoter.
Those people were called Black Americans.
Those people were called Black Americans.
You need to know that has to be known.
I had to sit for an hour yesterday evening explaining to my HR.
Oh my God.
A skit that they doctored. So I'm not going to sit here. I want to say this to your audience, and I'm going to go because
go ahead. Go ahead and say what you got to say. Go ahead.
You have one of the individuals in here right now who is in cahoots with the person involved, and I have their information. Like I said, my dad used to be a detective at NAS Jackson. One thing I am very good at is finding people. I will find you and I will hunt you down. And I already got most of the information. I'm not playing anybody on this app. You guys have terrorized me and Irie since July 23rd, 2022. All over a term Negro. I am not going to sit up here and listen to people with their squigger shit try and rewrite series of events of what happened in our spaces. You guys can go fuck yourselves at this point. We've tried working across the aisle with people. That's not what people want. I've been doxxed twice. I've, like I said, had to sit in a room on Zoom for an hour explaining a fucking Dave Chappelle skit. I'm not playing with any of you motherfuckers on here. If you want to be a freedman, do it. I don't care. I'm going to put down what the fuck is on my great-grandfather's paperwork. And that's what I choose to identify. It is not up to you or anybody else on this fucking app what I put down. And thank you, I am. Because I've been trying to keep my composure. I had to take off today because I've been doing my research. I got screenshots of everybody that is associated with Secure the Tribe, and I'm sending that fucking information to whoever it needs to go to. You guys are a hate group because I say so. Because the organization that me, Irie, and Talent, and others are a part of, we say so. We are declaring it today. You are a fucking hate group. Just like the ADL, they regulate their own. And it's unfortunate because we've been trying to get ourselves ready to go after these white people. We have to start with our own. So we're declaring it today. We're declaring it today. Secure the tribe and anybody else on that petition, you're a fucking hate group. Because you guys have shown your hate from day one. I would never waste my time calling someone's employer, sending them a snippet of a video. This Twitter shit is not even worth it. We can shoot the dozens and argue and cuss each other out, but it would never get to the point where I feel like I have to call somebody's employer on anybody. And I'm saying that from the bottom of my heart. I don't have a PhD. I didn't study at no astute scholarship, but I know how to fucking read. And I study and I research because I love history. I'm not going to sit up here and let people play these games of swinging their dicks and their tits and trying to prove who has the scholarly work. We all care. I care. I'm struggling to try and give a damn today.
It's just
so I'm just going to say, moving forward, I am not showing any mercy to Secure the Tribe. Do not come to our spaces nigga-splaining shit. You are a hate group and you will be treated as such on site. On site. And that goes for anybody else on that list that want to go there. But I'm sending all this information to the proper people to report just how anti-Negro people have been. And I land.
Oh, Lord.
We got so many problems going on with us. We being attacked, and we got to deal with this from our own people. About a damn social media app, and this is what people going to this extreme here. It's crazy, brother. Like, it's just crazy.
This is what people. This is what they You got people actually going to this link to try to ruin somebody they've never even met before, because you have a beef or a disagreement on an app. This is what black people are doing nowadays. Out of all this shit you got to worry about, you got somebody sitting up here trying to ruin somebody on a damn app that they have never met before, because you have a disagreement about what somebody wants to call themselves. Holy shit. And we wonder why we dead last in every significant category in this country. We wonder why.
To be honest, this is why
just get along.
Oh my God.
Have the same feeling. It don't got that same meaning. It don't got that same feeling. Black people call themselves black. For some reason, folks who call themselves, it triggers certain people. And that's just a real response. The sad thing is that the victim got to be your own people who we call them black. That's the sad reality. That's the sad reality.
Irie, hold that. Let me go ahead and get the black majority, because even just hearing this news right here, this is what people. Some people need to get off of social media because it done rotten their damn brain. They need to get off of all the social media apps and go ahead and go to counseling or go someplace or pray or something. They need to go ahead and lay down, take a nap. They need to get off of social media. It's to the point that now you got people sitting up here just taking this stuff here. Black majority state, go ahead and unmute your mic, bro. How you doing tonight? This is ridiculous here.
Hey, hello, Newstoter. Hello, everyone in the space. I'm blown away by that story. That's very unfortunate. So prayers and hopeful resolve for that situation for the sister that's dealing with that. So I came up, man, because it seemed like people are airing out, or at least, airing some grievances. So I came up for that reason, but it's really not that serious. I'm a migrationist. Let me say that just right out front. The reparationists seem to have a lot of internal conflict, and it is actually quite disturbing to be perfectly honest. But I'll save that conversation for a whole nother day. But to the designators, the people who have these different designations, I've remained neutral because I do love all Black American descendants, regardless of the designation. I wanted to give this example, and these are legal terms, to be quite honest. I am a father. That gives me certain legal rights as a father. I am a brother. That gives me certain legal rights. I could be a husband. That would also give me certain legal rights. But all three of those, I am still the same person. And I can use all three at my leisure. And I think that we have to at least acknowledge that whatever these designations are, that people have the ability to use all of them how they choose. But I want to, but that, that's to that. So a year ago or so, because I post a lot of Freedmen threads once that topic came up, and I shouted out to Naheem and BTP for their expertise in that area, and I still feel the same way. But I also do my own research, and so yes, it goes back to Romans, and I found out it goes back to Sumerians recently, which predates Rome and predates the Bible. So this word and this concept, these three statuses, have been in the human history for at least 4,000 years, and likely much longer. So there's that. But someone said that, and this is reference to the 14th Amendment. Someone previously told me that coming from a slave to a freedman and then to a citizen, that when the 14th Amendment was issued, that the citizenship did not remove this other status, this limbo status, because that's really what that status is. I agree with the legal concept and the legal use of it, but it really is a limbo status. That's the way it always has been. And I want to use the tribes, the 5 civilized tribes, because they are a perfect example of this. The Cherokees fought to get their citizenship, and they did get their citizenship rights back. This was in 2011. They got their freedmen descendants have citizenship restored and may vote September 24th. This is 2011. Cherokee Nation processing freedmen descendant apps for citizenship. This is in 2017. They were getting roughly 1,200 new applications for citizenship. Citizenship is the highest status, period. Everyone should want to have citizenship. Now, when it comes to this legal maneuvering, again, I appreciate it. I understand it. I'm on board with it. However, the highest status in any nation is full citizenship. Just to make that, because I really want to make that clear. Now, to the 14th Amendment. And this is actually something that for those who talk about sovereignty, this is actually going to lay some things down that people need to understand. So I'm going to read this really quick. It's only going to take a minute. In Cherokee Nation versus Nash, the Supreme Court held that the Cherokee Nation was not a sovereign nation and therefore could not sue the state of Georgia in federal court. The court also held that the Cherokee Nation did not have the right to self-government, and that the federal government had the right to forcibly remove the Cherokee people from their land. Now, this is the opinion from the justice in this case. The Cherokee Nation can continue to define itself as it sees fit, but must do so equally and even-handedly with respect to the native Cherokees and the descendants of Cherokee freedmen. And this is because they have full citizenship. So it doesn't matter how they define themselves or what designator they use to call themselves, they are equal, completely equal. By interposition of Article 9 of the 1866 treaty, neither has rights either superior or, importantly, inferior to the other. Their fates under the Cherokee Nation Constitution rise and fall equally and in tandem. In accordance with Article 9 of the 1866 treaty, the Cherokee freedmen have a present right to citizenship in the Cherokee Nation that is coextensive with the rights of Native Cherokees. And so the other four Native tribes, the reason that they are continuing, and to Naeem's credit, he did state this, continuing to use the freedman status is because they are not citizens, to be quite honest. And the Cherokees are likely holding on to it as an historical marker at this point or some other designator, but it doesn't mean what it used to mean because now they have full citizenship. And this is the opinion of the judge who asserted the fact that once they got citizenship, they were no longer in this limbo status. And I'll end with that.
All right, real quick, let me say something real quick, everybody, because I know that kind of took the sail out of the wind when we heard that actual news there. So we're going to go ahead and try to stay focused. I feel definitely bad for Aon. This is, you can't really describe it or say enough about what just went down, what we just heard, but I don't want the space to just go totally just sideways. So we're going to try our best. We had a good space going tonight. We want to go ahead and keep it going. Y'all know I normally don't go this long, but the space has been really interesting and whatnot. So I want to go ahead and try to stay as focused as possible as we can. I know that kind of took the air out of the room a little bit, but let's go ahead and try to stay as focused as possible. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to Irie. I tried to get a couple speakers up here. Talent, I'm gonna let you come back up here, bro. But we had some other speakers that came up here. But I'm gonna go ahead and go to Irie, and then we're gonna go. Well, Aon actually she left, but let me go to Irie, and then we'll go to Dana Lloyd, Original. We'll get to taxation as well too. We'll bring you back up here, Talent. I tried to get you Black Natives back up here. I see you guys requesting to come back up here. We'll get to you guys as well too. So like I said, we're gonna stay on focus. I feel bad for the sister being doxxed like that. We definitely don't support that at all. So we're gonna go ahead and stay focused on the actual room as well too. So we don't want to just totally change everything. So go ahead, Irie.
Yeah, let somebody else go there just so we can get the change to the flow.
Okay.
Don't speak so that just so everyone has respect what you're talking about.
Yeah, because then it's just gonna totally change. I don't want it. I'll come back to you in a little bit. Let me go ahead and get to Dana.
Okay. Yeah. You probably need to do a part two, but yeah, I didn't like to hear that. What happened to that woman? I think that's messed up. But just to comment on the topic, the question that I wanted to ask Naeem, but I would personally reach out to him and ask the same question. But the thing is, for me, when it comes to freedmen, that is something that is legit, especially because these are people that were registered with the federal government, the Freedmen Bureau. And that's how I always seen it as, right? So when we're talking about reparations, we're talking about money. People who were registered under the Freedmen Bureau, and specifically the Black people who were former enslaved, because freedman means someone who wasn't enslaved and is now free by legal means. But our Freedmen Bureau also included displaced Southerners, refugees who were not Negro as well. So the thing is, Black freedmen are owed money. Because in, 1872, when the Freedmen Bureau collapsed and closed, and all of the Black people who had their money in the bank was wiped out. So, and they never got compensated for the money that was lost. So, on that aspect, yeah, reparations are owed, and the Freedmen Bureau is documented through our federal government of the names, first, last, the plantations they come from, where you have actual documentation. However, Black people, and just what a couple other speakers, One Love and other speakers were saying, no, don't get too wrapped up in just placing us all under one particular name, because it does have to go back to lineage, period. That's the common denominator, is our lineage. Freedmen Bureau is one aspect that you could go and legally pull paper documentations documenting specifically and former Black slaves and what plantation that they came from. So my thing is, when you want to make freedmen an ethnicity, under what grounds and for what, where this is about money. So it just seems like it's two conversations going on. It is the reparations aspect of it, but then now you're talking about an ethnicity of a name being placed for a specific group, to where historically the word freedman dates back centuries, going as far back to Greek and Romans time. And I don't want to push back as if I'm going against somebody, because what everybody said, people made valid points, but talent, for me, I will start off understanding what he's saying, then I just completely lost, like he took me down a yellow brick road. And so, and then he brings up Booker T. Washington. And let me just say this, Booker T. Washington exposed himself as being a coon when he had the Atlanta Compromise speech. So, again, freedmen is something that is on the books with the federal government where people are documenting it. And yes, those freedmen, people who register with the Freedmen Bureau, Black people, money is owed to them. And I think it was something else, but I forgot. That's it for right now.
Real quick, Dana, talking about Booker T. Washington in the speech, I don't know if I quite go ahead and say that he was a coon. I would say this right here. Booker T. Washington was in a time and an era where he knew that white folks did not want to have anything to do with Black folks in terms of living around them and being around him. Booker T. Washington was able to use white people's racism to a point and say that, hey, yeah, you don't have to be around those stinking niggas, basically. Just go ahead and give us some money and help us train ourselves and, teach us how we can be self-sufficient, and we'll go ahead and you good white folks, y'all go ahead and stay over there. We won't stink up your neighborhoods and this and that or whatever. In a way, Booker T. Washington was using reverse psychology on these white supremacists. I'm not going to say everything. I agree with everything Booker T. Washington was saying, but a lot of things Booker T. Washington was doing was to get actual resources and training and skills for Black people, because he knew at that time there was no way in hell that white folks were going to allow Black folks to go ahead and integrate in a system with them. So what he was saying was, hey, let's go ahead and let's
Yeah, but the problem with that was, and that is why a lot of wealthy tycoons, the Vanderbilts and the Rockefellers or whatever, that's why they donated a lot of money. He knew how to get money from them, but at the same time, he was basically telling Black folks, pick up that mop, be a janitor, be a carpenter, because those are safe jobs where the white folks is not going to bother you. Yeah, and we could build our own educational institution. So he
was trying to get Black folks also to be technical efficient as well too. Like, hey, yeah, we need you to go ahead and be plumbers and be. I mean, I don't.
But no. But the thing is, but again, some people champion him, some people do not. Some people could, be down the middle, but say he did have some flaws, and his flaws were cool. Like,
he had some flaws, and he had some greatness too. Now, I mean,
but then at the same, a lot of people had greatness, but when you talk about W.B. Du Bois, to where it's like it's not just about the purpose is, yeah, if you got to pick up a mop and a bucket to feed your family, you do so. But the goal is to progress to a higher status, to elevate higher. But white people didn't want to hear that; they didn't want to see it. So he was basically telling Black people, lay low, so you won't cause trouble to the white folks. To sum that up, and if you go back and read the Atlanta Compromise.
Oh, I know it. All the stuff he was telling white folks, all the stuff they wanted to hear. At the same time, he was trying to. I don't know, but I think.
We don't know what was going in his head.
Yeah, so nobody truly knows it, but I think that he was trying to get Black people.
Go read George Washington Carver's accounts about Booker T. Washington. My perception of Booker T. Washington changed when I read how George Washington Carver talked about when he brought him down to Xavier. I think it was Xavier, right? Am I saying the right school? I think it's
Yeah.
Xavier. And he was trying to get funding. And George Washington Carver was trying to come up with other ways for the Negro, like how I use that, the freedmen, the emancipated people. I feel like I use all the damn acronyms, so all y'all will feel like I'm talking about
It was Negro during that time period.
Right, the Negro. But I'm saying, read George Washington Carver's accounts about his him and how he and Booker T. Washington had disagreements, and when you read that, it'll open your eyes up a little bit more. I agree that Booker T. Washington did some great things, but intentions over money was not his forte. It was money, and I'm trying to get status amongst these people.
I'm not saying, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not saying that may not have played a part as well too. I'm saying you have to also look at the era and the time he was in. You had to look at, if you think black people got it bad now, then you should go back in that time frame and see just how bad they actually had it. Booker T. Washington got a lot. He got a lot of black people trained, got a lot of black people employed. He took a lot of white people money and he put it to use for the betterment of black people as well too. Now, I'm not saying he was a saint, and I don't agree with everything he said.
Pushback, Newstoter, because you're absolutely right. He did that. Those same white wealthy tycoons, oligarchs, the Vanderbilts, the Rockefellers, all those people, they gave him money so that he could keep teaching black folks a skill to work for those white men who build the railroads, to do the labor. When somebody in another Twitter space at another day said, I think it was the Rockefellers who created that.
Did you see Self-Made? Remember when they were going? Okay, so in Self-Made with Madam C.J. Walker, they were going to touch on.
Oh yes,
yes. So I wish they would have kind of, if they come back out with with another part, some more series. I hope they touch on his interaction with her, because he wanted her to be just a laborer and a producer.
Right. And the laborers, the laborers were to be the workers for the white wealthy men who were giving him the money.
Okay, I'm gonna say this part right here. I'm not disagreeing with what y'all say. Some of what you say, I agree with. I also think Booker T. Washington wanted black people to be able to go ahead and build their own stuff as well too. You're talking about people that was fresh out of slavery, that did not have a whole lot of skills, depending on what you was doing. No, I think you might be wrong on this one, Dana. No, I mean I don't think so.
Black people were building the White House as slaves.
Yeah, that's some black people though, Dana. That not all black people are. Hold on real quick. Not all black people were doing construction and mechanical type thing. Most black people that came out of slavery were in the agricultural. Yes, they were too. The vast majority of black people in slavery. But I'm saying, was that the vast majority of black people that was enslaved?
Booker T. Washington,
ran away from
institutions to keep training black people to be trade laborers. First of all, we're not doing
Okay. We gonna get off of the Booker T. Washington thing, and let's not curse at anybody or whatever. Let's just say like this: if we agree to disagree, I respect what you guys say, and I agree with some of what you're saying, Dana, and what you're saying as well too, Rella, because growing up, we heard that Booker T. Washington was a Tom and this and that or whatever. We also heard from great historians like John Henry Clark that actually went in depth and actually talked about the actual brilliance and the actual psychology that Booker T. Washington also played on these white folks as well too. So I don't want to go ahead and make it into a Booker T. Washington.
Let me just put this suggestion. Why don't you sometime, maybe next week, just have a Twitter space on Booker T. Washington, because Dr. John Henry Clark did criticize Booker T. Washington as being a coon as well. However, that could be for a whole nother space, and anybody up here, don't you dare try to use profanity. Do not use profanity towards me and what I said. This is a nice space.
Real quick. Let's go ahead, y'all, and you're right, Dana. We may have to set up a Booker T. Washington. Let's not use any profanity towards anybody if they're not cursing at us, so let's go ahead. We're gonna be respectful. It's been a good space. It's been a contested space, but it's been a good space as well, too. So let's go ahead. Dana, go ahead and finish your point. Nobody come off your mic. Let Dana go ahead and finish, and then
they've been going back and forth for 10 minutes, and you usually make everybody else carry along.
I'm gonna let her go ahead and finish her point real quick, and then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna let her finish her point, Irie, and then you're actually next. So let me go ahead and let her finish, and then you got it, okay? Go ahead, Dana.
Nobody wasn't going back. I don't know what he's talking about. The only thing I'm saying is, and that's going to be another juicy Twitter space, but let's just have the Booker T. Washington Twitter space. But I basically said what I had to say for the night as far as the topic. Great space, great topic, and everybody that came up and spoke. But all that with the names of disrespect, get out your feelings. We all grown. And to the woman who had the situation with the dachshund, if you need help, if you need people to donate to anything, reach out to me, and I'll help any way I can as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Thank you for coming to the space tonight, as always. I appreciate having you up in here. Irie, go ahead and unmute your mic. And then I'm gonna go to Lloyd. Lloyd, I'm gonna go to Irie, then I'm gonna go to you. I'm gonna get to original. I see you must have. Okay. Who removed original? Oh shoot.
I thought he left.
I don't know if we accidentally removed him on accident, but original, if you get a chance to come back in here, my bad if we hit the accidentally removed you. But go ahead, Irie.
Again, shout out to y'all. Let's address the elephant in the room. First and foremost, when you say Negro, you speak on Negro greatness. The little giggle gaggles, that's just for children. So that's how I do to talk to a child like a child. And the thing about it is this. When you talk about a man who made it and to live and survive on the train and make his life as a runaway with fraudulent documents and exist in that time period, keeping a personality of personas that was read and known about. See, maybe if you would have went to those rooms, what was it? Was it before the Mayflower? I believe it might have been that one. Yeah, that was it. So then they was talking about how he was on there living with a document that had an eagle on it, traveling on carts for people, some nights laughing at him, loving them, wanting to hang him and lynch him and kill him again. He made it all the way up to getting a train and getting out of this country. Remember, he's still a runaway. That's his status. He's a runaway. A runaway. Do you know he's due to be lynched and killed on sight? Should he be found? So yeah, he might have been perceived by some with a personality that some probably didn't like, maybe because in that time frame they had a little personal gripe or beef, but we don't all like each other, right? But the bashing of a person who made it to be a runaway, that put some respect on our dead. And see, that man also made it known as well that the American Negro, his bones, his sinews, his muscles, his ancestors for over 248 years have worked in this land, died in this land, and we gonna raise up in this land. That's why we say American Negro. That shit might seem like a pun to everybody else, but what lineage is based on a political status without being given by a white man? What type of identifier when we say lineage based? What's the lineage that we're basing it on? What's the foundation to build? A political status built in politics, built with political identifiers based off of political statuses, based off of political parties, political aspirations. Have you not read the Declaration of these rights? Excuse me. Pause. Tame yourself.
You excuse.
Child. Stay in a child's place.
Okay, y'all. let's not get condescending. Dana, go ahead and let him finish up, please. Irie, come on, just go ahead and do your thing. We don't have to go ahead and go in on people. Let's go ahead and be respectful.
I was riding good. I didn't think I was disrespectful. Hit dogs holler.
Calling somebody a child is disrespectful. Well, that's childish.
And then tell people to holler while I'm talking.
So he's the main one that was.
Okay. Because Irie, you did when they were speaking earlier, you did come in. Let's go ahead though. If he did something, let's not go ahead and repeat the same thing. Come on, y'all. Let's go ahead and get the space rolling back again. Let's not. We was having good dialogue without people, getting on each other. So let's go ahead and continue that. Rella, please stay on your mic. Dana, please stay on your mic. Irie, please go ahead and just get to your point. And let's go ahead. You got your time. Go ahead and get to your point. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get to you. We're gonna get to Lloyd. Original, I'm sorry if I accidentally hit you and knocked you out the room, bro. I am sorry about that. We're gonna get to get the Rella, we get the talent. So let's go ahead, y'all. Let's not go ahead and get the space. Let's not have it just turn into trash. I don't want that.
Absolutely. And I was just speaking my perspective again. I didn't even disrespect anyone speaking on a political status being over lineage. When you mention lineage based, what's the lineage? That's the foundation that offends no one. The thing about it is that when we literally have an opposing viewpoint that's rooted in a truth higher than the one that was presented, I think what happens is the literal breakdown of the Hegelian dialectic take place. But that emotional psychosis is, as Dr. Joy DeGroy stated, a personal issue with each and every one of us, and that's why we need our restitution. And what I was getting at was simply and merely, because my point prior to that had no relevance, which is why I did interrupt. Because I would not sit idle as someone who was a runaway from a plantation and lived and wrote books and wrote way more books that's probably way more important than any people that have written in this room about a certain people that he didn't forget when he ran away from that plantation. And to be 100% and land on this, when in England and in London and riding on trains and not having to hide his identity as a runaway slave, he felt like, whoa, this is what freedom has to be like. And then after the 7 years, he told the people in London, as much as they loved him, I'm going back to my people because I can't stay out here away from them for too long. They need me. I don't know a coon that ever said that. Peace, power, and Negro reparations.
All right, Irie. Appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go ahead and get to Lloyd. Lloyd, and if y'all see Original, let Original know we didn't mean to kick him out the space. Go ahead, Lloyd.
Wow. It's been a long time. A lot of stuff going on. I stayed on because it's late, but I stayed on because I wanted to answer Talent's question to me. She asked where I got those numbers, and I would direct her to Marcel Dixon's campaign. He put out a reparations plan that's really very good. And for purposes of disclosure, I wrote it, but it's pretty good. And Rella, I'm really ticked off that you did not recognize me. I don't know what's up with that, but okay.
Oh my God, when? Right now?
You got into the space. You just mentioned everybody.
I'm sorry, Lloyd. That was not. Don't charge it to my head. Don't charge it to my heart. I'm sorry. Lloyd, I thought they put you down already. I apologize. I was not trying to not acknowledge you. I did not. I thought you had already been put down. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Okay. Right. I'm about to say, don't make me call you.
So, but I just wanted to tell Talent that she can go look at that plan on Marcel.
That's Eon. That's Eon. I'm telling to my Eon.
Okay, whoever asked me the question, I'm trying to answer it. They can go into Marcel for Congress, look under We Deserve Better, and you can click on the plan and the formula for the plan. And so I think Rilla can tell you it's a really good plan. It's a really good plan, and it's simple. I was having a meeting about it today, and somebody just told me that we can get behind this because it's too easy. I'm getting ready to land, but I just have to say one more time, Y'all, we need to start thinking critically and not emotionally. Every time somebody mentions your name is not an attack, or every time they don't say something the way you think it should be said, you should really think about what are they really saying, or am I hearing it in the wrong way? Because I'm going to point out one more time. Do you know what 90 trillion or 180 trillion dollars can do for the Black Freedmen community? That's every school we'll ever need. That's every hospital we'll ever need. That's every home we'll ever need. That's every automobile we'll ever buy. That will be anything that you can think of. With $180 trillion, we can do it. And we are sitting here arguing over who I am. I can be who I want to. We are trying to win reparations. I would ask anybody, is there a more important issue facing our community than that right now? I'll give you something. What about homeless? What about prison industrial complex? What about, what else we got going? Our health issues. Are any of those more important than reparations? My answer would be no, because with reparations, we can fix them all. So can y'all start thinking like smart people and start hearing stuff? Somebody, I think it was Joshua, brought up something, but understand, oh yeah, it was Joshua, understand how propaganda works. He mentioned, and we're being propagandized with this fight on American Freedmen, FBA, all that stuff. That's just propaganda. Joshua mentioned, what did he say? He said, Office of New Americans. If y'all don't see the propaganda in that, it's just glaring. These people are not Americans, but what they're doing is getting you to say that over and over and over, the Office of New Americans, the Office of New Americans. So when they put out some bogus plan for a pathway to citizenship, you've convinced yourself that, they're New Americans. We need to stop falling for the okie doke, especially when it comes to our issues. Now, I'm not going to call out any names, but there are some folks that I believe are getting paid or getting something to slow down our fight for reparations, because they bring up the dumbest things. You know, we're talking about is Freedmen, FBA, whatever, does it matter? And somehow we end up on a 30-fucking-minute conversation. I'm sorry, we're not supposed to swear. 30-minute conversations without George Washington Carver. Really? But we're thinking critically. Really? Okay, not one person has mentioned tonight, what do we need to do to make reparations work? Everybody can recite every single date. They can recite all the history. They can recite, who did what to when, where. But they cannot tell you what we need to do tomorrow to make sure we get federal reparations. But we are brilliant.
I actually did earlier, but okay.
Okay, see, Roland, you got to go there every time, don't you? You got to steal the thunder. But that's okay. I'm just saying, y'all, we better start looking to the future and understand that history can only inform the future. It does not create the future. And what white people want what white people or the U.S. government wants should be of no consequence to you. It's what we want because we did the work and we're writing the invoice.
Hey, Lloyd, real quick, a couple things. First, we was talking about Booker T. Washington. We wasn't talking about George Washington Carver. Secondly, we didn't go 30 minutes. And third, I want you to get back.
You want to go into detail? You really want to go into?
I'm just getting a few clarifications. And third, you say $180 trillion. Do you think the United States is going to give $180 trillion?
Again, Read the goddamn plan. I've been asking people to do it for a year. It's not 180 trillion. It's an aggregate 180 trillion paid in perpetuity at 6.5% interest, which comes out to about $7 trillion a year. Read the goddamn plan.
Whoa. Now we ain't gonna be cursing at me, Lord. Like, yeah. Hold on. I get your point. Oh, wait. We got too many people talking. I get your point, Lord, but go ahead and let's redirect that energy someplace else real quick. Like, don't go at me like that, because I'm speaking to you in the civil tone, and me and you, we cool now. We cool. We straight. But let's not get it to that point like that. Don't go ahead and don't be goddamn at me. So I feel you. I heard you say 180 trillion. So I was like, well, are they really, you talk about really 180 trillion dollars? But yeah, I feel you on that. The passion is cool and stuff, but you got to redirect that, take that energy elsewhere, Lord, because I ain't even trying to hear all that. We straighten everything like that, but don't ever come at me like that, straight up. So let's go ahead real quick. And we'll kick it to talent. Or is it Rella? Is Rella? I think it's Rella go. Rella, go ahead. And then
let talent go, because I've been coming off the mic all disobedient and stuff. Go ahead, let talent go.
Talent, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm gonna close up with this. The actual fight is a federal fight as it pertains to federal reparations. And the brother Lloyd said something about, well, what's the conflict, what's the issue, and what it is that we need in order to get federal reparations. I'm going to read something directly off the census, and then I'm going to get to my point. The reason for collecting information on race. Information on race is required for making federal programs, and is critical in making policy decisions, particularly for civil rights. And then it gets to states use this data to meet legislative redistricting principles. Race data also is used to promote equal employment opportunities and accessing racial disparities in health and environmental risk. And then I'm going to go into exactly what we are classified as right now in the census by way of the OMB. We are classified as Black or African American, a person having origin in any of the Black racial groups of Africa. That is not a closed situation. That is not something that delineates us specifically. That is something that connects us with any racial group in Africa. And under self-identification policy, anyone who has an African origin to the Black races can be and use that. I've historically used Barack Obama. We point to Kamala Harris, who's Jamaican but Indian, but she is seen as a quote-unquote Black woman or an African American. So if we are going to go federal as it pertains to reparations, we will always see what happened in California, happen either by state or happen on a national level, which is the criteria has to be lineage-based. The term and the language that we use has to be lineage-based. So there is inevitably a fight that's going to happen on a state-to-state level that's going to have to denote that if we are Black or African American, we have to delineate that further to a lineage, whether people want to argue over that lineage Negro or Freedmen, or if we're going to do a push like we have these 200 black church leaders who are trying to get an executive order for Black or African American, for reparations. We're going to see on a federal level that Black or African American is a term that does not delineate us specifically, and we can look at the evidence with HR 40. That is something that was written for us in 1989, but there's issues with that because outside of a direct cash payment on, that part that it doesn't have, we still don't have a unique identity that is specific to us. Negro historically has been, and now we don't have that by way of the 1977 OMB that added Black, and then the 1997 that added African American. So from a national level, that is our racial code. So people learn about what your racial code is. That is a racial either what term we need or because I mean, not even what term we need, making it lineage based. I live in New York City. We're about to fight in New York City because I'm Black, African American, but so is Jamaican, who can then say my ethnicity is that. We still have that fight. So it's just going to be something that we see because it's not about what we personally describe as ourselves as. It's what we are recognized on a state level and document and on a federal level nationally. So to get that reparations on a national level, this OMB and everything that we need to do to be a nation of a people, because that executive order has to speak for all of us, or whatever policy that is signed on a national level has to speak for all of us, and that has to be a national recognition in our land. Right now, we are Black or African American, which is not specifying our lineage at all. It's saying that we come from Black racial groups of Africa. So we stand on Negro, and it's specific reason why we do so in our land.
All right.
So, can I say this?
We'll go ahead, Relly, because hold on, Relly. Go ahead. Hold on, sweetie. Go ahead. It's your turn, so go ahead.
Sorry, I forgot the rules for a second. Before Talon goes, so my lineage is actually my father's last name, my grandfather's last name, my mother's last name, and who they were and what was on their birth certificates. And no one has ever denied that. And I keep saying this out loud. Most of the people that y'all are at odds with are still championing Negro for the OMB to have recognized that term as well as all the other terms. It's just putting him into the proper category. And for someone who actually worked for the census allows you to actually further delineate yourself on the census. The people who did not do that was the American descendant, the Black American, Negro, American Freedmen, whatever you want to call yourself at this point, we're not doing that. So now the OMB that is working with the California Task Force, because the California Task Force has to work with all the agencies to get all the documentations, which is why all these hearings are happening, so that they can actually get these agencies to testify on record what they've been doing. OMB is also in that. That was part of some of the sessions that they had early on. And the census is going to get its information from the OMB, correct? Like you said. And so I don't think anything is an issue with the fact that we all know that lineage means your family's makeup. What is their genetic, etymology, archaeological, whatever you want to call it, genealogy, ancestry? Go on ancestry.com, find you a genealogist. You're going to start with their last name. That's the one thing on birth certificates that did not change after the 1980s. Because you can trace that back to what? An ancestor who had the last name of a plantation. So, with that being said, that would include all the information that comes on with the educational history that we all been throwing around like rocks in here. So, yeah. I think probably that summed it up.
Well, it's love to you. I'm just going to say I have a document.
Oh, it's all love. Yeah.
There was a document that my team obtained that actually listed that there were members of the Freedmen collective, if I could say so, who positioned to retire Negro, colored, and mulatto from the record. Not remove it, but to retire it. So there's definitely, maybe, I'm not saying you, but I posted it on my page with some OMB submissions that were part of the 203 Freedmen and the 20 organizations, and Negro, color, and mulatto were listed together as terms that should be retired, and Black American and African American would be used between anything prior to 1900 as it would pertain to writing the history. And
I think I saw that on your page. Didn't you post that? I think I saw that, and I think there was a link to that page. And I actually, did my investigative work to that page. It was a Wikipedia page that someone created, and I believe
that's the Freedmen stuff. I'm talking about the actual OMB information that we got from some people who participated in it. I'm talking about the red lights. the red markers, the minutes from September 14th. So the issues that we had was, well, if Freedmen is an ethnicity and Negro, quote unquote, is a race, why do you need a retiree? If we still from the California task
force. But that's what I'm trying to find out. Like, no one, if my memory preserves me correctly, no one in the group was retiring any classification that recognized actual people who were part of the emancipation lineage. That doesn't even make any sense, because everyone that was in that discussion knew that those terms had to be included, because that's how you're going to be able to find people and mark people based on whatever their birth certificate was listed. Negro, mulatto, and all the other classifications were added onto that. So at the end of the day, like I said, mine is coming up in June, and I'm representing all of it. And I'm going to represent it, all of it, under American Freedmen, black as race, American Freedmen as an addition, not a subtraction or something to be as, you can choose it. Because on the OMB, you have to realize these are addition terms that you get to choose, not terms that you can just be like, well, if I choose this one, I'm not this one. No, it's actually terms. We get to have categories now that all other agencies have to pull from in their language when they're writing information. That means your insurance. That means the census has to do it. That means the Department of Justice is going to have to do it. They're going to have to readjust and actually implement the changing of the writing of material. And then that also means that it's going to have to come back to when Congress and people write bills on the state level, they're going to have to follow these terms. They're just additions. There's no taking away of anything. So I would love to see that information that you got, because I would definitely, I have a big mouth, and I would definitely shout out some people and be like, so who did this? For real. Okay. Because I know for a fact that if anybody denouncing Negro, it goes back to you erasing literally a lot of the information that's even documented in historical records in universities across the country.
I'll send it to you. I'm looking at it September 14, 2022, submitted 2:03 p.m. by 203 American Freedmen, and it says following an hour-long discussion on September 11th. Then it gets into these are the recommendations: Black American, African American, and when you get to the bottom, it's talking about the sons and daughters of freedmen and over 20 other grassroots organizations. And then it gets to the other page that says the provisions on race and ethnicity. Then it gets into define American freedmen as an ethnic group, regardless of race, established in the United States. And then it says list and retire previous classifications such as Negro, colored, mulatto, as well as claim Black American and African American as those specifically originating in the United States prior to 1865, and prior to 1865 and emancipated prior to 1900. This is
so it says reclaim. It says reclaim, or it says reclaim. Yeah, send it to me so I can read it.
It says list and retire previous classifications, because we've already done enough work to know that Negro is not forbidden on the record. You just have to identify. You can still mark. I looked up Claudette Bennett, and what she said that over 500,000 people prefer Negro over Black or African American, and that was in 2020. And how people are still over 50,000 people still writing Negro directly in. So we've been doing our OMB stuff. About Tuesday, we put our presentation together. Our main goal was, wait, y'all about to take Negro off the official lexicon. We not about to do that. This is way different than gang banging, different, hashtags online. Like, Negro ties us to anything, even on a logistical standpoint, tort claims and things we might want to bring into the courts that might not be through policy, but utilizing a white man's language and history against himself. So, like I said,
send it to me. Send it to me, telling that I definitely want to read that. And I'm definitely going to get in front of some people, because that was not the discussion and meetings that we had, that I've been in. And so I think that, again, that goes back to what I said, all of this stuff could really, really be dispelled if we actually had conversations of talking to each other, not at each other. And that's the truth. And I stand by that, because I know for a fact that I'm definitely not going to be sitting up in the OMB talking about to get rid of the term Negro and any other terms that were actually used to classify our ancestors at all. Even people of free people of color. That's why I don't like people using the people of color term, because it really does allow other people to now come in under the Office of New Americas and now create this whole new group of classification of people to receive benefits and resources. So, I'm not with that.
Okay, real quick, y'all. Hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick, talent. I posted the actual earlier the YouTube link in the actual jumbotron, and we got one subscriber the whole time, and we've been on almost 5 hours. So what's going on, y'all? We talk about supporting Black businesses and whatnot. I couldn't get people to go over to the YouTube channel and subscribe to the YouTube. Now I know it's a bunch of stuff up in the links, and I should have probably told the speakers not to flood the actual jumbotron up. But I posted a couple times the actual YouTube channel up in there. I'm gonna post it again up in there as well too. Speakers, don't put any more stuff up in there. We'll probably be closing the space out soon. We ain't gonna go too much longer, but that's what I'm talking about. We can't get no support for Black-owned business. We can't get people to go over to YouTube and go subscribe to a channel for free or subscribe to the newsletter. What's going on, y'all? I mean, come on. We need that support. We are already the largest Black-owned media news curation platform today, curated off of Black content. So we need you guys to go ahead and support us by subscribing to the actual YouTube channel to help us reach a larger mass of folks out there as well too. This is on YouTube. We're live streaming it right now. We got a few of our folks over there. They've been holding it down. So we need you guys to go over and start subscribing to the actual YouTube channel, subscribing to the newsletter. Make sure you follow us on all the social media. But if you got a Facebook account, go ahead and support us on Facebook. Go ahead and support us on Instagram. You know, if you're in this space and you're listening to the Newstoter space right now and you're not following us on Twitter, you need to go ahead and make sure you follow us on Twitter every day, putting out massive amounts of content. Okay, massive amounts of content. So please make sure that you're following us so we can get that critical mass so we can reach our people. This here Twitter space tonight is a little bit different because normally we're taking content right off of the newstoter.com platform and doing spaces on. But I felt this was an important topic tonight, so I wanted to go ahead and cover this. But make sure you guys are following us. If you're in this space and you're not following us on Twitter, what are you doing? You up in the space, so apparently you are enjoying the conversation. I assure you, you will enjoy the content that we put out daily. Probably put out about 40 posts a day, Monday through Friday. So make sure you guys, for everything from education, the news, the social justice, the police brutality, to business, to entertainment, go ahead and make sure you guys are following us in this actual. Follow me and the co-host. Make sure you guys are following us in this actual Twitter space as well, too, y'all. We need your help. Like I say, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put out the actual YouTube channel again. It's going to be at the very end on the left-hand side. Please make sure you guys go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Please go ahead. We need that critical mass of people so we can reach our people. Let me give a shout out to my man Napoleon, who just contributed on Cash App. This brother's always supporting as well too. So let me just give you a shout, Napoleon. Thank you for your contribution as well. If you would like to support on Cash App, that is $Newstoter. $Newstoter. I'm not saying an opinion of what I think. I'm telling you the actual facts. Newstoter is the largest Black-owned, Black American-owned news media curation platform today in America. So let me just go ahead and say that. Now, Rella, you can go ahead and finish your point, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put this up in the Jumbotron, y'all. Please go ahead. You can listen to the actual Twitter space and still go ahead and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's like my late mother told me, son, you can chew bubblegum and walk at the same time. It ain't it.
I'm waiting for you to bring me on as a special report news, but I'll go ahead and send my resume. Anyway, just don't forget about me when you get real big.
I got you there. I got you, Rella.
But my whole point is that I'm not here to fight wars with my people. I'm not here to fight wars with my people because honestly, the big war that's getting ready to come up, as you saw those people coming into the California Task Force meeting, the hearings, they're online. They're now actually having conversations about wanting to have discussions of race, as it pertains to us. And and I'm talking about the Pilgrims. The Pilgrims, the clear feet people, and a lot of times it's just other people too who have a disdain for Americans. Period. And I'm ready to evolve the conversation about historical records. It's great. It's great to shoot the shit with everybody and go back and forth about points and stuff like that. But at some point, we have to get to a cognitive point where we are not arguing about factual. Well, excuse me. We're debating about factual information, but we're coming to the comprehension that these are points of time that was that happened so that we don't repeat these same mistakes. And so that's what I'm ready to move into that realm of this fight, and prepare for actual war. And I'm talking about with the people who do not want us to get our reparations. And those are the people that are now showing up. And it's a waste of energy to try to keep going back and forth about people's personal gripes and stuff. But I don't take pot shots at people in their intellectual or where they are intellectually. I'm not calling you a child and all this other stuff. I'm not talking about how I'm more student prime in my scholarship. No, because I'm no different. I just like Eon said, studying and being a person who enjoys history, being involved in the fight for the repair and the redress of our people. That is a love. That is the only source in love, and of course the Most High God, number one. So let me make sure I say that. And I think that's really it. In Newstoter, you have the best. I'm sorry, Dana. You have a really good space too. I have a problem with Judge Joe Brown for that one space that he did, but you held it down. So let me put it on here to say, there always can be some contention, but both of you guys hold some really good spaces, and I do appreciate you all. And again, shout out to No Taxation and all the team and Reparations 2023. Please show up, because it is about us. Forget how you feel about other stuff. We just need y'all there.
All right. Thank you, Rella. Let me just say, y'all, I put the actual in the Jumbotron is the actual YouTube channel up there right now. So you guys can go ahead while we're in the space. And if you haven't already subscribed to the YouTube channel, it's no reason to stop you from subscribing to it. I know some of y'all are going to be like some of these rednecks down here in Florida. I ain't subscribing to him. You'll come up with a reason that, I ain't gonna subscribe to him. You'll come and listen to the content in the actual Twitter space, but you ain't gonna subscribe to the YouTube channel. And we uploaded.
I'm subscribed to you.
I'm talking about the ones who ain't love, who come up in here and chill with us all the time, and they're looking for a reason not to. Like, it's too hard to press that bubble and go over to YouTube and listen while you guys talk. I think I'll try another day or something like that. Don't put off what you can do today for tomorrow, however it goes, whatever. But the company, bro, what's going on with you? Because I see you keep putting stuff up in the comment section or whatever. So explain. I mean, what? Like I say, the space ain't gonna be open too much longer. So what's going on, bro? Like, you've been getting blocked or something? I see you keep like posting the blocks or whatever. Like, what's really happening?
I really don't want to talk about it. That's why I just put it in the comments.
Okay, well, bro, you listen. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to put it in the comments either. So, I mean, I know some people like they take the little screenshots and it's like a badge of honor.
You talk about Naheem blocking people. The company Naheem blocked me too, but guess what? It ain't never stopped no movement, and I hope he keeps doing what he does, and I'm cool with that. That's fine. Trust me, there's other people on Twitter that we can rock with and that we can roll with, because we don't got time for it. They're doing their thing. That's cool. Let them do their thing. And one thing that I learned when me and Samantha were working with Marcel's campaign is that not everybody's going to like you, and that's fine. They don't have to like you, but they need to respect you. And if they can't respect you, then let them go. Let them go where they're going to go, because in a minute they're going to try to demand the respect of someone else, and they're going to get their ass handed to them. And that's what's been happening. So you can't grow something when you don't treat people right. And I've said that time and time again. You do right by people, and your soil will grow. And I've said that time and time again. I hold nothing against BTP. The shit that they've done has been phenomenal. We cannot take that from them. But does some of them created a hostile situation for people to come and get the information? Yes. And I will not stand and say no. Yes. Have other people done the same thing? Yes. I've been sitting around in spaces long enough as a grown adult. And I've watched the Discord go on back and forth, and it has not been helpful.
Wait, hold on real quick, because somebody left a comment in there in the comment section. Who did you boycott today? Saying, I know you seen my hand raised since 11:30 p.m. Newstoter, and I just responded with, no, I didn't actually see your hand raised since 11:30. I didn't even know you was up in the space. But if you want to come up in here and say something, you're more than welcome to come up here and say something. But I did not see your hand raised up in here, so I don't know where that comment came from. But if you want to come up here and speak, you're more than welcome to come up here and speak. So
I'll just end like this. You don't gotta send me a message saying he blocked you. You don't gotta send it to nobody.
Real quick, real quick. I'll get back to you. But who did you boycott, sister? I didn't see that you had requested to come up here. I didn't see your hand that you tried to speak. You saying that you have been trying to speak since 11:30. We had a lot of people in the space. A lot of people requesting to speak. So no, I did not see that. But you're more than welcome to speak now. Hold on. No. Let me get the who did you boycott, sister? I'm referring to you. Like, you said that you had your hand up since 11:30, and you say you know that I saw your hand raised, but no, I didn't. You can come off your mic and speak right now. I did not see your hand raised.
Thank you for the invite. Yes, my hand was up since 11:30. I don't know how everybody else's hand in this room can be seen, but somehow another minds cannot.
Hold on, sweetie. Don't come in here like that. If you want to go ahead and speak in the right tone, you can go ahead and speak like that. But my mother's dead, and my mother didn't sit up here and come and yell at me like that. So let's go ahead and rephrase that again. Now, if you want to go ahead and speak, that's fine. Like I say, I had no reason to go ahead and not put your hand up here. Anybody that came up here, that's why we had people coming in and out, so we can go ahead and have people speak. I had no reason not to put your hand up, have you come up in here and speak. So let's go ahead and try that with a different tone.
No problem. My apologies. I kind of get like, you get to a place where you just kind of lose it. I've heard in this space for the last hour the fakeness coming out of people's mouth. Pure fakeness. Nothing but fake. And I keep hearing this straw man argument that Negro, all of these other terms mean the same thing as Negro. Well, if they mean the same thing as Negro, just put Negro on the OMB and leave off all the others. But no, that's asking too much. Every one of these task forces that we have been watching around the world, many persons don't even want to say the Negro out their mouth. And I have noticed that in this room tonight. Folks talk all around it, but they never say the whole word. They may just kind of hit it real quick and hurry on to the next word, but they don't want to linger on that Negro word. Don't want to do it. Leaves a bad taste in their mouth. Leaves a bad taste. Folks, y'all can believe it if you want. We are not citizens. If we do not claim Negro, we are done. It's over. It is over. And if anybody is telling you different, they're lying. If we do not claim that contract that this sorry country signed in 1865, it's over. Because all of these new labels make us artificial citizens, artificial citizens. We know what the word artificial means, so go ahead and claim them. Go right ahead. I intend to make the correction on my status and the jurisdiction over my daughter. I intend to do that regardless of what OMB do, what Congress does, what the Senate does, what the president does, what the Freedmen's Bureau do. I will claim my daughter's status back. If the Lord let me live long enough, that will take place. I don't give a darn what they put on that OMB or any applications or any other boxes. I'm not claiming any of those labels. Never, ever again will they be a label that I claim, because I fully have more understanding now about how they've been able to mistreat us, because we fall under all of these different jurisdictions by state. State by state. Each state has their own jurisdiction. And they've been sticking it to us. But it's a new day. It's a new day. It's a game changer. Every bit of information that I get, a game changer. And I intend to put it to work. I will not be at a disadvantage any longer. Thank the Lord that I have met a brother who told one of our brothers from Twitter when he came to the meeting last Saturday and asked them about reparations. And out of his mouth came, "I am a citizen." Proudly he said it. And I sat there listening, thinking I've been a citizen all my life too. And the brother had to bust his bubble, and mine too. He explained to him clearly he's not a citizen. And he referred to the 14th Amendment. I still have not wrapped my brain around the 13th and the 14th and the 15th Amendment. But I know Brother Talent and LaFon and Eon and the rest of our crowd, we'll put our heads together and we'll unpack it. We'll get it unpacked. And oh yes, he told that brother when he asked that question about reparations, he told him that the reparations claim can't be by state. It's a tort claim. T-O-R-T. It's a tort claim. Simple input. But nobody wants to hear that. They just want to keep on going state by state. But the brother don't have a bone in this fight because he's set. He understands how to operate in this capitalism. He was just telling him from one brother to another brother, the cold, hard truth. It's a tort claim. Anything short of that is a circus. A circus. A welfare program. Thank you kindly.
All right. Thank you for coming up and speaking. Like I say, I apologize for not seeing your hand up there. Sometimes on this app, in these spaces, we can't see everybody that's up there. So I do apologize for that as well, too. So I definitely did not try to ignore you. I was trying to get as many people up here on stage as possible to come up here and speak. I was even trying to get people to come up here quickly and get them out of here. So, and not get them out of here, but to move them so we can have people, everybody would have a fair time to come up here and speak as well, too. So like I say, I apologize for that. And I'm glad that you did.
I do apologize to you also. I respect you enough to believe what's coming out your mouth.
Yes,
when
ma'am.
I'm wrong, I admit I'm wrong.
Yes, ma'am. No, it's no problem. And if I seem to have got a little bit with you a little attitude, I also apologize for that as well myself too. So I definitely don't want to do that. And I like I say, I appreciate you coming up in the space and you know, sharing your insight on how you feel about this whole thing as well going on too, because your voice and your opinion does matter as well as much as anybody else in this space as well too. So thank you, sister, for coming up here as well too. So I definitely appreciate that. Let me go ahead, y'all. Let me get it to Talent Company and Rella. And we had another speaker that came up here, but she left.
News told it, don't do me like that.
I
Oh, my girl. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I just see my girl dog. See, now, you know, you got to raise a hand up because I didn't see, I forgot you was up here. So let me get my girl Dark and Lovely up here and let her speak because I'm sorry about that. And I see you out of the Twitter jail now. So
Finished though. Hold on, Dog. Company never finished. He was next, but him and Rollo was going back and forth.
well, let me. But hold on. No. Wait. The company kind of and Rella, they've been flowing for a minute. So let me get Dark and Lovely because she was in the Twitter jail too. Let me go ahead and get her up in here and let her get her a say in here. What?
Just real quick. Hey, just real quick.
Everyone was asking me about something I didn't want.
Hold on, company.
Yeah, hold on, company. I'm gonna let.
Like somebody not including you, bro.
Let me. Cause
don't message me either about why you ain't coming up on the mic. Newstoter's controlling the room. I'm just here to listen as well. You know what I mean? So don't message me about who's controlling the room because I'm not controlling you.
For anybody want to know, I'm controlling the room, and I've been trying to control the room to be fair to get everybody to come up here and have a chance to speak. So, yeah, it's not been an easy thing because we've had a lot of speakers tonight, and people been going for a minute speaking as well too. So let me. With that said, let me get to Dark and Lovely. Dark and Lovely, go ahead and unmute your mic, sister.
I'm so sorry for interrupting. Thank you, Newstoter. Your voice is so soothing. I'm sorry to anybody that interrupted. FBA, you know, that's how, you know, that's the thing, you know, with Tariq, and I get it because it's necessary, you know, because first of all, immigrants made the F in FBA necessary. Okay, so I use that for delineation. As far as ADOS, I wasn't around when that started, but I don't, ADOS bothers me because it's American descendants of slaves. I feel like they could flip that on us. I feel like it would be better if it was descendants of American slaves. So I kind of eased up off of that too. And I also don't like their website where it includes immigrants and all that. I don't like that. I'm not with that. As far as Negro, I get that part. You know, we call Negro. But my thing, I attached to Freedmen because I did my own research. And I am also interested in us taking our power. And I'm also interested in us naming ourselves. I get that part. But I want to make white supremacy eat their fucking words first. You understand? So it starts with Freedmen. Because the state atonement is fine. You know, the state atonement, we see they got their own thing going on. Some people are, you know, doing war on drugs. Some people are doing housing. You know, they all over the place with the state atonement. But we have to get in front of white supremacy. You understand? And I have seen white supremacy comment against everything but Freedmen. That is what those motherfuckers was trying to hide from us. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not about Naheem. It's not about who I like, because I don't give a fuck about it. I don't care who likes who. That shit means nothing to me. You understand? But we need to start at the top, and we can work ourselves down. And we need to make them acknowledge Freedmen, what they have on the fucking book. I don't give a fuck if we named ourselves that, they named us that. That's never mine. That is what's on the law. And if we don't acknowledge that now, when are we going to? Are we going to acknowledge another name first and then get to Freedmen? Because that doesn't make sense. You understand what I'm saying? We have to acknowledge Freedmen right fucking now, because that is where it starts. And I want white supremacy to eat their own fucking words that are on their own fucking books. And I had a lot more to say, but I can't even think, and I'll just go ahead and land there. Who is Naheem? Fuck whether you like him. What he found is brilliant. And we haven't seen no pushback on that shit yet. You understand? So that lets us know we hitting on something. I want to make them eat their own fucking words before we redesignate ourselves to whatever we want to call ourselves after that. What I feel in my heart, I'm Black American. There's no immigrants that can take that from me. I'm from New York. I don't remember no immigrants claiming Black nothing. They go by their nationality. So I don't give a fuck what they trying to say now. That shit means nothing. I'm telling you what's on the street. They call themselves Jamaican, whatever. So that shit they say on Twitter means nothing to me. But we need to make them eat their fucking words, and Freedmen is already in the political realm when we get to the federal level. And now the thing is, if we try to adopt anything else, we have to make them put FBA on the books. We have to make them put ADOS on the books. We have to make them put other
trying to, play anybody else that spoke because I'm new to this, and I learned so much from you guys. And it is so lonely. This fight is so lonely because finding other conscious people is so hard that it will break your fucking heart. You understand? So when I come into these spaces, I mean well, and this comes from my own research and how I feel doing my own research, not because I hang over what anybody else said. But we need to make white supremacy eat their own fucking words first. Start there, and then we'll come down to the rest.
All right, thank you, sister. Let me go ahead. I see Aon is back up here. Aon, you want to go ahead and say something?
Hey, can I say one just quick thing real quick? Just to,
Go ahead.
So, DOS was coined by Martin Luther King. Yvette Cardinal took that and just slapped the A on it, and it became ADOS. But go ahead, Sister Ann. And I'm sorry that happened to you too, sister. But fuck them niggas that did that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, one of them was in here earlier, and I had to say what I need to say so he can go run and do what he did.
And I'm sorry I interrupted somebody that was talking that something happened to him. I apologize.
Oh no, like I said, I'm over it. Like I said, I'm not playing with nobody on this app. It's game on. Like I said, American Negro is not on a hate petition. We are an ethnicity. We can also be classified as a race. I have an original copy of the White House Conference from 1966, June 1st and 2nd, where Martin Luther King, A. Philip Randolph, John Lewis, then Thurgood Marshall, and over 2,500 people in attendance over the course of 2 days came up with 177-page of federal legislation that was supposed to go to Negro Americans and American Negroes specifically and only. I'm not listening to any more bullshit from anybody talking about we can't have race-specific policies, legislation, and all this other stuff. I'm just not listening to the babble. These people were able to meet in over 2 days and hash this out, some of which I've read in many of our spaces. We're going to be doing a deep dive into it, line by line, chapter by chapter over the next coming weeks. I'm just tired of people insulting the average Negro's competency levels. I mean, give credit where credit is due. We are very creative people. We have tenacity. But most of all, when you put us in a corner, extraordinary things will happen. Like what's about to go down with these Secure to Tribe people right now with me. Like I said, I am not willing to negotiate with people that have been going on this fucking app acting like terrorists for months towards us. You cannot sit up here and tell me that you are a lineage of any kind when you act with such savagery to the point where you get upset because people are calling you out because you're being disrespectful to Camilla Moore and the work she's doing. Like I said, I'm not with the Freedmen stuff, but I thought people could act like adults and still be respectful to some degree. You got people trolling her, calling her job and all this stuff. Like, this is a total shit show at this point. And I'm just really tired of it. I'm tired of the fakeness as well. People just getting amnesia about sequence of events of how things unfolded. People just thinking that we're just walking around just being disgruntled Negroes. No. That's not how that worked. And that's not what happened. And I'm not going to sit up here and listen to people just go on and talk like, everything's whistling Dixie. I had to sit in a room on this Zoom call yesterday evening for an hour explaining to somebody about a fucking Dave Chappelle skit because we got some twat and a jealous ex that doxed me on a Twitter snippet online on my day off. So So if a lineage is willing to do that, I don't want to have nothing to do with it. Fuck your lineage. I'll stick to Negro. That's where I'm at with it. So unless you can come up with something that doesn't cost me my job, fuck it all. And I'll land.
All right. Thank you, sister. Let me go ahead real quick and because we gonna keep this.
Hey, brother, Newstoter, just 5 seconds real quick. For what sister said, if you're actually saying something that white supremacy you can't lose your job to, you're not really affecting white supremacy if they're okay with what you're saying. When they're uncomfortable with what you're saying and how you identify, or you need presidents to write it out of law, then you know you're going up to right now. I'll land on that.
All right. Real quick, y'all, we're going to keep it to a minute because we're going to be closing this space out. We've been going for a minute. We've been going for, since 8 o'clock. So we're going to go to the company, then we go to talent. We'll go to back to you, Irie, and we'll let you get it, Rella. Let's keep this short and sweet, y'all. A minute don't mean 5 minutes, straight up. So if anybody long-winded and they don't think they can make it, go ahead and tap out now, UFC style. The company, go ahead.
I got the clock on.
Go ahead and thank you for letting me speak. I'll try to move as forward as I can in the time that's allotted. But okay, moving things forward, we actually got what's called confirmation that when it comes to the bureau, that our proposals got up to the legislation that what's called it would most likely be a community-based organization. It will not be ran by CDOs. CDOs will be able to contribute to the organization, but will have nothing to do with the politics or running the bureau for our people, whatever it may be called. So that is a win for our people. I just want to end with that. Everybody give a round of applause and a pat on the back. We won that part. So let's continue to fight for reparations for the lineage of our people. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
All right, thank you. Talent, go ahead, wrap it up in a minute.
Peace and love. 3 quick things. 3.2 battalions in New York City and New York are trying to change their OMB identity to indigenous. The Biden administration is proposing to allow people of Hispanic or Latin origins to also be a race and ethnicity under Hispanic or Latino. And lastly, in the High Country News, which is a news that focuses on indigenous and Native American history, has 7 questions, but I'm only going to get to one comment. It says, descendants of those enslaved by the native tribes are gaining political momentum. Here is the premier issue surrounding freedmen and tribal recognition. And as we scroll down to the bottom, it says, what's the difference between freedman status and freedman descent? We could argue that we are freedman descent if that's the term that they gave us, but in terms of status, we kind of have to examine that. Anyone who has an ancestor, anyone who has a freedman ancestor is a freedman by descent, whether the ancestor appears by blood or on the freedman rolls. It remains an ethnic and ancestral identity, but freedman status is an official designation, meaning that the tribes view you as a part of the designated class and limits or extends your rights accordingly. Not everyone of freedman descent has freedman status. Freedman status is not necessarily descent. That is the barrier of enrollment. So as it pertains to the term freedman, the confusion is what is this political and or legal status, which now is going to be
Talent, we got to go ahead and move it, bro. Okay, I'm gonna land. Yeah, go ahead and land it right now.
Just with the ethnic identity, and if it doesn't come with the powers and the protections of Special Field Order 15, it's just another reclassification term, and I'll land.
All right, thank you. Let me go ahead and go to Irie. Irie, go ahead in a minute, and let's go ahead and land it.
We could go to the free woman first. I know she want to go first.
All right, Rella, let's not go too long. You got it.
I didn't know what that meant, but okay.
it means like let's not go too long. Like that's what it means.
No, okay, another dig or something.
It ain't a dig.
I was about to,
It ain't a dig. I just, we trying to close it out. Like,
I know. I'm just saying he can answer for himself. He grown. So all I'm gonna say is I think that we need to do what it is that we need to do to make sure we get where we need to go. We got to evolve. I do feel that Eon is going through what she's going through because nobody should have to go through that. People attacking folks' jobs, and I've already told y'all before, that's why I don't go in security tribe space, because that's just a whole nother, they act a whole nother way, and it's definitely not in the realm of us trying to make sure that everybody is protected. I don't care what you believe at this point or what you are champion. No one should definitely be attacking your person, especially not your livelihood, and you a Black American. That should never happen at no time. And so I definitely wish Eon well, and any support or any noise that she needs, I'm definitely down, and I wish y'all luck for whatever y'all about to roll out and do. And for those of us who are marching down the street, we're gonna keep marching. So shout out to all the American descendants, those who are fighting, for those who are alive and not here. And let's keep moving. Peace.
Can I ask a question, Newstoter?
who said that?
Dark and Lovely.
Me.
Oh, Doc. Real quick, Dark and Lovely, a minute.
Okay, so is Talent saying that the term freedman is only for people that were enrolled somewhere? What is he saying?
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest, Dark and Lovely. The only reason I'm trying not to, because I'm trying not to get a back and forth going to keep the space going, because I'm trying to get ready to close it out for the night. So I would
because you became a freedman by default. See, the thing is, even if a white person gave you freed you before 1865. Okay, you were freed because the white person freed you and, gave you, your freedom with a little paper. That was you free as an individual, but you became a part of freedmen as a collective when they freed everyone. So it has nothing to do with enrollment, because you're not just going to be a freedman because you went to the bureau and enrolled. You're a freedman because you are part of a collective that went from being freed individually because a white person felt nice or whatever that happened that they freed you, to being part of a group that was freed collectively. So I don't understand what Talent is trying to say, because I'm from New York City, and I get very upset when New York City niggas come up here and try that fast talk and that trying to sound like you're more. Listen, what are you talking about? You understand? Get to the motherfucking point.
The point is, there's a difference between freedman status and freedman descent. That is the difference. Your status.
Let me explain to you. Let me explain to you. Excuse me. Let me explain to you why there is no difference. No, it's not. Because I did my own.
Real quick, y'all. I know y'all want to get it in, but we gonna close it out. So we'll have to get up on that another time, y'all. So let me go ahead, Dark and Lovely. I know you came in late, so let me go ahead, because we've been going since 8. Let me go.
But please let me just say this.
Let you say what? You said what, Dark and Lovely?
Can I just say this one specific fact, because this is a fact. It's not my emotion.
Real quick.
Okay, when you read Freedmen, sweetie, you understand? It embraces. You are a freedman. It embraces freedmen that were actually freed in 1865, and it also frees their descendants. Let me tell you what would make you only a descendant of freedmen. Only if it said it encompasses direct descendants. It doesn't say direct descendants. So that means that if it encompasses descendants, that means it goes to infinity. Do you understand?
What document are you getting
that it's direct is when it stops.
No, but you're not a position.
Let me finish. When it says direct descendants, it stops. When it just says descendants, it's infinitely.
Okay, you just gotta. All right, we're gonna open our Negro space. Bring that document, because we examining the federal law. So.
Oh, I bring it. I'll bring it because there's a difference between descendants and direct descendants, sweetheart.
And there's a difference between status and descent. Our status is U.S. citizens by way of the 14th Amendment. The 13th Amendment gave us all freedom, so we are technically free. There's no status to being a freedman if y'all all free.
Okay, real quick, real quick, y'all, because like I say, I'm trying to close this space out because I got some stuff to do in the morning. Talent, you said you finna get ready. You finna start a space up. Talent's getting ready to disconnect. So let's go ahead and let Irie, and Irie gonna be the last speaker for the night. Irie, real quick, because like I said, I got to get ready. I got some stuff I need to do in the morning. You got it, Irie.
Wow, Newstoter, brother, man. I wanted to hear him go at it. Newstoter, man, you got some time.
Nah, bruh. I gotta take my car to the mechanic early in the around 8 o'clock. So yeah, I gotta get on up.
I remember the first time we had 5,000 people, and it was a WrestleMania, my guy. You remember that?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
It was a great space. It was good. I haven't been over here in a while. I've been just studying over there, doing our American Negro shit. Ain't nothing special to it, but I just wanted to tell you to have a blessed evening. Ain't nothing more much to be said. Shout out to you, brother, for coming over here strong. I know your mom definitely looking down, smiling on us. We definitely still keeping it in that spirit. That's why we say American Negro, because like you told us before, you know, your mama got Negro, your daddy got it. My mama and my family got it. And that's just how I want to remember them and put them forward in this conversation for reparations so they don't get forgotten. That's why we do it for our ancestors, bro. I do it for Sally Mae Page from Jersey City and Martin Luther King. I'm there in Wegman, man, for our family, and that's why we do what we do.
And I understand that, but that's all emotional talk. That has nothing to do with
Hey, dog, you my sister, you my girl and everything, but the brother was going. Don't interrupt the brother. He was actually giving a shout out to my mom and stuff who recently passed too. So let this brother go ahead and get ready to do his thing, so I can go ahead and close this space out. And if Talent gonna have a space, and y'all go ahead, because like I say, I'm supposed to get up early in the morning. I got to go to the auto mechanic shop in the morning time, so I got to be there like 8 o'clock. Go ahead, Irie.
I apologize. I meant no harm. What I was just saying was that I understand his emotional connection, but I want to get in front of white supremacists. I want to separate ourselves from emotion and get to the facts.
Okay. So, no, you good, sister. You good. I appreciate it. I'm just gonna let this man go ahead and say his due, and then I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna close this space out for the night. Go ahead, Irie.
Yeah, man, I was just using my minute to not even continue in the conversation, man. But God damn, brother, shout out to you, man. I'm gone.
Yeah, like, oh, let me hit the mute button too, because I don't want nobody coming off the mic, man. I mean, let me just say this was a good space tonight, and it was it was something else. Like you say, Irie, we hadn't had one like this in a minute. So shout out to you and your family, man. Hold it down. Shout out to Dark and Lovely. Shout out to my girl Rella. Rella, I remember what you said too about the tightness as well too. So I think we all remember that part too. So that'll be something that'll stick with all of us tonight as well. Shout out to my man Ray, DJ, everybody that came up into the space that was speaking tonight, man. This was a good one. We may have to hold, like Dana said, we may have to hold one on the Booker T. Washington thing as well too. So we hold one on Booker T. Washington. I'm gonna DM y'all and let y'all know, man. We're gonna have a space and set that up as well too. So we got to go in on that, man. Because like I say, I think Booker kind of getting the raw deal on that one. But that's my personal opinion. I ain't finna go too long. DJ Ray, y'all want to say something real quick before we go ahead and close it out? Keep it on mute because don't let anybody else up there. We're gonna get ready to close it out for the night.
Yeah, man. Catch y'all next one. Reparations2023.com, reparations2023.com, reparations2023.com. Let's see if y'all follow that and subscribe to Newstoter. God dang it. Thought I actually got that.
And yeah, this was the first Friday night space we ever had as well, too. So I just want to say that this was for a first time space up, but this was something else tonight, too. So I got to go ahead and say that much as well, too. But shout out to all my people. We'll be back Monday night. So y'all, everybody take care. Y'all be safe on the weekend. God bless you, and we'll see y'all then.